everyone joining us. We're just getting settled in the room. We'll be getting started very shortly. Thanks for joining us.
Next 60 seconds, but we're doing pretty well. Right.
Good.
Yeah. You have some good weather?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I haven't. Yeah. Yes.
We could go that way. I was in. That's part. We'll make it later. No, fishing.
Okay, let's go. All right. Okay, good morning. Look at us go. It is 9 o'clock.
My way of thinking.
Yeah, no. All right, ready to launch? Thank you for being punctual, everyone. Let's do quick interpretation. If you are joining us online and you would like language interpretation, go down to the bottom of your Zoom meeting controls and find that little globe icon. select interpretation, and we have options for English and Spanish for this meeting. So go ahead and click what your preference is, and then click mute original audio, so that will reduce the background noise for you. And we do have language interpreters in the room and we'll end up needing that at any point throughout the course of our 2 days. Okay. Nelson, do you want to? I wonder if I can bring up your screen real quick, Nelson, so we can see your beautiful smile this morning. Let's see. Nope, not that good.
Let me know when we're ready.
I think so. There you are.
All right, now we can see you, Nelson. Go ahead, pick us up.
All right, good morning and welcome everybody. I now call this 8th meeting of the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force to order. I would like to give thanks to all the task force members and members of the public for joining or who are tapping in online in the Zoom land. And before we begin today, I would just like to open up this meeting with a quote from Malcolm X that states that revolution is based on land. Land is the basis of all independence. Land is the basis of freedom, justice, and equality. Now, applying that in the context of this task force, I would just like to share my perspective and open up today that there will never be true justice on stolen land. What has been done cannot be undone. How do we accurately weigh the scales of justice in the context of land-based oppression in today's world, right? How can we can only take actionable steps now to create tangible changes for existing and future generations to realize and live in a more equitable world. That's why we are a task force for land equity, not land justice, because land justice requires more than an apology. It requires retribution, reparations, and accountability. That's why that's the ultimate goal. You know, that's the North Star. That's what we are all working towards and working to achieve. And this task force is a step towards achieving that. And with that said, you know, I just want to encourage everybody to stay grounded and true as we continue to work towards this more just world together. Now, after reviewing our most recent draft of recommendations, you know, I really am humbled and I need to congratulate you all. You know, I'm very grateful to be surrounded by such a talented, thoughtful, and caring group of people. And I'm very proud of the work that, you know, we've accomplished collectively. All the task force members, the staff, members of the public, the advisory committee, all of our subject matter experts, our site visit hosts, our guest speakers, everybody. We now have a comprehensive set of recommendations that are very forward-thinking and impactful. Not only broad, you know, policy solutions and approaches, but we have very specific, actionable policy changes that can be implemented immediately and effectively within existing, you know, policy frameworks. And now, you know, looking ahead as we approach the finish line towards the end of the year, submitting our final recommendations, I'm very excited and looking forward to continue to co-creating this brighter future together. And then, yeah, with that said, I just want to pass the mic to our facilitator, Megan, to establish quorum and review participation guidelines.
Thank you so much, Chair Hawkins. And then just quickly following up on that, yesterday, late afternoon, we hosted a tribal engagement session here, and we were fortunate enough to have Chairman Arian Hart of the Susanville Indian Rancheria with us and welcoming us to this space. He wasn't able to join us this morning, but it was so lovely to have his participation and the welcoming of the people from the Susanville Indian Rancheria here in the space and to learn from them. This was such a gorgeous drive up, and it's so nice to be able to see this part of the state and to connect on that level. And there was also other tribal representatives from other nearby tribal nations We're going to talk about that later. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge and express our appreciation for being able to meet here on the Rancheria and meet with those important folks. So, okay, permit me a few moments to go through our meeting logistics. So importantly, we have 2 mics. This is why we're kind of all close together. I think they're at maximum volume. We've got a mic right here that I'm standing by and a mic up by the podium. We did a test run. We can hear folks here. We had the tables pushed back a little farther yesterday and was resulting in some challenges hearing. So we decided to stay cozy today and tomorrow. So we're up here. Sean and Caleb were gracious enough to scoot over there, also to help with reduction of side noise because the typing might get picked up on the mics. So if you see me do this, it just means outside voices. We need to speak a little louder. Thank you for that. Zoom tips. Everyone is muted upon entry unless you're a panelist, meaning you're a task force member or you're an interpreter. You're participating as an attendee. And so when we get to the public comment sections, we've got a number of those throughout the course of the couple of days. When it's your time to speak, you'll have to unmute yourself. You'll get a reminder from us, and I'll go through the guidelines for how to come into the public comment queue and issue public comment when we get to those sections. Cameras are also optional. We do love to see smiles and faces. Yesterday, there was a town-wide outage in the internet, so we weren't able to do cameras. We're actually running off a hotspot, but Wi-Fi is back up. The towers were fixed last night. If you're in the room and you need Wi-Fi, here is the code. Public comment process, the processes are a little bit different if you're joining us in the room. I'll save those instructions since we don't have in-room members of the public with us yet, but if you're joining us online, you can complete a form at sgc.ca.gov/meetings-events, and you can complete a public comment form for each separate agenda item. You can speak to each one of those. Then we also have a general public comment section at the end of each day. So we'll know you want to jump in the queue. You can also raise your hand on Zoom, so you're easy to find and we know that you want to pop in with comments, and we'll tell you when to unmute you and you can share your words. We do ask to try to keep to about a 2-minute timeline just so that we can keep moving with our agenda and be equitable with the time shared of everybody who wants to issue a comment. You will see the chat box here. The chat is really for our hosts and panelists to share out information. It's not set up so that if you're an attendee, you can submit a written public comment. And that's because we want all of the public comment to be part of this public dialogue. We want to keep it in the room. So the chat, if you put something in there, we'll just ask you to submit a public comment form and read that for us. Our meetings are live streamed on Zoom. They're also recorded. They're saved to our project website. And we also produce meeting summaries from each of these meetings. All the past meeting summaries are available on the project website. We've got a lot of note takers. We take copious notes during these conversations, but you can always go back and look at recordings for certain parts of the conversation if you're interested. And we like to keep these participation guidelines for every single one of our meetings, whether it's a task force meeting or a subcommittee meeting or a working group meeting. We're all cultivating this mutually respectful space where we can share and listen and learn with open minds and open hearts and genuine respect and curiosity. And there's a lot of different perspectives around the table and around the state really, and which is what's making your recommendations so rich and actionable. This last one to stay on point is just a reminder because we are subject to Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act requirements, which means all of our discussions are agendized. So we have to keep our discussions within that particular agenda topic. If we start to birdwalk or kind of go outside of scope of that agenda topic, I'll bring us back in and then we'll have that conversation at the appropriate time. Same thing goes for public comment, right? Unless it's the general public comment section. Here's our plan for today. So we've got some snacks over here so that you can all stay energized and coffee as well so you can stay caffeinated. We've got a big day. Today's our full day. We go until 5 o'clock. So today we'll start with the administrative items, approval of a meeting summary from our last meeting, which was March 27th. Staff reports. Then we've got a discussion on engagement reports, all the activities that have happened over the last 6-8 weeks or so. The bulk of the day and the bulk of tomorrow, in fact, is working session because you're at this real pivotal moment where you're developing your recommendations. And so we're going to have all these interactive conversations on your draft report. We've got some ideas on how to structure that conversation, which we'll go through at that appropriate time. But in the afternoon, before we close out, we have a potential action to take regarding a position letter on Assembly Bill 524, and then general public comments, closing out at 5. We do need to be pretty swift about closing out today because there is an engagement in this room after us that starts at 5:30. So I can just ask everybody's help in advance to quickly clean up, and then I'm sure everyone will be tired and looking forward to some fresh air anyway, so that we can reconnect tomorrow. Tomorrow we come back, it's an earlier start, 8:15 a.m., but we also end early so we can get folks back on the road. Tomorrow is continuation of that working session, diving back into the recommendations, conversations, and then some time on next steps and planning. And a second potential action, which was tabled at your March meeting related to meeting scheduling. Another opportunity for general public comments, and then we'll close out at 1 p.m. at the latest, and we will have lunches for you all both today and tomorrow as well. So quick roll call to establish quorum before we get rolling here, and perfect timing. I'm going to start with Chair Hawkins, who is joining us online. Chair Hawkins.
Here.
Wonderful. Vice Chair Emily Burgueño. Member Darlene Franco. Member Dorian Ayan. Member Irene De Baracua. Member James Nakahara.
Here.
Member Lawrence Harlan.
Here.
Member Leah Schwartzman. Here. Member Nathaniel Brown.
Here.
Member Chizo. Member Ruth Dahlquist Willard. Here. Member Thea Rittenhouse. Not yet with us is member Doria Robinson, who will likely be joining us online. She actually unfortunately experienced some car issues last night on her way in and is stuck about 45 minutes outside. So we're working with Doria to figure out the best solution for her. So we'll just make a note when she does join for the record. Quorum is established. It's official. We can move into our first session. Okay, first item of business, minutes from the March 27th, 2025 meeting. I'm happy to pull this up on screen at anyone's request. Let's first see if there's any conversation, any proposed revisions to the draft March meeting summary. Not seeing any. Is this one the? Pardon me. The purpose for the draft meeting summary notes. It was referenced in the meeting summary because the conversation was introduced in March. Yes.
Subcommittee was established in March, the AB 524 subcommittee. Is that what you're thinking of, Emily?
Yeah, because I didn't attend nor did I support the meeting due to the lack of travel representation. And I have a lot of follow-up in that meeting, so I'll be abstaining.
Okay. Chair Hawkins, would you like to support us in a motion to approve?
Would love to. Do we have an approach, a motion to approve minutes from the March 27th meeting?
That was member Leah Schwartzman.
All right, member Schwartzman, motion. Do we have a second?
That was member Nakahara.
Member Nakahara seconds. Do we have any further discussion on the meeting minutes from March 27th? Mm-hmm. Any
Comments?
public comment?
No public comment in the room or online.
All right, then let's go for a vote.
Okay, let's start with you, Chair Hawkins,
I vote aye.
and I will go around the room this way. Member Brown,
I.
Member Franco,
Abstain.
Member Zoe, Member Nakahara, Member Schwartzman, Member Rittenhouse, Member De Baracua, Member Dalquist Willard, Member Burgueño, Member Payan, Member Harland.
Aye.
The motion carries. The meeting summary from March 27th is approved. Thanks, folks. And pardon me, I did want to introduce Strategic Growth Council Executive Director Erin Curtis is joining us today. So she traveled in yesterday, was with us for the tribal engagement session, and is happy to meet you all. I'm sure you met a number of folks yesterday, but meet you all when you have a moment to connect. Okay, next item of business. Staff report. I'm driving slides, so Camille, just let me know when you would like me to advance.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead and advance the slide. Appreciate it. So nice to be here with you all today. So grateful to be hosted here in Susanville and Tan Rancheria. The staff report for today is going to be pretty brief because we have all sorts of updates from staff and from you all on the work you've been doing that we'll continue to share over the next 2 days. One quick thing I wanted to note. In our last meeting, we had a brief discussion about the interagency reviewers that had been established to support providing feedback to you all for your consideration from different agencies and departments within the state of California. So in our last meeting, I had described how we leverage the Strategic Growth Council agencies that participate in that council to identify reviewers who would be most appropriate to, on behalf of their agency, their department, consider your draft report and then provide feedback to you all for your consideration. So I wanted to share with you all who is included in that as of now. Note as well that some of these departments are kind of sitting within agencies that have other departments that are relevant to this work. So we're making sure that when we work with the appointed interagency reviewers, we're asking them to share out as widely as possible within their department, within their agency, for those who might have some comments and feedback. And if you remember, really the goal of this interagency review process is to get a sense of what are other agencies doing in the state that aligns with the work that you're all doing. What are the complementary efforts that you might choose to reference, to build on? What are agency staff's feelings about what is particularly feasible? Are there ideas there that might make your recommendations more actionable? All of that, again, comes back to you. None of that feedback is adopted without your review and discussion. I wanted to note there's also a couple of groups here that aren't listed in our kind of formal interagency review process, like the State Lands Commission, some other bodies that are actually mentioned in your report. We are in contact with them, IBANs, right, groups like that, and they're we're planning to share drafts with them and participate in a more informal kind of process of sharing out with them. So that's an update on where we're at with that process. The goal has been, after this meeting, to revise according to your comments in this meeting and share that with the interagency reviewers so that in August you have their feedback. So that's the current plan. Yes, go ahead, Bruce.
So Department of Water Resources, is that covered under some already?
Yeah, Department of Water Resources is under CNRA, California Natural, and so DOC is also under CNRA. So we were appointed DOC staff by our CNRA lead, but we're working with them to make sure DWR also reviews that draft.
And have you identified somebody in DWR or?
We do not have an individual yet. If anyone has suggestions,
Yes, I can
please
suggest.
would love that. I really appreciate
I would
that.
suggest identifying specific people rather than relying on a process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you don't even have bureaucracies where no judgment, you know, but I think if there's somebody that's their responsibility, it's more likely. So I would, if DWR, State Water Resources Control Board, and the.
Okay.
Another Cali BDA.
Yeah,
Maybe somebody's, where I can give you recommendations. For those.
Got it.
The others can't too.
okay,
And then we can see CDFA or maybe the has comments about this. I recommend somebody from the road safety program.
okay.
And obviously the office, are there other specific departments within CDFA that would make sense? Context. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. So I'm hearing what would be really valuable is to build this out further so that we have specific point people under each of these, but these suggestions will follow up on those and make sure we have specific point people within those groups as well. Okay, and thank you, Thea, for helping with CDFA. Yeah, yeah.
No, I second that too, but also just like outlining the sub-departments that we want to reach, even if we don't have contacts, and then seeking out those contacts so that we, again, are depending on larger agencies to decide where it's.
Okay, that will be very helpful. I appreciate that. So yeah, as you all, I feel like we already have a list there, so we'll follow up. But Leah, to your point, if others are identifying other departments, right, groups within these agencies, you want to make sure that we are listening as importance to the work. Please help us build that out, and we will do everything we can to make sure that those groups are, consulted. Whether it's this kind of formal process or more informally. Sorry, Darlene.
There is a travel advisor, for the Department of Water Resources.
Okay, this would be important. I appreciate that. Okay, thank you, Darlene. I'm not taking notes, but it's happening. So we'll get all this good information.
You got notes.
We got notes. Thank you. Anyone else now that has any immediate thoughts, responses here? There are a few groups, I'll just note, that were not able due to capacity to really participate in the kind of formal sharing out. The Racial Equity Commission is one, right? But we are in touch with them and we're planning to do what we can to make sure that their input is. So I'll just note that as well. We've been trying to kind of have its furthest reach as possible to ensure that your draft is seen by those who might have some important feedback for you.
So you said the process was that there would be revisions made from our meeting today.
Yes.
And it would be shared.
Yeah,
Is there an opportunity for like a final review from the task force before it goes?
I think that's a very good idea. So let's think about that timeline for a second. So staff would need a couple of weeks to make revisions based on this meeting. That can then go to you all with a request for additional feedback within a certain time frame. Once that time frame closes, that's when it's sent out for interagency review. Is that right? Yeah, that's what you're describing.
Yeah.
Yes, we can set it up that way.
I do believe we can, sorry, go ahead, Nathaniel.
Well, then, I guess, what do we do after we get that interagency? Just the timeline there.
Good question, good question. So we'll be talking through a lot of that tomorrow, really mapping out timeline, but as first and third, Nathaniel, the plan would be once this draft, based on your revisions in this meeting, and as far as it can get, it goes for interagency review. Their feedback then gets summarized, sent to staff summarize that, consolidate it, share it with you all, kind of like what you have right now from the advisory committee. It's just another external group that is providing suggestions and ideas, and you would be considering that for your August meeting, the way you're currently considering feedback from the advisory. Does that answer your question?
For the interagency review, could we include a tribal liaison or tribal advisor for any of these agencies that have this?
Very good question. I believe that some of the point people we have are acting in that capacity within their departments. But what I will do, Lawrence, is go back to these groups and ensure that if they do have a person like that, that person is included.
Okay.
Does that sound like a good
Yes,
follow-up?
that's good.
And Darlene, I know you've already made one reference, so that's a good idea. Thank you for that.
And for the document, like you'll list who they are, the name.
That is it. So we will be anonymizing.
The individual.
There will not be individual names
Okay.
listed here.
All right.
I think it will make it easier for staff to provide feedback. If it is, if then it'll be easier for agency staff to provide feedback to you all that is really like useful and actionable. If it then goes to us as staff, and we can consolidate that and share it with you in a way that's hopefully very helpful.
Are you just sharing with agencies or will you be sharing with government?
Do you mean government to government?
Schools in the state government, federal and then tribal?
We do not at this point have any planned sort of review of the draft with local governments. So the answer to that is we do not, right now have any structure or plan for that. Tribal governments, we will be talking more about that in our engagement, and Sean will actually have a comment about that at the end of the staff report. That is not part of this process.
It's not an agency per se, it's more of a discussion, but I would recommend the Southern California Tribal Chairman's Association. I've already mentioned that several times.
Okay.
And there's also the Northern version as well.
Okay, thank you.
Same acronym.
I appreciate that.
I'd like your name.
Southern California Tribal Chairman's Association, and the other one would be.
Thank you.
And they both have websites online.
I do think what you're speaking to, Emily, is what other kinds of entities does this task force want to make sure their draft is being circulated to and feedback is being received. So that I encourage to put that all back to you, right? To think about.
The departments within tribal government are agencies.
Yeah.
The APA, the lands department, so those are also agencies.
Right, okay.
And consider
Yes.
when you do that outreach. Since you said not continue with it.
If not, thank you for noting that. Yeah, Megan, did you? Oh, that's on hand.
No, just hanging out.
Oh, okay. You had something.
Put it down.
Thank you for that note, Emily. I will continue to think about how we can make sure we have a similar kind of pattern of structure there. Other thoughts or questions here?
I think it's a good point that by more local or regional governments would also be helpful. Because there are policies that we're making recommendations on that would involve like public lands that are not necessarily statewide, but kind of administered by, you know, perhaps the regional authorities. What is there any kind of association of county governments or
The CSAC
kinds of things?
in the league.
What about just like more representatives? Representatives in general. I think that would, like, I like your idea, I think that makes a lot of creative. There is. Just better. And I kind of leans to Lawrence's point of like, it's not necessarily people, but sometimes if they are a representative, it'd be like, hey, these people are, you know, not approving, but weighing in, and like, if there's no substantial recommendation, it is kind of seen as like approval. Or how it could work in their area, because, you know, California is so vastly different. I was very much reminded driving up here and thinking of agriculture, just all the timber, and reminded US Department of Agriculture on this forest every single time. It's just, yeah, it's all very diverse.
So I'm hearing sorry, were you going to? I was just going to say, I'm hearing a request to make sure that we are, so right now we have an advisory committee review process. We have an interstate agency review process. We have other forms of community engagement, which Sheffield will be talking about, but I'm hearing that we need these other pieces, right? Local governments, tribal agencies. Just it's important to make sure that those are also being, the draft is being shared with these other kinds of entities. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, so what staff can do from here is maybe think through some of these entry points.
Sure.
Into that and then update task force members with like thoughts on that. And anyone, please do offer. I know RCDs might be another way to reach some of these more regional entities.
I would, go ahead, Sean.
I was gonna ask a question about something. I know there's been some hesitation previously that, you know, folks in the public are not comfortable with the draft going out in its current state and that needed some more work. So just wanted to be clear that at what point we're getting to where we're comfortable with sharing of the wider.
Leah?
I do have reservations about that. And I do think that the draft needs quite a bit more work and, I mean, we haven't had this meeting yet. About the recommendations and suggestions from the advisory committee. So I think I'll know more after this meeting about how much more we might want to do with our advisory committee. Or we're ready to, you know, with all these very smart people. And then to Nathaniel's point too, we have some recommendations that are currently being piloted. So if we could those out, make sure we're talking to where they're being piloted, so that we're getting the reflections on the lessons. Some are even piloted in other states. I don't know where we feel about that, but there's definitely a lot to learn from folks who have been trying trial and error on these things for years.
So let's plan to check in at the end of tomorrow during that work planning session to see how folks' comfort level with making that communication. At one point, you all developed a list, it's somewhere, I think, in your Google Drive of the different entities that you're communicating with, that staff has outreach to, and that it's available for you to also build on, to add to for folks who you've done connections with, so that you make sure you're reaching the appropriate people. So we can take a peek at that and kind of see where we're at. Two other things I just wanted to say is that we can make those entry point communications. You know, once we agree that we're comfortable with this draft and this is the point where you're looking for additional feedback. But sometimes our emails might just get overlooked because folks might not have a relationship with us, but they might have a relationship with you. And so that just little follow-up nudge, like, hey, did you get this email from staff? Can you please take a look at this? Can really go a long way, right? So we're not just some person saying, help us along here. And the other thing, I just wanted to politely maybe kindly manage expectations around this. We have no idea what the feedback's going to look like. It could be just some thumbs up or cool, thanks for informing us of the process, or it could potentially be an onslaught of commentary. So I don't really know how much capacity staff would have to take all of that additional commentary and compile it and generate a synthesis support similar to what they did for, or when we'll continue to do with advisory committee feedback. That took a significant portion of time. They'll probably be doing the same thing with the state agency interagency review process. So let's just think through how we might want to manage that. We don't need to decide now, but it might be submission of kind of written public comment that we would then compile for you, that then you would need to take home and read as part of your reading homework and then be prepared to discuss it. Or maybe we get a group of 1 or 2 people to help us filter through some of that commentary and then figure out a way to bring that back to the task force for discussion and consideration. So just wanted to, you know, us to be thinking about that along the way.
I think that's a good point, and my experience has been that agencies may come back and say, this is totally impossible, we can't do this thing you're recommending. And so we should probably start thinking about what, you know, how we might respond to that. Sometimes I don't know if I agree with them when they say those things. It depends on the agency and what the policy being discussed is, but sometimes there's a need for conversation versus just reviewing a written document to really clarify what are we talking about? Because if you're in an agency and you're tasked with a certain thing, I'm enforcing the Food Safety Modernization Act, or I'm in, implementing Sigma or whatever it is, that's what that person's focused on. And it may take more discussion to really share the context and how that fits into the recommendation of what's important. So that's also a lot more work, right? But I wonder if there's like just sort of throwing ideas out, is if the document sent to them for review, would it be appropriate to say there's an opportunity to get on the Zoom call and answer questions about the recommendations, or maybe even task force members can have small groups that would engage with those agencies, which again is more work, but I think it, if they really want to influence policy, my experience has been sometimes conversation is a bit.
I completely agree with what you're saying. When I'm saying like talk to representatives, I mean talk to them, not like, oh yeah, send them and have them fill out or go on the website and fill out a public comment. That's get the message out there and get that needed feedback of like pushback, like this doesn't seem doable, and like so we can come back to our conversations and the middle end of the year to be like, okay, even talking with so and so ABC, and they said that's just not doable, and we have a couple of ideas or recommendations to make that doable, or maybe it's a shift in thinking, having those hard conversations that some of these organizations, like Ruth said, it's just like it's all they do, so that they're not thinking outside of it. They do at this moment.
That's valuable, and I think staff have been planning to have those conversations as needed, and we actually hosted an introductory presentation with all of these reviewers. We talked to them about what the task force is and how they can help you. The people who have been appointed because they want to support your work. That doesn't mean it won't happen when you just it's kind of shut down, but it just, that I just wanted that the tone has been set.
Yeah.
But I think that that's a good note that conversation will be important to ensure that if there are any pieces that feel like it's going to take further review. And I'll note, are you as task force members comfortable? Staff can, lead those kinds of question and answer, let's work through this, but it sounds like you're also proposing maybe task force members should be also involved in that. So I'm hearing that, yes, that is something that people would be interested in supporting. So we'll just make sure we find ways to communicate with you all, point out those sorts of opportunities, and ensure you have the opportunity to participate.
That sounds great, and I think particularly for things that they have negative feedback on, we can follow up.
Okay.
If they come back and they say, sounds great, no problems, then that's great. But if they come back and say, we can never do this, then maybe we can have a follow-up conversation and explore more, like why do they think that should happen?
Understood.
Maybe that part could happen in our August meeting, so that's part of the process. Or the conversation.
Yeah.
That's comfortable with everyone, because, it doesn't have to be just that, one opportunity to share feedback, also be involved.
Great, yes, thank you.
Pardon me, Marisa, would you mind muting your Zoom? Thank you. Good. Leah.
Process now, maybe, you expressed maybe there being some capacity constraints with CG staff. Consolidating if the feedback is big.
Correct.
And I'm wondering if I don't know how much time we have our advisory committee for, but if we could maybe assign them like to the specific subject matter, like consolidating, translate, agency speak, for like maybe their additional capacity for us to do that as well.
Good thought, something to consider.
Okay. Great. We have a plan-ish.
We'll keep, I think tomorrow, Megan, to your point, is another good moment to again ask the question. What do you want from here to August to look like? We'll come back.
All right, so I think folks who are sitting back there and not on top of the mic like me need to speak a little louder. And what might be helpful if you're listening in online, to turn on closed captioning. That was helpful for some of the folks yesterday afternoon. Otherwise, we're doing the best. There's no other possible adjustments for the microphones, but I'm just going to keep flagging for people to use your outside voices. Okay.
So also on this slide is just, as always, an offer to you all to share if there are any announcements that you have related to the work you're doing here on the task force that you would like to share in the space of announcements, updates related to this work.
Okay.
All right. And always, if there are, please do share them and we'll make sure to share out. We always provide a budget update. So this is the budget update for this meeting. I want to note, if you see here, the total budget remaining, the total funds that's been spent, obligated means that it has been budgeted to spend through a contract, right? Something else. Then you have the remaining within our budgeted funds. So we will be discussing this local assistance line, which has been held, right? And has been appropriated by the council for SGC staff's use to support your work. We will be having a conversation about those reserve funds tomorrow. So just wanted to note to everyone that I'm sure you're seeing that here. We have a plan to talk through that tomorrow when we're talking about next. So I know it's a bit of a, here's the slide, but we'll talk more. Are there any immediate questions here before we get into that conversation tomorrow? Okay, let's move forward then. We'll come back to this. Very briefly, as you all know, we have been hosting meetings in the interim between that March 27th meeting and our meeting here today. These are the subcommittees that met in the interim, and every working group has also met at least once. So congrats to you all for the work you have done in the interim. And we're really hoping you see that here represented in the feedback you're considering to adopt into your next draft. So of course, you can all go and review those meeting summaries. They're online. And the work that they have done is included then in those proposed additions and revisions document that you're reviewing for today and tomorrow. I'll move forward, please, Megan. Okay, and I'm going to actually pass it to Sean now to speak a bit more to the issue of tribal consultation, which has been addressed.
Thank you for coming to stand by the background.
Sorry to make this overly formal. So yeah, on a few occasions, we just want to provide an update on the tribal consultation question here. And over the last several meetings, on occasion, task force members have requested consultation with tribal nations, and this has come up in the context of our broader discussions around engagement, such as the conversation we're having just now. So, following that, in response to that request, SGC staff have sought legal guidance, basically to better understand what are the consultation requirements for the task force, particularly with respect to AB 923, which is the Government to Government Consultation Act of 2022. And also to understand the specific role of SGC and SGC leadership in that consultation process. So based on the guidance that we've received, which is in line with previous guidance we've received, basically the role of the task force as advisory and not decision-making. And this is, we've talked about before, the task force exists to create recommendations that could be adopted, but is not in a position to actually be making decisions themselves. So based on that guidance, the task force is not bound by the requirements of AB 923. So it doesn't restrict the ability of the task force to adopt a process that looks like what's outlined in AB 923, but we're not bound by those legal requirements. With regard to SGC, however, SGC also does not have decision-making power with respect to the work of the task force, and is also therefore not only not bound by AB 923, but it's also not appropriate for SGC leadership to be conducting that formal consultation. So basically our next steps then, staff welcome continued input on the types of tribal engagement that the task force would like to engage with, and we'll incorporate those into our broader engagement plans moving forward, which include currently 3 tribal listening sessions, one of which we hosted last night here, 2 more scheduled, one in Central California, one in Southern California. But basically, as I said, seeking input from the task force as to how we conduct tribal engagement moving forward. Any questions on that?
Yeah. Not necessarily questions, but there was 3 people there last night, just so people know, they went really well. There was this Susanville, I believe, is made of 4 nations. So it was a great start and first effort, but it was not sufficient to the nations in which we are here on their land. And I thank Lawrence for setting that up because it helped me learn how it can work for SoCal. And I look forward to that listening session. And I want you all to recognize the language you're using. They're not bound by the law, right? But there's the spirit of the law and the intention. So I think our task force has a lot of intention of being respectful of tribal consultation, myself specifically. But these listening sessions are not sufficient for tribal engagement. They are a great effort, yes, but they're not sufficient. So if we're gonna throw around tribal government, land, ancestral land, return all up in this report, we need to do our due diligence and reach out to the tribes and not speak for them, because that's what we're doing, and we're using the 3 tribal task force members for that. So this is very upsetting that we're not going to do our due diligence, maybe not by the law, but by the intention of what this task force was made up by through that executive order. Yeah. And that's why I don't use words like equity. And I'm very thankful for Nelson's words earlier, because it was a great reminder of how these workplaces work with state, local, and federal government. So, yeah. The due diligence would be reaching out to the tribes, just like you're reaching out to those agencies, right? They are not governments, they are agents. They are an extension of the government. They are part of that government. So how are we going to reach out to the agencies of the tribe? That's what I want to push now. Tribal EPA departments, the land departments. How are we going to do that as a task force and not just the 3 tribal task force members?
Yeah, thank you, Emily. I think just to respond, this is not to suggest at all that we're not, but when I use the word not bound, we're trying to understand on the one hand, what are we required to do, but also what can the task force do? And the task force can do something that looks very similar to the requirements that are laid out in, or the preferred processes laid out in AB 923, going through a more formal process of reaching out to tribes with 60-day timelines and things like that. And we are very, very open to suggestions of how to proceed with that. So the key point there, more from the SGC leadership point of view, is that SGC leadership is not acting in a decision-making position here. And so it's not appropriate for SGC leadership to be conducting that consultation. But staff can certainly support the task force in their efforts to engage with tribes. And
because that is time and effort and energy to do that tribal consultation. That's not free labor, that's going to be happening.
On the, sorry, who would be compensated?
the person, because you were saying, right, you were saying that HTC is unable to do it. So you're throwing it on task force members for tribal consultation.
No, I said SGC leadership cannot conduct that consultation on behalf of the state, acting as a representative of the state, because it's not a state decision that's being made in this context. But SGC staff could certainly support those consultation efforts. SGC staff could be the ones who do that consultation. So that's a distinction there. But
Being towards the task force. So that would be the one doing the tribal consultation.
we could certainly, yeah, that's basically, I'm opening it up to what would you like to see? What would you like to do? We would welcome engagement from the task force in that process for sure, but by no means saying you go off and do this yourself. We are here to support you as we always have been through this process.
Darlene wants in, pardon me, Darlene and Lawrence.
Yeah, so I agree with what you're saying, but that also brings another subject to light as far as tribal consultations. Is we're asking, if we ask tribal entities to come forward and to offer their expertise, I feel we should also be compensating them something as well. There's all kinds of tribal consultations that go on. And I'll tell you, just from my point of view, it is very hard to attend everything because our time is very limited, and we have to pick and choose what we can and cannot participate in. And that's just from a small entity. So we're talking about larger tribal governments. Everybody has, a lot of things to do. So I think that should be considered as far as a consultation fees for this expertise. And there are other agencies. I mean, I just got an email supporting a tribal consultation they want in June that they're offering, stipends to the participants that come. So we need to look at something like that. And as I look at the budget, I see there's money in there to do that. But I myself, as being one representative on this task force, and also feeling representing the not federally recognized tribes, I feel very inefficient in what I've been doing. And so helping reaching out to the people, and I'm glad that we're doing these listening sessions. I don't know why I didn't even think about that earlier. We just have these listening sessions to invite people to come in and offer their knowledge, expertise. But there's so much more than I can even represent. I was thinking last night, the topics we talked about yesterday, like we haven't even talked. We started to talk a little bit about native agriculture, the types of foods we ate, the types of foods we hunted and grown and all of that. We haven't really touched those bases, but also people that still do their own agriculture are the food ways, traditional food ways, gathering the acorns, going out and gathering all the different traditional foods. That is our life ways, that is our food sustainability. It may not be considered agriculture, terms that the state considers agriculture, but it is technically agriculture, our traditional agricultural ways. So I feel like I've been inefficient as representing that. Also, we haven't even considered the California Indian basket weavers, who the life ways of weaving baskets is a form of agriculture also. So I think it just got me thinking about a lot of things that I have myself have not even brought out. So I'm looking forward to the next two listening sessions, and I think yesterday was a good start. But we do need to make more of an effort to bring more people. I'm glad the people that came were here, and I know I was asked for information about other people, so a couple of suggestions, but there were more people that could have been here, and so I think we just need to make a better effort. And so whatever I can do to help on the next two, I'm gonna make a better effort on my time. Yeah.
Thank you. Please don't feel inefficient, anyone. This is an iterative process and it's an unfolding, it's information gathering, and that's why we have this extended period of time. So I don't want you to feel like that. That's kind of the point of these expansive conversations. And I did want to note too, that the folks who joined us, both the couple folks in the room, and then we had 6 folks online yesterday, are provided a stipend for our participation. We do recognize the value and importance there. And that's something that we'll, of course, continue to do for the 2 other in-person sessions, as well as there's a virtual tribal listening session that's prepared as well. And this is kind of like an off-the-cuff thought. The task force doesn't have a logo or a letterhead or anything, but maybe some type of like little introductory communication that invites folks to track along the process or introduces the process that could be signed on behalf of the task force rather than SGC staff might be helpful, but like offering to help with some follow-up conversations or, like touch points to encourage more participation is always useful.
Yeah, I like that, introduction, because I think a lot of people are easy to just put it aside because, it
Yeah.
came to me or whatever, but if a letter came from Emily, might be seen a little bit.
For sure, yeah.
I believe Lawrence, for you, and
Um,
then
yeah, I basically agree with everything, Emily and Doreen said. But back to what Sean, you were talking about the SGC leadership. I don't think could you kind of explain who they are? And I don't think we've interacted. Yeah, who are they? I know we've interacted with staff, but I don't think we've brought them into the mix. But now we know we can't in terms of tribal consultation. So, yeah, I guess they're brought in like, I don't think we've included any SGC leadership in our task force, but you're just saying we can't as far as tribal consultation.
Just clarify quickly, when you're talking about leadership, it's consultation with capital C, like legal processes that are like 60-day, 90-day, like different like official notifications. But I think what we're talking about is consultation with lowercase c, not official, but what's the intention, what's the spirit, what can we do? So there's 2 separate consultations. I feel like it's getting squishy. Am I the only
I don't know,
one
I
that
just
think
think
it's getting
I've
squishy?
never heard of SGC leadership since I've been on the task force, so I just
I
wanted to
think this was
elaborate.
brought in, just to clarify, I think this information was brought in because back in March, other meetings, tribal consultation and formal government to government consultation was requested by task force members. So that came into the conversation. And so staff between March and now went to go investigate what that process would look like. And so then we kind of started looking at the laws and reading through them and noting that, well, this form of government to government consultation as outlined in AB 943 requires leadership to leadership. So it would be tribal nation leadership with SGC leadership. And so I think that's why Sean has now brought this into the conversation, just to note that we can do a form of consultation, but it's not going to be with the leadership. Does that help clarify? So maybe it seems kind of random, like all of a sudden we're talking about SGC leadership, but we just wanted to clarify that consultation to
Yeah,
SGC.
yeah, yeah.
Because that's capital C, like
government,
Well,
government.
I
But
think that when we're putting capital C versus.
True,
That's kind of, I think it's kind of like making the excuse of not having the due diligence of like, we're not allowed to meet with them, so we're just gonna hold half-assed listening sessions. I'm sorry, we need to make that a real maybe it's just a part of this task force to say, hey, we want this sort of consultation and we want to have that done. And for us, it is our consultation. It's not, strategic growth council officials. We, the task force, would like consultation, meaning meeting, space, time, stipend, and energy and intention to hear out all different state and governmental and non-governmental tribes. So I don't know if that's a official ask or if that's how I make it. Like that's what we need to do.
And I think I've done a terrible job of explaining. Apologies for that.
Good news, right?
Yeah.
Just saying we can.
Well, that's it. So what, I mean, yeah, so, yeah, which is what this was an invitation for exactly what you just asked for, Nathaniel, and to say, and to respond to your earlier point, Emily, too, about 3 listening sessions not being sufficient. Yeah, you're exactly right. We agree with that too. And that's why we're here seeking how can we do better than that? What would that look like? What are some of the things, like you outlined, Nathaniel, that could get us there? And also the reason for bringing SGC leadership, and this is SGC leadership in the back here, is Erin, who's the executive director of the Strategic Growth Council. But there are certain requirements, legal requirements that kick in when a state agency is taking a certain action that will have tribal implications. And so that's what we were trying to understand. What are the requirements there? Do we have someone, is the task force actually operating on behalf of the state? Is this a state body? So there's some of these questions there and why I'm bringing that up now. But it's kind of, to your point, it's more of an aside. And I think to what Nathaniel's saying, that, yeah, like let's talk about it and figure out what we actually want to do here and what we can do. So apologies for muddying the waters a little bit, but glad we're having this conversation. Emily?
I was just gonna say, it'd be nice to outline some next steps for concrete. What are we gonna do next?
Yeah.
Can you also clarify, you haven't answered Laura's question yet, I think you were pointing towards the executive director, because for the folks that aren't familiar with SGC, they have the team and then the board. So I'm just curious when you're leading, or the council, not board, sorry. When you're saying the leadership, you're saying the executive director,
Yes.
like the team?
No, the executive director.
Council.
No, the executive director of SGC. So, yeah, in this case.
Yeah. And it's just interesting that I understand because the app was there, right? That this is the first time how Lawrence is identifying that, right? That SGC leadership was even mentioned when the no is being said to tribal nation when it comes to tribal consultation from the state.
Yeah.
Can I say something just about the independence of this task force in relation? So I think one of the really important pieces of the work you all are doing, and it has come up in past meetings, so this task force is an independent body. It is administered and facilitated by Strategic Growth Council staff. But you all, because you are an independent body, do not need to go through governor's office approvals before you submit your report. There are ways in which you as decision makers in this specific phase of advising on recommendations is actually very important for the work you're doing. So I think what you're speaking to is in a lot of ways, SGC leadership has not been part of this process because you are independent over your process. Does that make sense? So again, I think here that it's a little bit complicated because what if we were to follow AB 923, what it would do would be to make SGC leadership part of your decision process, and it is not. So I think it is a no here, but in some ways it's a no that is reflective of actually what you are doing. And there's some power in that as well. Some power in being an independent body. I hope that makes a little bit of sense there. I think not at all to disagree with your point there, Emily, but just rather there's also kind of a positive side to not having to follow AB 923, which is you are an independent body and you can make a decision about what your next steps are. To Ruth's point and then to Nathaniel's proposal, and Emily also made a proposal along similar lines earlier.
Also was helpful, when we were planning for this tribal engagement session, we had a list of about 45 contacts. And we messaged and called at least 60 different phone numbers. We made invitations to tribal chairpersons and tribal leadership and tribal staff who were part of environmental departments and land departments. Who we thought were the most appropriate contacts. And then the folks we connected with, we invited them to extend the invitation to any others they would want to bring to this conversation. And we followed up with messaging. Lawrence helped us with that. We did have some outdated contact information. So part of that effort was to then contact the tribes and go through and update our contact sheet. So we've got the information now for continued follow-up. we were focused on this particular geographic region because that's where, you know, our physical location is. So we'll do the same, of course, for Central and Southern California. So I just want to note that the people we were contacting are tribal leadership. And this is why Aaron was able to join us yesterday, because they were not, you know, it wasn't like a formal process, but we were hoping to have those people in the room meeting with you all as well, because you're the folks who are influencing and developing this report. So maybe that's helpful. Maybe that's just a little sneak peek at what was happening behind the scenes. And we want to continue plus bolster that effort. So in terms of next steps, is now the time to outline next steps, or Tessa also had some updates on upcoming engagement reports?
I think we should outline next steps for this specifically. I think like folks probably are aware of the contact list for the Native American Heritage Commission. That was the list that we were using that Megan just mentioned. So, you know, we want to hear from you all about how it would be best to conduct this process, but I think my conversation, and I think it's been mentioned explicitly in past meetings, is that we will use that list to make this, to do the due diligence that you all are suggesting. So maybe just a moment to hear feedback on that, if there's other ideas.
I feel like the kind of to Nathaniel's point earlier, the meaningful conversations really come from trust and relationship. And sometimes it's hard with small farm, the thing is the same. You might have a contact list, you might do a lot of outreach. Do people really understand how this works and what they're gonna get out of a listening session and what kind of agency they have by participating to prioritize it, or they're really taken seriously? That how do we communicate with that opportunity? And I wonder, I think we still haven't spent that $1 million. That I forget exactly what it's for, but I don't know if it would be helpful to maybe hire people to help with the outreach that are already connected, that could do some of that extra work so that we don't have to do it all. And if Strategic Growth Council staff are not allowed to visit, and it's on the task force members, like, else can we bring in, or, you know, members, what do you think would be helpful? Because I think this is a common problem with community engagement, is that we have our process, it keeps moving forward on our timeline. We have to keep going. And then how do you get meaningful feedback without overly burdening people for their time? And also really, you know, helping communicate the value of those listening sessions or other types of engagement. So, you know, to me, it makes sense to go to bring on people who are already connected somehow. But, you know, we want to hear from others what they think would be helpful. I really do. The phrase due diligence is important because of all these legal requirements, but we want to do more than due diligence. So, how do we get it to be really meaningful and give us feedback that we would need?
Could I just clarify one thing again, that I did not mean to suggest that SGC staff cannot support this work or do this work.
Okay.
So there's that distinction there again between leadership acting on behalf of the state and SGC staff supporting the work of the task force and engaging in what you're talking about. Thanks.
That's a good point. And one thing that I realized yesterday was, and doing the outreach in this region and then seeing the participation was low. I realized that we're running out of time and we should document that, and that be part of our report, part of the recommendation is the outreach. Hiring folks. I mean, let's go through our listening sessions. We can, but we're going to run out of time to get feedback. We're talking 109 fairly recognized tribes, and then there's other tribes on top of that to get meaningful feedback. So I think that's just going to be one of our recommendations, is getting, you know, how is when we return this ancestral land to the tribes, how are we going to do that to their liking and get their feedback? So I think so I personally came to the conclusion we're running out of time. So that's going to be one of our recommendations, outreach. And the way we tried to do it didn't work. Based off of the list that
Heritage Commission has and a few staff that we have, so. I'll kind of put that out there as what maybe next step.
We are identifying that it would work because we started later. We didn't start because the formation of the task force, I understand, I was all there. With you. That is everything. And that's what it took, right, to get for that travel outreach. Unfortunately, it's not enough time. So, yeah, identify. It didn't work because of the time frame we were within. Aside the American Heritage List, there's also state parks have a list online for the TIPOs and tribal preservation, which is the state appointed position, and they often do tribal consultation for their tribe. However, you know, not every tribe has, so just so you're aware, but that position is meant for tribal consultation.
Yeah, we reached out to TIPOs and we reached out to several other organizations.
There's also split within, because within SGC you have many grant programs. So including, you know, the tribal one, the climate one. Have you reached out to like through Sol, because there's many grant programs SGC has. Have you reached out to the tribal partners in those grant programs? Because you have their, I mean, not you personally, but SGC has their contact information. So you could just send it.
Not done that. That is a.
Well, for this session, we asked our coworkers who manage those programs to invite them.
No, not necessarily the session, just the report draft. Oh, just, you know, sharing how.
Yes, we can.
So hearing what you're suggesting now, Emily, it sounds like they're trying to build out a list of ways to share out the report. So going through known engagements or
Yeah.
incidents.
And it takes that trust. And I don't know if there's that trust there, but you guys, the SGC has the partner they've already built. I don't follow, they've worked with climate stuff, so yeah, starting there. And it's not siloed, these recommendations are not siloed, right? I said TIPOs, only certain reservations have them, or tribes have them. That's why it takes several, right, avenues.
So maybe we can build out a mini work plan on the side for tribal engagement and get a list of who we've connected with so far, who we have left to connect with, and then kind of the next step. Maybe it's an introductory letter that comes from staff, or maybe it's a phone call that comes from staff, and then maybe we can ask for a little help for folks that you all might have connections with or associations with to help us kind of, you know, make that initial point of entry. And we can figure out how to track that in some way.
Is there a way to, I mean, 3 have been mentioned, but if you have the dates set already, the regions, like maybe there's an opportunity for task force members where they have contacts, they have trust relationships, we're more engaged with that setting up process to make an introduction, send the word out, talk to people, to encourage participation. And I think to the extent that we can mimic the ABA2 process or processes that are familiar to tribes, who are legitimate, like this is legitimate. But so we can make sure that we're incorporating that kind of formal outreach. May not be 80-20, 80-90 for us to be respectful of tribal chairpersons that might want to attend, as well as listen about individual contacts. So the conversation yesterday was really interesting. Now that we have a draft, it seems like there is more opportunities to really get into some of those. So it's really important.
Darlene, Ruth, Lawrence.
Just real quick, I think that as we're reaching out to tribal engagement our groups, the task force, the title is a little misleading. When you think agricultural land equity task force, as a tribal person, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I would have thought, oh, well, that doesn't really pertain to me because I don't do agriculture. But my tribe does now, I mean. Agriculture in the main context, but it's more than that, you know, and if you read the documents, I think people will see that it's more than that. I think we need to introduce it to communities in a better way. So I like your idea about like a cover letterhead or some kind of blurb so that it'll attract tribal entities, governments, interest that, oh, maybe this does pertain to me and it should age. So maybe we should work on it.
Let's work on that. Would love your eyeballs on that. Make sure it resonates after we drop something. Ruth?
I just want to come back to the $1 million. I can't remember what exactly that's supposed to be, but are there ways we can source that? Emily suggested can task force members get paid assignment or something like that. I don't know what the rules are. But also, you know, there's groups like the Intertribal Agricultural Council. That, you know, there's like the Civil War to UCNR for doing the survey. There and other groups, and maybe you all have suggestions. Be a resource to help with outreach in a way that would be helpful. I think we have funds to spend and we're behind. How do we use our resources to make this happen?
I'll just note, I think that's a really important question, and we have been in contact with Intertribal Ag Council and First Nations Development Institute, a couple other very important, you know, players in this field. But I think to Lawrence's earlier point, the timeline is so short that capacity for these organizations to jump into our timeline, it has not so far worked. So I do think thinking a little bit more expansively about the point is a very good one. We can leverage others who have these deeper connections who can assist in this process. We will be as creative as we can in making that happen. But your timeline needs to be kind of mapped alongside of that effort. And maybe it's just something to consider.
Oh, Darlene, I want to apologize. I giggled when you mentioned task force because, I mean, my community, we're very diverse, highly educated, highly professional. But then we do, sometimes we think of task force, we think of law enforcement. So that could be another term too, right? My question is the last bullet. Is that still, is it legal review? For the legal review needed or?
So as part of this work, we had also, we submitted a request for guidance from the SGC legal department, but we've also asked the governor's office legal department just to make sure that our interpretation of this is correct. So they may come back and say something slightly different. It's unlikely, but I just wanted to flag that as well. Okay, I think we should wrap that there, move on. Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate that. Continue working.
Thank you. Yeah. You're way behind. Okay. So that is the last item we have for staff reports. We have an opportunity for public comments related specifically to items just discussed as part of the staff report, including updates and announcements, the list of interagency reviewers, budget update, or subcommittee updates since last meeting or this last bit of conversation on tribal engagement, consultation lowercase c. No one in the room today, but any online folks want to issue public comments. Please either use your raise hand feature or we will check the online form. Anything, Caleb? No, okay. Then let's move forward with engagement reports. Let me just actually do a quick time check. So it's 10:20. We were anticipating starting this conversation 30 minutes ago at 9:50. Our break is scheduled about 10:45. Are folks doing okay? I know sometimes it's nicer to have a break earlier in the morning because of coffee. Okay, so let's keep going and start our engagement reports, and then please make yourself comfortable if you need to. We'll take a break after this section. Tessa is up.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna share a little bit of a summary on past engagement sessions and then including discussion about.
Do you want to stand up there? I know it's awkward, but it's closer to the mic.
So yeah, we'll talk about community engagement sessions and then we'll talk about the survey. And the goal of this conversation is really to just get a lot of this information and the summaries kind of fresh in your mind. We're getting Teams messages here.
Oh,
That's okay.
What do you think?
Yeah.
I thought it's not over slideway.
Are you on the slides?
Yes.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Tell me when you would like me to.
Okay, stop that. I was like, this one doesn't work. Okay, fresh in your mind so that we can then, or you all can really then bring some of these insights into the conversation about work planning that we're going to be doing for the rest of the day. So, I encourage everyone to kind of take notes along the way, flag anything that feels maybe new or important to add nuance to an existing idea. Just encouraging that along the way. And yeah, I'll just get right into it. So this is a quick summary on the Coachella engagement session. We talked about it really briefly at the meeting in February, but we now have more of a comprehensive summary, which we'll do, for the session that we had last night and all future sessions. And so I have up on the slide here some key challenges that were echoed in that session that are already reflected in your draft report. So you can see some of those about insecure land tenure, climate vulnerability, the regulatory system, barriers to infrastructure, and water affordability. And I added just cold storage because that was mentioned quite a bit in this session and isn't like explicitly mentioned in the report quite yet. And then a couple of, we could say new or maybe more nuanced session insights that I wanted to flag. There was a lot of conversation in this session about market access, and even some of the farmers and land stewards in that session were highlighting that to them. That was even a higher priority than owning their own land. That felt like the first kind of barrier to them. And then that went along with distribution challenges, and so the wholesalers really dominated the market in the Coachella region, according to the participants. And because there were so few market channels, like the wholesaler was the only option to sell to, they were able to control pricing. It felt like the farmers were sharing that there was very low pricing with those distributors. And then another topic that came up was around home gardens and how they wanted to see more support for that. Those are huertos, which are like small food sovereignty neighborhood kind of projects. So that's kind of like maybe an even smaller scale than we've thought about to date. And then educational limitations. There's a lot of conversation about just the need for more education of the next generation. You can go to the next slide. And then here are sort of a synthesis of proposals that the farmers who participated in this session shared. Again, some of them are kind of reflective of what you might already feel is familiar because it's in the report, and some maybe add a bit more nuance. So zoning, that's in the report and has been a big topic of conversation. Public disaster insurance, I think that's been mentioned, but might not be explicitly in the report yet. The state-funded huerto development program, so kind of a proposal there around supporting those home garden projects, and then a broader recommendation around establishing tiered support for the different scales of agriculture and food production that we know happen all across the state. Another interesting one I thought was this navigator program. So setting up a specific program to help with the regulatory complexity and providing sort of one-on-one support in different languages as needed. And then a couple more here. I think in the interest of time, I'll just keep going, but loan program, community water systems support program, cooperative distribution networks. I'll just flag that was kind of the response to those market challenges. So support for setting up cooperative distribution to create additional opportunities to sell their products, and then education. Well, there's a lot there, but just again, kind of flagging anything that feels new or important to talk about later. And then if there's anything kind of burning that you want to bring up right now or any questions, feel free to go ahead before I move on to the next one. Yeah.
On the regulatory complexity, did they mention specific regulatory programs that were challenging?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would have to look back through the notes to remember, or I know a couple of us were there. Does anyone remember? Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't know, but I'll look that up.
If you would please share that as we.
Yeah.
As we draft the regulatory section.
Yes.
And also the suggestions on the navigator program. I like that title. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Navigator program, yeah. Yeah, branding is important. Okay. Wonderful. And the summary is in your briefing materials and then on the Google Drive, so you can also feel free to take a look there. Next slide, Megan. Okay, and so then the other session that we did, oh no, I'm sorry, I actually forgot. Maybe people have a sense of it, but I forgot to kind of give a breakdown of that session, just kind of like who was there. And so I'll just go back to the Coachella session really quick. There was about 20 attendees. There was a combination of people who identified as farm workers, migrant workers, and small farmers. And so that was the community that we were talking to in Coachella. That was something different, yeah. That was the one right before the Coachella meeting, and the partners were Pueblo Unido, like a community-based organization down there that supported that session, yeah. Okay, so pivoting to the CAF Small Farmers Conference, this was a much different style session that was part of this online virtual conference. This session had about 45 people online, listening in, but much different kind of engagement just because of the context. And it was a combination of, advocates and technical assistance providers, and then some farmers and land stewards as well. So the focus for this session, the co-host task force members selected these 4 focus areas to share with the participants to kind of frame the session. So that was housing, facilitating equitable transition of private lands, leveraging public lands, and then improving equitable access. So those are, language that you might find familiar. Those are the goals in the report.
This, usually when they mention like housing and infrastructure, they also mention water.
You mean like as the framing for this session? Or
Like
who's they?
Water access.
Oh, the participants?
Yeah, when did water come up is my question actually.
I'm not sure. So I wasn't in that session. I don't know if Camille, Dorian,
That came
The
up
water.
separate from. You can, all of the verbatim poll responses are actually in your report, so we can go and take a look. Do either of you remember what, water coming up in a way outside of what we were talking about?
It didn't, not from my recollection. I think it does get implicated, especially think of zoning subdivision and.
And I'll note too that this was the language from the report back in February. So actually the report no longer has a goal that looks quite like that, Emily, or everyone, but I do think. Yeah, that water is not in that title as it was then positioned, but I think we've been hearing more and more about its importance.
Yeah. And so then the couple pieces of feedback, the ones we chose to note here are from the participants, was a no on ensuring that the specific actions that are in the report are nuanced and thoughtful to avoid further inequities. So kind of those unintentional consequences that can come out of policy. And then clarifying who would be responsible for each action. That's something that I think we've talked about a bit, and a lot of you all have really suggested that. And so we're moving in that direction, I think. And then a note on housing. So there's the recommendation on housing, allowing housing on agricultural land, and just noting that, that housing should be dignified and affordable, not compromised, and then also done in a way that prevents land loss to like a big residential development. So, yeah, any comments before we move on? We can get into the survey. Okay. Oh, Susanville, cannot forget Susanville. Yeah, so we don't have, so I personally don't, we haven't taken the time to summarize the notes from last night. That's what I'm trying to say. And so we will do that. We'll do a really thorough summary like the one for Coachella and share that out. And so we can share the summary of that in the August meeting. But right now I wanted to open it up for everyone who was there last night to share any key topics that were referenced or any additional insights that you want to just bring into the conversation today. And there was a lot that was
I think it was
discussed.
pretty interesting what Ken mentioned, technical documentation, within the California tribal, tribal nature-based solution, when they applied for the land that they were awarded the funding for, that was made, it was made known through letters of support that they had requested. And then after 6 years of that land not being authority, bidded on, there was somebody else that bid on. It was known that the tribe was interested in. So that kind of flagged for me, or not necessarily flagged, but it was a good reminder, as I already mentioned, the confidentiality factor of things when it comes to tribal nations. But a lot of the stuff that was mentioned, I was like, didn't say that. It was somebody else lived experience.
Thanks for sharing that.
I'll just add to that. I think it was such a great conversation, and I think we kind of barely scratched the surface. I mentioned earlier about getting into traditional agriculture that encompasses, and how we're talking about agriculture and how to weave those two together. I think that's a conversation. I also thought it was really interesting to think about this partnership and those barriers that exist with how federal and state programs are implemented in region, and considering flexibility and where that's important. And I think that is something important to include in this report as well, just in terms of what barriers that creates for land access for tribes. Timelines being very specific. There were some very specific requests from the meeting yesterday. So maybe during the one we talked about brought up about the intermediary. I think that was really interesting. The statement.
Sure, and it's related to what Emily mentioned, but we were just gauging some of what we've offered here in the task force in the past. The market kind of big the land on the market happens really fast. Trying to get everything together to be able to acquire land is sometimes what prohibits a tribe from being able to access that land, being able to purchase that land. And so we were just trying to seek feedback on what would be an adequate cost for the state to be able to use resources to be able to, access that land before somebody else bid on it. Making sure that that process is expedient, possibly acquiring the land, becoming an intermediary landholder, while the tribe is able to actually get everything in place, and then able to just recognizing the transfer happens so quick on the market sometimes, and needing that buffer to be able to get either like a grant ready or the letters of support was so important. So we were gauging what would it mean for the state to use its capacities to be able to support from that process. Yeah, that was a big. I also do want to add, related to your point, California is, I think, 33% public federal lands, right? And so we're just having to interface with a lot of federal land within and around tribal nations. And so what does it mean to want to coordinate with not only state public lands or private lands, but also that includes there's mention of like what does it mean when the NRCS is involved, which is a federal agency? What restrictions are there? So I think there was a lot of requests from there being a stronger connection or a stronger sort of set of model practices that the state can ask for the federal government to follow by, especially in coordinating the ancestral return. And one more thing I'll offer is, I think something that we mentioned in the past and that we learned when we visited the Palma Valley Farm is the feeder trust. What does it mean to be able to, similar, I guess, to the point of the state supporting that process, what does it mean for the states to support that feeder trust process, knowing that there's a process from when the tribe acquires land, it acquires it in fee, which is like privately, is having to pay property and all sorts of costs associated with it. From the time that it goes to fee to being into trust, which is like through the BIA, the tribe is having to pay money. That, you know, what would it mean for us to have support to not be having to put all that cost up front? Yeah, thankfully the process, I believe there's been a regulation by the BIA that has expedited that process, and now they're required to, the BIA is required to do a 120-day decision on the feeder trust application, but even those 120 days can add up with like property taxes and yeah, that was something that got mentioned. Just wanting support in the feeder trust process generally.
That was a great overview. Did you want to add anything? No, perfect. Okay.
I'll add, I have a bunch of notes. Did I just go through them? Or
Probably
high level takeaway?
high level
Takeaway?
takeaways, if that's okay.
Let's see. Let's see. I would say top of mind would be three things, just the Modoc Nation. The Modoc Nation, they're a federally recognized tribe, they're forcefully removed. And they don't really get, from what my understanding, it feels like they're like second-class citizens by the state and by the federal, the BIA, with trying to acquire land and return home to their ancestral territory, homelands. So that's one. I think discrimination came up. Examples of that is with working with contractor, or we mentioned the one where the land went, nobody wanted the land until the tribe wanted the land. And then after 6 years, nobody wanted it, tribe wanted it. 6 days later, a competing bid came in. The other part, another example of that is just working with contractors, agriculture contractors like drill wellers in Modoc County. It's funny, the Modoc Nation, they're not welcome in the county that is named after them, but that's a side note. But in Modoc County, they're having problems with finding contractors, agriculture contractors. Yeah, so that's just that could be racism. I don't know, but that was implied. Those I guess are the two. And the other thing too is just kind of an overview of just, we didn't mention it for the task force members who aren't here. We're hosted by the chairman of the Susanville Rancheria, and they're a rancheria. So there's rancherias, there's reservations. This is a rancheria. It's 30 acres where we're on right now, and they do have another 1,000 acres where they have home development, but they don't have any agriculture land. They don't have any land for agriculture. And then you look around, there's a lot of agriculture land in this valley, Happy Valley, or Honey Lake Valley. So just kind of set tone, and then just give a history on the Susanville Rancheria. It's a sovereign nation. They have a sovereign government. They have a tribal council, but it consists of different tribes. There's the Maidu, there's the Washoe, there's the Pit River, and there's the Paiute. All different traditional tribal nations or bands or people, different languages, but now they're kind of all consolidated into one rancheria. So it just gets complex, and that's kind of the big takeaway is when we're talking Indian country in California, it's complex, and I think we got to spell that out in the report, how complex it is and how much more work needs to be done beyond our task force. So that's kind of the big takeaway.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. There's a lot there.
Just to chime in on that, and I think, like all the engagement, including the session last night, just really encourage the task force to think about how you might use this input. And can you outline the process that we have for the interagency input and our advisory committee and how that's being pulled in? But to think about, you know, where is the task force using this in the context of the report? Where is the task force using this in the context of the work over the next 6 or 7 months? Are there specific areas that you mentioned now, Lawrence, that might inform the context section of the report? Are there specific things that would inform recommendations? So just starting to think, we'll have conversations today and tomorrow about work planning, but how are you using this report and what does it mean?
And I'll just lastly encourage folks to show up to them. I was really pleased of the relatives that were there that made, you know, and I understand the travel too probably got in the way for some folks. So that's understood, but these sessions, even for myself, were very impactful. Yesterday was impactful.
We can have up to 6 task force members at these listening sessions. So we did max out yesterday. Otherwise, we are in violation of Bagley-Keene. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Well, when you convene more than a quorum of your task force, it is a meeting. So it has to be public. So in the interest of keeping that not a public engagement, we could not have more than 6 members. Does that make sense?
I'm glad all 6 were filled.
I just have a question. Yesterday, I know we counted, somebody mentioned how many tribal entities were here. And I just wanted to know that Korean Gold was on the Zoom, so was she counted as a tribal? Okay.
Yeah, 6 online, 2 in the room. Not including task force members.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't familiar with the other ones on the Zoom.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You remember the names of the tribes that were present on the Zoom? I think I missed one of those.
If you pull up the RSVP list, I highlighted them.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Except I missed one.
We are going to be going, and we can look at that now and maybe like in the break, we can look at that and then start. We did capture, we just have to probably double check that we have it all exactly correct against the RSVP list.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that on the fly. Okay.
No worries, we can report back on that. Yes.
Okay. Let's
Okay, next
survey. Oh, not for the survey. Oh boy, I'm getting ahead of myself.
say the final
Huh?
survey, okay.
No, the bullet slide, but we've actually really talked about most of this already. We know that the tribal sessions are coming up, both a virtual statewide session and 2 regional sessions. We also have the farmer sessions going, which is the UCNR collaboration that has been mentioned. Those will be in different languages. And yeah, so one with urban growers online, that one will be in English, and then 3 other sessions. One will be in Chinese, one will be in Korean, and another one will be in Spanish. And then to kind of fill in some gaps around the state that we weren't able to get to with engagement sessions, we will be doing those interviews with service providers who directly support growers and tribal land stewards on land access challenges. And then we'll do follow-up with communities as we discussed back in March. Okay, this map. I felt like a kid on paint when I was making this. I was in Canva, like doing all the little symbols. So this is a draft. We're going to put it on Google Map and make it maybe look a little more professional. But this just shows all of the quarterly meetings. So it shows where we've been and where we will be. All of the quarterly meetings, the engagement sessions between February and August, and then the expected visits that we're gonna do in follow-up to the site visits that we've done. So kind of that like follow-up, showing the draft and then having another conversation. And then it also includes the interviews that I just mentioned. So there's a lot going on, but I wanted to show, we've hit a lot of different counties, a lot of different regions, and there is still such an expansive state out there. So hopefully that gives like a quick overview. And then the ones on the side over here are the statewide virtual engagements.
When will we be hearing a report for our report back anyway, for the interview?
Yeah, those will all be in August.
Oh, August.
Yep, so we'll get another thorough summary there, along with all the engagement sessions. Okay, let's move on.
Everyone doing okay? Anyone need a break? We're about to dive into
Yeah, we're about
the analysis. Okay. 5-minute break?
Yeah, whatever.
Let's come back at 10:55. It's 10:47 right now. 7 minutes? Because it's 10:48. Okay. Cool.
Okay, should we?
Folks online, we are taking a 7.5-minute break. I'm gonna put us on mute in the room. Okay. And if it's loud, come back in.
Yeah, getting some hot water and for my own milk, but then I got it at the hotel.
Oh, yeah, you were getting hot water and.
Yeah,
That's it?
yeah. Oh, really? The coffee, yeah. That was
Hey,
good.
coffee.
I did, I think.
Let's go. Go. Got this. Yeah.
Did you find Marina?
Yeah.
Nathaniel, I like your shirt.
Oh, thank you.
It's a good one. I haven't really, I don't know, like maybe I've seen you in that one first. Great. I love it. Passing the hard copy of the survey results around. Okay. So, okay, we're gonna share the results of the land access experiences survey. And same as, we're just getting started, Emily, right on time. Same as with the engagement session summaries, just, I encourage you to kind of take notes and flag things along the way. And then have the, digital and hard copy of all the detail that's in there that we won't be able to talk about in depth today. Okay, so a quick overview on what this survey was. It was this effort that started last year. We started receiving responses between November and April.
One second. Oh, sorry, we just need to minimize. I'm just letting folks settle in because then the mics will pick up the side noise.
The survey was distributed in English, Spanish, and Chinese for anyone maybe in the public who hasn't heard about this survey yet. Hard copy and virtual copies were available. And the goal of the survey was really to hear from land stewards and farmers directly. Again, another effort to reach a wider audience and to hear from more people on the topic of land access and equity. And we focused on challenges, specific resources that might help address those challenges, and then people's experiences applying for different resources. Next slide. Okay, so for the analysis and what you see in the survey analysis report, we broke down the analysis into survey groups. So we broke that down by basically who responded to the English, Spanish, and Chinese surveys and analyzed those results separately in some cases to compare. And then we pulled out those who identified as Native American into their separate survey group to also make sure we didn't lose the nuance of those responses in the groups with all the other respondents. And so we have those 4 survey groups. It's not perfect. We couldn't do this analysis by demographic information because there was just too few respondents in each category to really do meaningful analysis in that way. So this was kind of the best alternative. And then regional variation as well. We did a little bit of analysis on those lines. And then it's just important to, say upfront that this survey reached about 207 people and from a variety of different regions and communities across the state. But we want to acknowledge that, the responses that we're going to discuss and the results that we're going to discuss don't represent, entire communities or populations. For example, Chinese language respondents, don't represent all Chinese farmers around the state. Just important to note that. Okay, next slide. All right, so I have a lot of graphs here because we wanted to show you the summary of most of the questions that are in the survey. This is the first one, which shows those survey groups that I just mentioned. So we had 92 people respond to the English language survey, 52 to the Spanish language, 49 to the Chinese language. And then we pulled out the 14 people who responded, who voluntarily identified as Native American. And then you can see a more detailed breakdown in the other graph on this side by race and ethnicity. And that was a voluntary question. It was an optional question. And so not all survey respondents chose to respond. Next.
These are individuals, right? Like 50s.
Yeah, those are numbers, not percentages. Yeah, exactly.
Was that Cantonese or Mandarin?
Oh, yeah. Okay, can you see the detail on the slide? Yeah, sort of. It's a little blurred. Okay, well, this is broken down by region. So you can see of those who responded to the English language version of the survey, we had some distribution around the state, 6 respondents in the north, 19 in Sacramento region, 10 in San Joaquin Valley region, etc. I think a couple things to highlight is that almost all of the Chinese language survey respondents were from that coastal region. So just noting there's not, representation from around the state. Similarly with the language survey, no one responded in that northern region. The largest number responded from San Joaquin, that says 24, San Joaquin Valley. So just noting the variation among the different survey respondents. And those who identified as Native American actually have pretty even distribution around the state, a couple in each of those regions. Next slide. And then the survey role. So this was a question about how you identify, whether it's a farm, whether you are a farmer, you're a beginning farmer, you're a gardener, etc. And this was a question where folks could choose multiple responses. So just to note that. We can see that, the large majority of folks, and again, these are numbers. So 72 responded as, self-identifying as farmer. If you look then down to the next line, beginning farmer, there was 53 people who identified as that title. And then young farmer is like halfway down, and 28 additional people responded as identifying as a young farmer. And then we have aspiring farmer and other and land steward all respondent, about 40 to 45 people responded in that category. So that's about 20% of total respondents. And then you can see the breakdown by language as well. And then I put other respondent, there was an option to, identify as other. How do you identify yourself? What is your role? And there's a lot of interesting and important additions there, such as conservation and cultural preservation bearer, huerto familiar, that's to feed my neighbors, backyard garden, rancher, bison, and then there were some advocates and technical assistance providers in the mix. Next slide. All right, this was a question about land arrangements. Is that cutting off? Oh, okay. Okay, so we can see that the respondents noted that they lease private land. Oh, okay, that's great, yeah. And then almost 40 responded that they own land, and another 40 responded that they don't currently have any access. And then, unsurprisingly, there was a whole lot of other unique responses that people entered in on their own. And so some of those, again, are on the screen. A lot of those represented sort of informal agreements. As you can see, you know, a handshake deal or stewarding this apple orchard in exchange for rent. Yeah, the last one I was just going to say, and then some, you know, mentions of limited land base or no land specifically identified for agriculture.
I was gonna say maybe adding that fee to trust option if they're in like the process of it or somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Would be helpful too. Or
Yeah.
accomplished it, something like that.
Yeah. I don't remember anyone specifically mentioning that in the others, but that's a really good thing to look for.
Since it came up during yesterday's session.
Yeah.
In our past meetings as well.
Good one. Okay, I'm going to move on in the interest of time. And then, so this graph shows the acreage, the average acreage of respondents. And so you can see the green, that represents the USDA census responses, just to give like a baseline there of sort of all like California farmers. And then our survey is represented in orange. And then the acreage is along the bottom. So you can see that in our survey, 57% of survey respondents noted that they steward land or they're on land between 1 and 9 acres. So very small. And then that compares to sort of the broader population who responded to the census, only 31% have that size of land. And then if you go to the next couple bars, you can see the same. 30% of our respondents noted having between 10 and 49 acres. So, you know, on average, our respondents were stewarding smaller parcels of land. Next, yeah. Okay. Another big table here. Is this showing up? I'm just wondering if, oh, it's not super late. Okay. Okay, so this, if you all remember, the survey asks respondents to rate or to score a set of challenges. And it asked, what was the exact question here? Anyway, what are the primary challenges that you have to land access? And then we gave the responses that you can see here: cost of land, finding suitable land, etc. And they were asked to score those between 1 and 5. And so the colors up on the screen represent that 1 to 5, 5 being the most difficult. And so you can see purple would be 1, that was like not a challenge. Yellow would be 5, extremely challenging. And so I just bracketed the green and the yellow being like the very and extremely challenging responses together, just to make this a bit more legible. And what you see is that 85% of respondents noted that cost of land was very or extremely challenging, significantly challenging. And then you go down the list and you can see, we get to the bottom there, length of lease. Only 50% of respondents I mean, that's still a lot. It's almost almost the majority. 50% of respondents note the length of lease being very or extremely challenging. So I think, one sort of basic takeaway here is that these response rates really do indicate that these variables are the primary concerns for at least 50% of the respondents. And that I think, if the report is addressing these variables, then you all are kind of on track. Yeah. Yeah.
Is one of the required questions, or is this optional, meaning was this 100%?
This was required. Yeah, it was. Good question. Yeah, because this was kind of like the bulk of the survey. And then there was many responses to the other option, which lets people expand on those challenges that they referenced and, add new ones into the mix. Yeah, so go to the next slide, please, and I'll try to synthesize those themes. It's a lot. Yeah, so some of the themes of those other responses in some ways, so I think like underneath the themes on this slide, you'll see replication. So the variables that were in the table that we just looked at are in here. Cost of land and infrastructure, like a bunch of people referenced that in their in answering this question, and getting to expand in narrative form. A bunch of people referenced cost of land, instability when leasing, competition with other buyers, restrictions on land use, and even just the ability to find suitable land, ancestral lands not being accessible, and then the water cost and availability. So those were topics that were really mentioned a lot in those narrative responses. And then I pulled some quotes, and I really encourage everyone to go look at the verbatim quotes that are in that survey report, because there's so much content there, and it's really interesting to see. And these are just some key quotes that I pulled out. I won't read all of them, but maybe just a couple. Let you all read them to yourself, because that'll be.
And one note here, as Tessa's, pulling out some of these quotes, is that we were imagining there might be space within the report to bring some of these quotes into your report as people's words, expressing their lived experiences. So as you all are looking at these verbatim comments, if you have some that just for you feel particularly powerful, please flag those for staff, or think about where you would like to see that language in your report.
I will say the first through third, those made me think of the conversation that you all have had around Bill of Rights for tenants. And then of course, just all of the challenges that have been noted around short-term leases and instability of not knowing when I have to leave. So wanted to note that. And then number 4, this is illustrative again of something that you all have talked about, which is that land is owned largely by corporations and by large scale agriculture industry folks. And so I thought that was just good to share here. This is actually like a compilation of a couple. So some of these quotes are not just by one respondent. And so thinking about how that maybe needs to be addressed more fully in the report. And then number 6 and 7 too, those were looking at challenges with land trusts, and specifically in that conservation easement context, which has been talked about a lot and last night again, and then co-management and co-stewardship. So there, you all have really expressed that the return of lands is obviously the top priority, but given that co-stewardship and co-management with public agencies is something that does happen, perhaps it's worth putting a little bit of attention on that in the report as well. Hopefully that sort of answers your question, Thea. There's a lot.
Approximately, how many of the total respond to other versus? How many responses were for this total?
Oh, I need to look at if we could maybe look at the result. That's an important question too.
What percentage of that?
I'm pretty sure that you could do multiple, so you could, so this is the next question. So this is a combination of other, and then also how have these challenges affected you in your relationship to land, which was a narrative question below that everyone could answer. So this is a summary of, everyone who chose to answer that next question.
So most people did, we can get the exact numbers, but not very many people selected other. Most people did select in that ranking category and then filled in additional details with the following qualitative text box. Yeah, but we can get for you the number of other.
I want to make sure I'm clear on that. So the question offered like selectable. And then there was additionally like add some commentary below. Okay.
Qualitative text box.
So there's some of the responses with like others selected. Prompted.
Everyone, yeah, so, okay, yes, you could say other, and then you probably fill in the blank, but
Or
everyone
you
saw
select the commentary. And then you got the. Okay.
Yeah. and
Here's the full list in the document.
Are you asking about the quotes?
Yeah,
Yeah, the last few pages of the.
what page, do you know?
Starts with. Point number. Page 36, sorry.
It's a long bullet list.
Oh, there you go, okay.
Could you go to the next slide? Did the same thing for the next one, which asked people to rank or score a set of helpful resources. So asking them what would be helpful to address those challenges. And so same approach here. You can see that financial support to buy or rent land was rated by almost 80% of respondents as very or extremely helpful. And then those next four going down, technical support, such as legal questions, permitting budgets, and then support for finding land to buy or rent, better leasing terms, and then advanced notice and priority when a land sale happens. Those were all ranked between 65 and 70% to be really significant forms of potential help or support. And then same thing with those down at the bottom, there's still, more than 50% of respondents felt that those would be super useful.
Did you sort this at all by survey respondents in the different languages? To better understand, was this category extremely very helpful for all respondents or just to better understand the question about what resources are needed in other languages?
Yeah.
So was there any analysis on that?
Yeah, that is in the report.
After this one that shows all,
Yeah.
then you see the by language. And I read.
On the advanced notice and priority, of when a land sale happens in my community. I was asking about this earlier. Is there anywhere in the report recommendations that we reference that?
Well, to me, that tracks as first, right of first refusal as part of that. And then there's also an opportunity to purchase, I believe is referenced. I hope I'm getting that right.
But I think to your point, Ruth, it is not written exactly that way. I think the way in the report is something about transparent land sales, but I think that the specificity of this is stronger than that.
Can we make a note to come back to whether we should include a recommendation on a system or method of communication to identify land for sale and make that available?
Yeah.
Make a comment on that too. I noticed that there's some language and little community around the land conservatory thing. I can't wait to get into that. But there's kind of two sides to the coin, right? And that question, advance notice when the land sale happens, is that pre or post, right? The two sides to the coin. And I think an issue in agricultural land is a lot. It's like an under the table popping sale thing happens.
Yeah.
And as someone who works and leads a team to try to find the land that is available, it is hard to find out who those deals. So certainly support for the organizations that are trying to get out into the community and facilitate land access. But again, there are two sides to that question as it's posed. Like I could answer you either way.
Right.
And it's a yes and it's small.
And I was assuming that was talking about before. Yeah. So that the land, definitely good to track after as well. But I think we could also look into things. Maybe we can ask some of our experts. What gets filed, right? usually there's things that you have to do to give notice or file or apply for something that's in some system that could be identified, even if it's not posted on the website as for sale. So how do you find that information?
Yeah, thank you for that.
No, we're getting low on time too, right? So I'm just wondering.
So let's keep going next to the same deal here, summary of the following narrative question, which asks what kinds of support would be most helpful and why. So it's just kind of a follow-up to the scoring question. Themes that sort of re-emphasize the last slide were financial support for acquisition of viable land and infrastructure, support finding land, and then removing limitations on the land. And then these were some important quotes that I pulled out, but like I said, there's a lot more. So yeah, give you a second to look at those. And in putting this slide together, I noted specifically, this tiered permitting process, and the comment about market support was just reflective of, the Coachella session was fresh in my mind. And so just kind of noting those parallels. And then a couple of, kind of re-emphasizing points. So timely notification showing up again as well. All right, next slide. And then this was the question that asked folks if they have applied to a loan or a grant. Those were two separate questions. Have you applied for a loan? What was the outcome? Have you applied for a grant? What was the outcome? And we're going to get into this, I think, a bit more with the grants and resources subcommittee, but I did want to share this with you all. The purple is no, I have never, engaged or I have never applied. The blue is I did apply, but I was denied. And the yellow is yes, I was successful. And so this is, broken down by survey group and then the region. And so I think the survey group potentially, has some insights in there. We can note, the Chinese language growers were successful, largely successful in the grants. Whereas we can look at and Native American respondents as well were 50% successful in those grants. Whereas if you look over to the other side on the loan end, the grand majority had not even applied or tried to get a loan, and then one was denied. So there are some different trends in here that I think are potentially worth piecing apart a bit more.
And what's important to note here, and I think we can, as you all are thinking about your report, is that there are a lot of different reasons why it should look like this, right? We just have these numbers, but we don't have the why. But I think what it is mapping onto is that you have all discussed the why throughout your conversations. And so now just thinking through, are there specific ways to tailor the report to even better address the kind of reasons or solutions? TA overlaps with this, region overlaps with this, all sorts of reorgs. So I know, just noting that.
Yeah, definitely.
I noticed that we had like a really great concentration of responses in Santa Clara County.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, what were we doing in Santa Clara?
Really awesome. Yeah.
I have 150 farmers in my cell phone, but some of them are located in San Diego, but I don't have direct connections with those farmers, so I'm not sure if any of them exactly feel that survey. But when I share the surveys to the group, I get a lot of response from farmers that is.
That was awesome. I was wondering though too, do we, and maybe did we have an overlay of our demographic with too. And see how that might.
Yeah, you can piece that apart,
Because I
yeah.
do think that it's hard, we can't fully piece apart region from language, from.
In the case of the Chinese respondents, it was all but one from Santa Clara. And so when you're then looking at the Chinese language data, like who applied to grants, you know that all of those but one came from Santa Clara County. So, yeah, there is that.
And there's also the
For them.
Department of Extension team there that has been actively helping people for the CUS grants.
Yeah.
Which CDFA, so I think that big group of people, the grants is.
So maybe it's more of a comment on TA presence and support and effectiveness. That's,
Yeah, TA presence speaking about is speaking very loud in this graphs that it's like. Few and far between. Don't want to be not. Very much disproportionate to the areas that are more concentrated with more people, and probably, you know, if we looked at some of these you know, lot sizes, we'd also understand why I can maybe more recommendations. A very transitioning agricultural landscape.
yeah.
I don't think it's worth noting that many of the responses were aspiring farmers, component farmers, young farmers. Also, not many low grant programs available for those counties, particularly the part of the markets. So, being in some of those graphs there where they haven't applied for a loan, but they haven't grant at all.
Some of, just to piggyback off that, it's like, looking at the 31% that, you know, actually on census would have that, and the like 51% or whatever that, identify as a land steward and are holding that 1.9 acres, maybe those are the workers, and maybe those are the, you know, folks practicing the traditional ecological land practices that we were discussing. Of like, that is something to highlight, that there's this growing. Now just explaining, like, I used to not be able to click a box because there wasn't urban agriculture, wasn't even looking at 1 to 9 acres or less than 1 acre. Or even have an aspiring farmer box. So it is very important to look at these numbers to make sure they're not disproportionate of like the folks that very much need support in the San Joaquin Valley, but also like folks in smaller areas where like less agricultural.
I think we need to move on, but this is exactly the type of like reflection and kind of integration that we're hoping for, that is ideal. So yeah, please just jot things down and bring them back in.
As we continue today and tomorrow, and then months from now, let's get specific. So if you're, you know, you had the survey results for a little more than a week, but now that we're talking about it and it's kind of, you know, you're really ruminating on the outputs and figuring out how you can integrate that in your report, please jot down notes and get specific as specific as you can as we start to think through the different strategies and recommendations. If there's quotes that jump out for you as you read that and you're like, that's awesome, I want that in the report somewhere, like highlight those. So this is not, you know, this is not our only chance to consider this survey feedback. It's now a resource for you. We just recognize you might want a little bit more time with that, but think about how it can influence and then begin to be woven into your report, whether it's framing narrative, a quote, might influence the development of a strategy, et cetera. Leah.
I like the idea of occasionally doing like a little pull quote here and there. Everybody likes a pull quote. I'm just making a note that I'm seeing a lot of quotes and reflections that I kind of pull into that tenant rights. And I'm just wondering where are we sketching?
Well, it's really a question for this group, whether that is a recommendation to develop that, or if you want to, as part of the process, put time resources into developing that. Does that make sense? So that's actually to put back to you, it's something that we can make sure we do talk about.
Move on.
Okay.
I know
We do.
heading up against lunch here.
Let's try, so we've got a half an hour before lunch. Let's first pause to see if there's any public comments related to engagement reports online. But my participants. Not seeing any hands up, and Caleb, anything? Nelson? Nelson? Okay. Also, Nelson, we know that you're online with us. If at any point you want to jump in the conversation, please do so. Okay.
Will do.
Great. So we just had our break. We're moving now into the working session, which is really the bulk of the afternoon. So curious, we'll come back to this after lunch. We'll keep talking, we'll have a break, and then we just have one other session, the potential action before we close out today. So let me just talk for a second about how this session will be organized. Nope, I don't want to do that yet. Okay, so we had our meeting March 27th, where it was the first time we were able to roll up our sleeves and think through language. We did a nice iterative process. We focused on those overarching goals. We generated initial alignment around those goals, and we made some modifications. I just really want to emphasize that it's an iterative process. So we still have plenty of opportunity to continue to make modifications, to move things around, to add things, to winnow, etc. So moving forward, we're going to try to focus on the specific strategies associated with the goals, rather than that bigger umbrella conversation. As necessary, we can go back to the umbrella conversation. We prepared a summary of revisions from the March draft to help you quickly identify changes. That's available in your briefing packets, available online. If you would like a full list of feedback requests and staff responses, we can give that to you, but it is quite hefty. So we think this summary is a little bit more useful. So our conversations between today and tomorrow will be broken into 3 parts so that we can allow various opportunities for public comments, because we didn't want to talk for 4 hours and then get to public comments. So we'll have some different parts to this. I'm going to talk through that in a second. And I will also show a timeline of where we are in the drafting process. Why don't we show that now? New fancy timeline graphic. So here we are today. Today, our primary goal is to continue discussing and refining text. After May, we have subcommittee meetings on the books. We're going to revisit this tomorrow, this potential work plan. But going into this meeting, we have booked subcommittee meetings in June, which will be another opportunity to get more specific, to start wordsmithing, really refining and building out the content. We'll also have opportunities to continue conversations and meetings with advisory committee members and generate new ideas. So here's a list of subcommittees. And then in July, the plan is to have an updated draft report that incorporates feedback from today's conversation and additional feedback from subcommittee conversations. Proposal then is to have that draft kind of frozen in time that would then go for advisory committee, interagency review, potential tribal review, tribal government review. We're going to check back in on that on day 2. So then you have that for about a month or so. So we would come back and we would do a similar process when we reconvene in August for our quarterly task force meeting, August 13th and 14th. So again, there we would discuss and refine draft text. We wanted to point out that in August is most likely our last opportunity to insert new ideas into the recommendations report, because we're going to start to bump up against that timeline. So the critical thinking, that important processing and analysis of the input that we're going to receive to date really needs to happen over the next 3.5 months. We're anticipating another round of subcommittee and working group conversations in September to do further wordsmithing, maybe some winnowing, maybe some sorting. Another set of conversations, meetings with the advisory committee members. I think I made a mistake on my graphic here. The AB 524 should be over in this area, but that's okay. And then we'll meet again in October 15th, 16th, focused again on refinement of text, wordsmithing, possible prioritization, figuring out how you want to package this up to highlight the most impactful ideas for the legislature and governor, thinking through your audience, etc. We'll also begin to consider design. We'll have a little bit of that today as well, but that's where we're going to start to get into that conversation. November is a single day meeting as of now. We can make adjustments if we need to, but we're hoping we'll only one day in November to continue to wordsmith and finalize text, really start to generate consensus or agreements around the text and design. The December 11th meeting, again, anticipated as a single day, is more of a celebratory and adoption of the final report, preparing the report for transmission to the GO and the legislature, and then a conversation about next steps with what happens with the report, communicating that to our communities, what happens with the task force. We are aiming for a December 18th submission so that we can all feel like we're good. We don't need to carry this into the holiday. We know that officially it needs to be in on January 1st, 2026. Gives us a little wiggle room if we need it, but internally strongly aiming for that December 18th submission date. We can bring this back up, or actually we have plans to bring this back up during work planning tomorrow. So right now, I would first like to start this conversation. We'll ask Caleb to give us a summary of the key revisions since March. Start there.
Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. I know I don't speak much, but wanted to provide a quick summary of key revisions to the report since the March meeting. And this slide highlights primarily the stuff that was discussed during the March meeting. There is additional information in your briefing packet about other revisions that might have been made, smaller things, and so on. So first, in response to discussion during the March meeting, we split goal 1, which originally kind of contained most language referencing California tribal nations, and we split that into 2 separate goals. The first being to return ancestral lands to California tribal nations, and then the second goal being to recognize and remove barriers to tribal nation sovereignty. We also modified a goal around landowner-tenant relationships. We made that, instead of it being an overarching goal, we made that kind of a strategy underneath a new broader goal around advancing and supporting secure land tenure. And then we also updated some phrasing in our goals to be a bit more clear in the language that we're using.
We have a full list of that breakdown. I'd like to see that. There might be more detail in the briefing packet, but the way we actually have a spreadsheet of every single suggestion and then like response to it. So if you don't see the detail you're looking for in the briefing packet, we can pull that up for you, Emily, and you can see exactly every single piece of detail. And that's an invitation for anyone who would like to review that spreadsheet.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
Okay, we'll look into that. I'll note that you have that request.
Yeah, so we also updated the definition of land tenure, both to include long-term economic considerations that involve land tenure, then the diverse types of tenure that land tenure can take. So ranging from leasing to ownership to other considerations as well. And that's reflected in the report as well. And then we also added some new recommendations and strategies based on the March conversation. Again, this list is not extensive on the PowerPoint, but your summary of revisions contains most of those additions and revisions. And then of course, further detail can be provided at staff request. But we added a section in the context section, highlighting the value of prime farmland and recommending a fund be created to acquire that farmland. We also recommended or included a recommendation to extend the maximum length of a lease from 51 years to 100 years. And then we also added some targeted strategies around certain certain policies instead of just being focused on SGMA, also addressing the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, the Food Safety Modernization Act, and then certain labor policies.
Are we defining prime farmland?
I don't believe there was a discussion outside of how it is currently defined by the classification system that Department of Conservation oversees. The definition of prime land is defined by that agency and that effort, but this task force can consider whether there's further detail there.
I was just curious if you have or not, because we're defining different words.
That's an important note, I think, Emily, in terms of, I'm not sure that in the glossary right now, whether we include the Department of Conservation's farmland classification definitions, we'll make sure that is in that glossary. If those classifications are going to be part of the report, I'll make a note to that.
Any other questions, comments on these summary of key revisions?
Just on the definition, I feel like we make it clear that we're talking about land at times. I understand that, you know, we're hoping to find other solutions. There is like broad range, and then like some of these definitions like help define that would be a sale or could be a sale. But just wanting to make sure that we're, I mean, it is, but it seems very not straight.
To clarify, you're talking about the definition of land tenure?
No, just not just the definition.
Just think about it, because we can come back around to it. I just want to make sure we're tracking.
What I understand you maybe asking, Nathaniel, is when we're talking about acquisition, are we talking about sale? Like, you're talking about what is the actual mechanism that is being referenced in this specific idea? Yeah, and just making sure that is.
Yeah, I think we use every word besides like acquisition.
Right. Sale isn't right there.
Oh, it is the right to sell, transfer to another, but it's like sometimes just wanna know that.
I think helpful, if you know those areas.
Are you talking about a page? Specific page or?
On it's with the glossary, or not glossary, but these guiding concepts. And with land activity, land agriculture, with a lot of the questions that maybe just asking, it's like some of it is fine. Just you have to read all the definitions which makes.
Just making a note on Emily's point, I'm on a DOC page, It's from farmland mapping and monitoring program page. And there is like different ways that the prime farmland is defined and categorized. And its land use and its soil, but what's interesting is it says prime farmland and farmland of statewide use, which is interesting. And then there's in the other prime land definitions, prime farmland under the Williamson Act also includes certain economic production criteria. So it sounds like we could make a decision about, like, are we just going prime time, or are we going with also Williamson Act's definition that includes economic production criteria? And click to that page to see if that's like the thing for us, or offers restrictions we don't want to offer, but just throwing out that complication.
Yeah, like if you name agricultural land, but not. We're leaving it up to interpretation of South or DOCs, you know. And it can be,
I think just to provide context, the prime farmland loss is a really powerful argument. Serve farmland, so I think that's part of why it's referred to. Obviously, if you take your really high quality farmland and put tract housing or strip malls on it, it's never coming back. So I think it helps bolster the arguments that we're making, as at the same time as we don't want to not focus on the non-prime farmland, which could also be valuable. So maybe there's a way to highlight both of those things.
I'll also note too that the definition says that it has been used for irrigated agricultural production, so irrigated agricultural production sometime during 4 years prior to the important farmland map date. I'm not familiar with that, but I do know that sometimes land is been purchased and held for a while, so it could, I think, someone of interest could wait out the clock on that.
Nelson wanted in.
Yes, thank you. This is Nelson speaking. So I don't know, just jumping in the conversation, nothing to respond to anybody specifically, any ideas that has been brought up. But I wanted to specify and I guess provide clarity for myself and the conversation around the value part of the prime farmland. And I want to avoid us, being stuck on a monetary value. There's a huge, tremendous qualitative value of prime farmland. And I think that value needs to be considered in the equation of protecting the land, rather than like what they can be valued in the marketplace. I think there is a space for that as well. We're talking about fund acquisition. I see here listed as well, helping fund the acquisition of prime farmland for priority producers and others that are going to be stewarding the land responsibly, ecologically, as a goal. But yeah, I just want to note that I think we need to think about prime farmland in the context of protection rather than like the sale of it. Protecting against other uses like development and other land uses that can affect the quality of the soil specifically.
Okay, obviously, we will come back to considering language in all the definitions. Important consideration there. We're tracking, got some notes. Last call for any just general comments on summary of revisions. Not, I'm gonna offer some more instruction on how to maybe organize our chats for the next few hours. Okay, so everyone, I think Camille passed out or she's just leaving, is about to pass out. Do you have a copy, a hard copy of the proposed revision since the March meeting? Pass that out? It's been passed out. Okay. So, great. We wanted everyone to have a hard copy and a copy of the draft report because those two documents are going to be the platform for conversation, how we're going to structure our conversations between today and tomorrow. That summary of proposed revisions document, hopefully you had a chance to take at least a scan of that before our meetings. You'll notice that it was in 3 sections. It includes also proposed changes that came from subcommittees, working groups, and advisory committee conversations. If you're looking for a little bit more detail on kind of where the idea came from, that's highlighted within that packet. So we just wanted to call that out. It's been compiled, reviewed, and organized, really, so we have a constructive mechanism for conversation. It's organized into 3 groupings. This is our best kind of melding of the minds, our best attempt to apply this organization. The first one we're calling revisions for approval. We think that they are relatively straightforward and that you all might be ready to agree to all or most of these for thumbs up approval as is. Like, let's incorporate that into the next iteration of our draft. Group 2, we're calling next steps, which are revisions that have a clear pathway forward from our perspective. We just didn't really have either time or really the clear green light from you all to incorporate that into the next report. We do want to take a look at those together. They're pending, give you an opportunity to bring anything forward for conversation or modification. And then I think we can we're hoping we can look at them as a group and then give them the collective green light for incorporation. This third group, major items requiring task force conversation, we think that's going to take the most time. There are 8 more complex proposals in here that need further conversation. We might even have more to add based on yesterday's tribal engagement session, based on what you just learned from survey analysis. So for each, we want to ask you to hold in your minds these questions. Should we pursue this concept further, knowing that your report is getting large and you want it to be actionable, and we also have our time, capacity, and resource limitations to deal with? Do we want to pursue this? If yes, what guidance do you want to provide the drafters as we work on pursuing that? And this is the part where we're going to start to need some help. So we would like to assign 1 to 2 task force members to work with a small team of staff and or advisory committee members to further develop these ideas that we agreed to pursue. So just keep that in mind, that for the next couple of months, we're going to hope that we can get a little bit more help from you all important brain trusts as we move forward here. So I think we can at least introduce section 1 before we break for lunch, which is this revisions for approval. The plan here, we thought might take 20-30 minutes to do this, but let's at least get through these first 2 bullet points. We'd like to give you a couple of minutes of silent time to review this list on pages 2 and 6 in your handout. So please focus on pages 2 through 6 in your printed handout. Look at them. The revisions. Do you have can you hold that up for us, Camille?
Yeah.
That one. So the ones that are in that first bucket before the page break. Items 2 through 6, take your pen. If you need a pen, let us know. Circle anything that comes up for you that you think you want to talk about right now as a full task force, or you think a subcommittee might want to talk about before we look at it and give it the thumbs up. Yeah, we've got some extras. And then we'll talk about it. And I just wanted to say, I know we caveat things left and right here, but we're still at a place where we're drafting. So we might say like, yep, looks good right now. And then you could have second thoughts, or you might want to revise things later. either between, in June subcommittees or in August or something. So don't feel like you're locked in. You're not like rooted in cement here. But we just are trying to advance some of the work. So I'll be quiet. Please look at the list on 2 through 6. Mark things that you want to discuss right now.
Page 7 and 8 of the printed documents.
Oh, I thought it was 2 through 6.
That's great.
Here's a quick cheat sheet, like the headliners. So stop where it says next steps for approval. Don't go there yet.
So where are the proposals? Like the input, task force input, advisory council input?
Yeah, this stuff, general feedback. And then, did you want to offer any further explanation to this?
Sure. Let me see, what up. So this is a summary of input from advisory committee and from task force conversations.
Mhm.
And this section represents small changes or changes that we anticipated wouldn't require a lot of conversation. And so the goal here is to just give a thumbs up, and then staff will integrate all of those changes that are listed here in this section. And so if you don't want anything to be integrated into the next report before we talk about it, just put a little flag there.
Okay.
And otherwise you'll just see it reflected in this report.
When you're done, no rush. If you could just turn your tent card up for me, so I know.
It's 2 through 6, so yeah, only the section that's called revisions to draft report for approval. You get to the section, the page break between 6 and 7, steps for approving, stop there. Stop at next step for approval. And again, the point of these pages 2 through 6 are anticipated relatively easy to approve, easy revisions to approve, unless otherwise specified by you.
Maybe one more minute on this. I think to help manage time, we might need to do a little plan course correction after lunch, but can I ask, does anyone have anything that they think they want to bring up for conversation underneath general feedback? I'm gonna go through this list. What about the overview and introduction section? Dorian, overview and intro? Okay. What about number one? The bullets that were listed under there, return ancestral lands.
Sorry, I just, overview introduction, are we discussing right now, or we just?
No.
Highlighting?
We're just highlighting that you're gonna want to talk about it. I'm just trying to get a sense of.
So
If you've got
the overview introduction, the recommendations about ecological agricultural practices being linked to land equity, like that.
So yes, you have something you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Okay, so overview, yes. Number one, we've got things we want to talk about under there.
Yeah.
This bullet's okay. What about number two?
Wait, number one, I do.
Yes, we're not talking about it. I'm just trying.
I know, I'm saying yes, I have
Yep.
comments. Okay.
Gotcha.
So you're looking for yes, no.
Yes, this one.
Okay,
Thank
number
you.
one, so you yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
got it. One, yes. Two,
Yes.
yes, okay. Three. Okay, four,
Yes.
five.
Yeah.
Six.
I'll do the 5 minutes.
Okay. Six,
Yes.
seven. Eight.
Yes, on 8.
Nine. Thea, did you have any items under 7 or 9 that you would like to discuss? 7, increase fair access to public funding for land acquisition.
I think
What about 9, evaluate and leverage suitable public land for agriculture?
Just the remove mention of the surplus land act. Some further information.
Okay. So brief conversation there.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we have a lot to talk about. Thank you for that. That was really helpful. It's 12:09. I think if everyone's okay with maybe cutting our lunch break short by 9 minutes, we can still get started back at 1 o'clock. And then we're going to talk about the plan because we have advisory committee members who are planning to join us at 1 o'clock for about 2 hours. So we might just need to shift the order of our conversation in order to maximize their attendance with us today. So we're going to just connect on that. Let's plan to break for lunch. It's in the back. We'll still get started at 1 o'clock. Task force members, would it be okay if we allowed folks with allergies and dietary restrictions to make first selection? Okay, cool. I
must have a comment. Sorry, I just wanted to read.
Oh, no. Oh, thank you for seeing that. Oh, that was something to chat.
Yeah, I can say it out loud if that'd be helpful, just really quick. Don't want to get lost. But just reviewing through these revisions, I have full trust in our task force subcommittee and our advisory committee with these revisions, and I feel like it will be more valuable and helpful for a deeper discussion once they are incorporated into the next draft iteration, so that we can have that bird's eye perspective and be able to see commonalities, redundancies. You know, we can have a better idea of how we want to organize them based on priority. So I'm just suggesting that we can chew on it, pun intended, over lunch. But just want to put that thought out there.
Helpful. Thanks, Nelson. Let's chew on it. Okay. Break for lunch.
I forgot.
I know, Dory and Emily have allergies. Anybody else have allergies? Dietary restrictions that you want to reflection?
Yeah.
Yes.
Head back.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, everyone.
Can we mute the, oh, she's gonna, there you go.
Hi, everyone online. We're just starting to come back into the room and we'll be getting started with the meeting again shortly. We'll mute until that time.
All right, we're officially off mute. Folks are settling in. We are exactly at 1 o'clock, which is what we said we would come back. So, let's just note, I'm gonna fly backwards through these slides real quick. Close your eyes. There we go. Okay. Here we are. We are a little bit behind schedule, about 45 minutes or so behind schedule. That's okay because we have flex time built in. But what is going on this afternoon is that we'll have a number of advisory committee members joining us for the next 2.5 hours or so, at least. So I wanted to give them a chance to say hello. They're going to be primarily in listening and answering question mode. So just want to reiterate that the conversation is your conversation. It's a task force conversation. You're guiding it. They're here to help answer questions, but really they're listening, right? Because they're going to take what they learn, take what they're engaging with you, and then, you know, if you assign them tasks or you want to work with them on something, then they'll have a little bit more context for that. So let's first, I'm just going to go down my list of advisory committee members. Actually, Camille, could you change the screen in the room so we can see faces? Yeah, of course. So AC members, when you say hello, it'll be nice to see your smiles. So I'm just going to go down the row that I see in front here. We're going to start with Catherine Brinkley.
Hello, everybody. I was able to join you in person month or two ago. So we had a lovely lunch and I'm really grateful for that. I don't know if you wanted us to say anything else.
Maybe you could just give a quick nod to your area of expertise.
Absolutely. So I'm a professor at UC Davis, just down the road. And my expertise is in land use planning, but I'm also a veterinarian. So I rangeland and human animal health. And I think the main reason I'm here is because I curate a database of all of California's general plans, city and county, so we can search for all kinds of interesting terms and pull up how other communities have innovated around those terms to get grounded ideas that we can then elevate further.
Wonderful. Thank you, Catherine. Let's next go to Jamie.
Hi, everyone. Jamie Fanous, she, her pronouns, Policy and Organizing Director at CAF, the Community Alliance with Family Farmers. My role and expertise, I'm not casually a veterinarian. That's amazing. I didn't know that. I do a lot of policy and organizing and legislative work, particularly around land access, connected with you all about some land access legislation for primarily small and underserved farmers. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Jamie. Other Catherine.
Hey, everybody. I am Catherine Ledan. I have had the pleasure of being in person with you guys maybe once or twice early on. I'm very happy to be serving on the advisory committee, and so I thank you for that. My background is that I spent about 10 years practicing public finance law, and then I moved my career into agricultural land conservation, and I've worked as an executive director and a conservation director at California Agricultural Land Trusts. And I also worked for the Department of Conservation. I had Shauna Atherton's job. And that's about it. I'm delighted to be here.
Thanks, Catherine. Let's next go to Anna. Anna, are you up or you can't hear us?
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you.
Yeah.
Hey, hello everyone. Angel Fernandez here. I'm a scientist with the Union of Concerned Scientists. I'm based in Merced in the San Joaquin Valley, but today I'm in Berkeley in the office of the Union of Concerned Scientists for a couple of days. Basically my background is in agricultural engineering and environmental engineering, but my work is very transdisciplinary. I work a lot with communities, with farmers, with farm workers, environmental justice, environmental protection as well, habitat. And we do a lot of also economic analysis, no, to find prosperity with land repurposing. And I would say that all my work or most of my work orbits around the land, no, and how to use it for climate justice and to bring prosperity in a sustainable way.
Thank you. Let's go to Cassandra.
Hey everyone, it's a pleasure to be joining you in this way for the first time. Thanks for having me as an advisor. I am with the Center for Ethical Land Transition, and I have been a real estate agent in California for the last 20 years. I don't do agency work anymore. I only do real estate strategy work and work with unrecognized tribes and intertribal groups in California on land return, buybacks, rematriation projects. I also work with a couple of campesina-led land access projects, and I worked with other diasporic, indigenous, and Black communities as well on land, on their strategy for land acquisition. So I have a lot of on-the-ground experience of what it's like for communities to go through a process that often, sometimes includes government funding, certainly is intersecting with policy through zoning, is working with, very creative financial structures to hopefully hold title debt-free. I also work a lot in support of cooperatives and entities, legal entities that are best used for cooperative self-governance of land and also long-term land decommodification strategies. So it's a real pleasure to be here and witness all the deep work that's being done here and to hopefully support. Thank you.
Thanks, Cassandra. Marissa.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you or meet you again. I'm Marissa Raya. I am a PhD candidate at UC Davis, where I research equitable agricultural land access. So I've been a close follower of all of your wonderful and exciting work. I previously ran public processes in California on land access equity at the regional and local level. I'm a planner by training with a background in business and community development strategies. I've also consulted to community groups on forming limited equity cooperatives and community development finance strategies. I'm currently working with an unrecognized tribe on a zoning strategy. And I guess I follow public comment really closely. So I've been following statewide conversations on reparations and Truth and Healing Council for their how people who participate in those meetings consider their land relationships and what they consider both land-related harms and land-related healing. Thank you.
Thanks,
It's good to be here.
Good to have you here. And Adam.
Hi, folks. This is Adam Kahlo. I'm doing my best not to wake up a sleeping child here. It's late in the Netherlands. I'm an assistant professor of environmental governance and policy at university here in the Netherlands. I did my PhD work in California, focusing on the way land access kind of shapes agricultural outcomes and focusing on trying to understand trends of land ownership in California, how that's changed over time. And currently, I really focus at an international level, looking at state-led land reform efforts from a policy perspective, particularly in the European Union. So trying to bring in an international comparative focus to understand efforts to transfer land in legal systems that are rigidly in defense of private property, and how to negotiate the ideals of transferring land and also the goals and security of owning land. Thanks. So happy to be here.
Thanks for joining us, advisory committee members. So we have 7 of the AC members with us today. AC members, just for a little grounding for you. You have 11 task force members in the room. You have Chair Nelson Hawkins online. 1 task force member is on her way. We are seated kind of cozily together in close proximity to the microphone, and the camera doesn't turn. So while you won't be able to see all of us, we can see you. Our session, everyone, this session is scheduled to go until 3:30. We will have a hard stop at 3:30, take a break, and then we'll have to transition to our proposed action. So I just want to give us just a sense of timing for this. AC members, before you hopped on, we started the conversation using the document proposed additions and revisions to the ALETF May 2025 draft reports. I'm actually going to pull up that PDF in a moment. I'll switch my screen share. We gave task force members some time to review section 1 of that document, the revisions to draft report for approval, which we were expecting are lighter things, meaning that they might be easier to give a thumbs up to move forward for integration into the next draft revision of the draft iteration of the report. But the task force members also indicated they want to have some conversation related to almost all of those items. So I think that's where we're going to start. What I would like to do is put on an actual 30-minute timer for this conversation, and we can all hear when that timer goes off, just to help us manage time. We're not expecting to get through this whole draft today. This carries over into tomorrow, but this is just for us to encourage being kind of concise with and thoughtful with our comments, and to the extent where we can be specific with the feedback and or decide to push a conversation to a subcommittee level or for further task force, or working group or AC consideration, we can do that as well. So that's where we're gonna start. Let me switch over screen share. Here's what the document looks like. Everyone around the room has a hard copy and is taking notes. And this is the title page, proposed additions and revisions to the ALTF May 2025 draft report. We're talking about these things, pages 2 through 6. So I'm going to scroll down under revisions for draft reports under the overview and introduction sessions. Now, folks, this is a PDF, so I'm not taking real-time edits on screen. It's only up here so that we can reference it together. I'm going to start a 30-minute timer, and then let's begin conversation. Who would like to open us up here for overview and introduction session? I think Lawrence, you had some comments on here you wanted to start on.
Yeah, the first bullet, I like that because tribes are explicitly removed. I do want to discuss, I want to point out that the way it's written, it says non-federally recognized tribes in particular, but that also applies to federally recognized tribes who, are not living on their ancestral lands. So I think that's a little bit misleading, that sentence. if I'm reading it, the way I read it, it's as if non-federally recognized tribes are the only ones that are no longer living on their ancestral lands. Is that the way is that how you interpret it?
I want to bring up too, it's just a note, just a part of no longer living on ancestral lands. It's all our ancestral lands. So I don't even like that. I think just, if we just leave it at this tribes were forcibly removed from their ancestral land. I mean, we were removed from where we were at, but we still live on it. I think it's striking all of that out. And I took it not that recognized in particular. I took that as we in particular don't live on ours. For that.
Helpful. May I just confirm with staff that this isn't necessarily the final language, next iteration of the language that you would integrate, or is it? And we should make sure that we strike things out, etc.
It's always helpful to talk about specific language.
Great.
The closer we can get with you all to the language you want to see, the better. So I'm hearing now tribes were forcibly removed from their ancestral lands. When tribal nations do own land, it's often limited to it. So striking the entire, the rest, all of that, and getting to the point there.
Great. Other items underneath overview and introduction section. Ruth, then Irene.
So I like the first bullet point under AC input for the current framing. Adding layers of how equity contributes to overall food system resilience, biodiversity, rural livelihoods. So I agree that that's key there. I think it's a little bit complicated because we don't want to imply there's a one-to-one correspondence between small farms or beginning farmers and agroecological practices. It's not always exactly that simple. And so we don't want to kind of make that assumption. And so if we can just be qualified in our language about, you know, many of these farms, some of these farms versus implying all small farms are agroecological. I think that would be helpful. Because we will get a question on that if we frame it that way.
And folks, feel free as we're collaboratively developing this. So if someone around the table proposes an idea and you want to suggest an alternative idea or respond to that idea, let's get that all out there and talk it through. Sorry, what there was Irene, except for let's hold on yours so we can continue this conversation thread. Then we have Thea and James. Oh, sorry, were you responding or you were going in a new direction? Okay, James, were you responding to Ruth's proposal? Okay, great. Irene, then Thea, then James.
I really like these suggestions as well. And creative maybe could be more impactful if we added like regarding overall health, general population overall, where this contributes to the overall resilience of the food system, biodiversity, rural livelihood. Just somewhere in all of this, but I really like it how it talks about exploitation. But I think somewhere we should add about, you know, so it's relevant to the reading, the bigger audience, that it relates to them and their health as well.
Like overall societal human health type of like
me scaling down the farm industry means like, you know, we're defeating like monopolization of our food, the use of pesticides, various issues there that impact our health, all of our health. But I don't know. I don't know yet how to say that.
Concepts are equally as good. Specific feedback good, concepts also good. So we can work on that and then you'll have another chance, another bite at the apple to wordsmith and rephrase. Thea.
My comment was about the second bullet there, mainly because I don't know what that study is, the crop purposing studies. I don't know if that's something that can be provided in previous meetings, but I guess I don't know enough about that study in order to say if you feel comfortable putting that in there or not. And I don't know if that's maybe topic for some community, but just saying that I don't know what you feel comfortable like putting that in there until I know more about what that means. And one reason Jackie was suggesting that we are supporting shifting large nonprofits to small diverse farms. I don't know. Maybe that's something.
I think that's an important note and is one of the like priorities for discussion, is exactly this relationship with large monocrop for ag. So let's bring this up again to you. To your point though, we'd like to see this study before it gets incorporated to make sure that that happens.
Yeah, and there were some other references to other things in here too.
Okay.
Maybe just, I need to know more about.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
That broad, so we all are on the same page of what we're putting out there. I think we are all on, but we need to get it down a little bit deeper. Rewording. Yeah, rewording.
So it sounds like the references in this that are encouraging the incorporation of studies, things that you haven't had eyes on yet, you want eyes on that. And then it can be an item for considered inclusion. So where there are those moments, that would be your preferred order of review. So we can do that again.
I would ask for more than just eyes on. I would want it explained to me.
Okay.
Instead of just getting a copy of it.
Summary.
Yes.
It's where best. We can always ask advisory committee members for that kind of.
I was thinking more than a summary, like a presentation if possible from an expert about what is this report
Okay.
and why is it included?
I would say, I don't kind of agree with you. I don't know that we really dove deep in that discussion, because I do think it's a good one. But I think it would be a helpful one to be, there is more that means, I guess, not put the AC on the spot, but who put up this info, and is there like more expansion we could go into either today or I don't know when else or what other platform we look at that.
Yeah, you're welcome to ask.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's someone from UCS, from the organization there, and I think, if I remember correctly, a different advisory committee member actually made this suggestion. So anyone feel free to jump in. If anyone feels like they can summarize maybe this study in a sentence or two, that might be helpful context, and then or why it felt like it would fit in this overview section. And if not, we can come back to it and just share the.
Are they muted?
I'll go ahead.
Go ahead. Does he need?
Yeah, I mean, I think you referred to me with, concerned scientists and these reports. So I mean, I don't know if I wrote that. I don't remember writing exactly this, but I mean, obviously this is a summary of what we have written by the staff at the Strategic Growth Council. We have done a lot of work with cropland repurposing. We have like a socioeconomic environmental analysis, impacts of saving water, decreasing the use of pesticides, fertilizers, nitrate leaching to the aquifers, impacts on employment, impacts on reinvesting in disadvantaged communities to bring more sustainable prosperity. I mean, we have done so many things. Yesterday, we published a policy brief about just land transition that I can share with you. So we have a lot of different work. We just had a paper accepted with 54 authors about best practices in cropland repurposing, including a really broad variety of everything that you can think about, or at least we can think about, in the impacts that cropland repurposing can have in people, the environment, the economy, in employment, and how to make things in a way that everyone is benefited. So, I mean, if it's for me, I would be super happy to give you a presentation about our work. I don't think we can summarize it in one or two sentences. This is really, really broad and many different, topics and expertises. I mean, land can hold basically everything, so it's very complex. But I would be super happy to explain in a presentation or respond to any questions that you want to ask me. Yeah.
Thank you, Angel.
So let's assume that this is an item for follow-up. Marissa, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I would just add that when we were discussing this overview and introduction section, we wanted to make a strong connection between land access equity and climate resilience strategy, because the state has its climate resilience strategy being drafted currently at the same time as you guys, and also has a lot of funding and programs dedicated to climate resiliency. And so we wanted to, in this section, both address equity by just describing root causes of land disparity, but also say, looking forward, that there's this very strong intersection between climate resiliency and human access to land for production. And I think the Union and Concerned Scientists report is one kind of quick way to reference a lot of scientific research to back that up. Although we have lots of other resources that we could bring in to make that argument.
Thanks, Marissa. So I'm wondering this is actually kind of a nice case study to see how the task force wants to move this idea, right? Because it seems like there is a desire to engage with this more closely before it is incorporated into a draft. How best can we do that? Is it about having point people on the task force who will work directly with maybe Angel to learn about that research and share it back out with task force members in August?
Yeah, the group meeting.
It's like everybody like it to be more of a presentation to the full group. Okay. So what
you can share the study
and share the study in advance. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so generally to summarize, items under this, striking out.
And then because it'll may get a little lengthy, I'm assuming. So how we set aside time to do the engagement session, maybe something, aside like that. But I don't know if that limits us to 6 people too. So that's why I said the group meeting.
Okay.
Because we don't want to limit who's learning about this. It should be presented to the whole task force.
Okay. Yeah, we can plan it in August, or staff
We could set up a
consider.
speaker series.
We can invite Angel to be in the speaker series. There are a few ways that we could get that presentation out to you all to consider, and then have a discussion about it at August or something. Emily, to your point, time is always a juggling act.
I think to your point, Camille, that this topic is also noted later down in the report or in this summary. And so in that part of the discussion, we are planning, to ask if people want to assign themselves to different topics to move things forward. So maybe we can just put a pin in this bullet point and then to bring it back up then too, when we have a bit more context.
And I know I mentioned it before when we often talk about the impacts, where does it say right there? The impacts of climate change, as well as loss of what we're saying prime farmland is often your guys' recommendation here is even missing the colonial impacts, because that has been a I don't know, like a main cause, I guess you could say, to a lot of what is listed there is those colonial impacts, the forced removal of nation, which impacts the cultural site, which is then the prime farmland is what we're calling it now. Just wanted to make that note for the advisory committee, because the task force already heard me say it several times.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let me summarize this, and thank you for folks who are in the chat. So in the webinar chat, it only goes to hosts and panelists, not members of the public, but also we don't have the chat open. So we kind of have to keep the conversation in the room. I can see it because I'm organizing Zoom. But Nelson is just expressing his interest in exploring and gaining more detail on the IUCN study. And then Catherine was suggesting to make a strong connection between equity, sustainable farming, and climate will help share out and uptake of the reports. So just a reminder to kind of keep the conversation in the room. So to summarize the input that we just discussed here, I'm making revisions to this first bullet and just keeping this sentence, tribes were forcibly removed from ancestral lands, and stop and carrying on down here. We need to bolster conversation to Emily's point about colonial impacts and forced removal of nations. Some of that discussion is already in the draft report. It just wasn't a separate piece of input, which is why it wasn't shown up here, but I want to capture that for next steps.
And when you're talking about for that first bullet point, ecological agricultural practices, you have to also put including traditional ecological knowledge, because it's often not included in that section.
Okay. Plus, so ecological agricultural practices and traditional ecological include. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Emma.
Because you know, with our first recommendation, recognizing that tribal sovereignty, that's part of that, recognizing traditional ecological knowledge.
In related to this bullet point, updating, so it doesn't, using many farms or most farms, so it doesn't assume all farms, and then adding some reference to overall human health impacts. And then we're not going to do this one yet. We need more information and context on that, and we're going to connect with Angel and figure out how to get a learning moment on this piece and additional studies to get more context. Generally feel good for this tiny section? Seeing heads nod. Okay, great. We didn't talk about the two bullets that come up on the second page yet. Under overview. Anything to say about these two? Or did we?
No, I just wanted to know, I believe that James, was it two other people had something to share? Did you get to share? Or was like a order of names?
Oh, I just, it kind of relates to this first bullet point on page 3, but the historical context, temporary barriers, and from including those things, I also feel like I flagged it at the last meeting, but like, we don't talk explicitly in the historical piece about what's it's in the appendix. It's like in the notes, but it's not in the draft of like the land that's been was taken away from down into there, which like we like have data on. That's a good example.
So what's your suggestion, James?
Would just be to call that out explicitly in the historical. For why we need land equity, not it's specific. The Title 1 return of California. That makes sense.
I agree with that. I'd rather have it be in the main text than as a footnote.
Okay. As I'm looking at this draft, everyone just noting that the printer did weird bolding. So if you all are seeing it, some of it looks like it's been folded, but it's not folded. Just wanted to flag that for everyone. We will try to figure out whether the printer this time. So that was weird. We'll try to.
Oh, sorry, who has their hand up? Jamie, go ahead, Jamie.
I do, and I also just wanted to like use this opportunity because I see the land consolidation piece, and that was like one of the bigger pieces that I felt like I had commented a bunch about throughout this is just the lack of emphasis on the impacts of land consolidation, the impacts of corporate consolidation, hedge funds, all of the things like this really big looming challenge or gap. So just wanting to like name that as it's here and like happy to answer questions as to why that is really important. To just like one have as the intro, have as its own section, because it really, I didn't see it enough in this original draft. And it's like this really big elephant in the room that feels really, really important to have in this report or recommendations, whatever.
Further discussion on land consolidation comes up in subsequent sections of this guidance document, but I'm hearing from Jamie that maybe we need to make some stronger reference to that in the introductory section as well. What do you all think as task force members? Yep, okay. Seeing a couple heads nod and a suggestion to just hold that for now. Let's kind of see where it comes up later. Okay, anything related to this last bullet?
Let's move on to the next.
Okay.
In the interest of time.
Okay, so moving on then to item 1, return ancestral lands to California tribal nations, discussing these bullets underneath task force input and AC input. What's coming up for you all?
Or who flagged that there was something here.
Is there a committee already established? Tribal states lands committee? That's part of the recommendation, right?
It does not already exist.
Okay, so that's part of the recommendation. Okay, so then on here it says, so third bullet point. Not even in there, I'm talking about the AC input, where it says this committee should be housed at the Native American Heritage Commission. And I don't agree with it.
Yeah, I agree with her disagreement. Okay. And the reason why was because during yesterday's session, it was mentioned how small that commission is, so just thinking about capacity, right?
Capacity and
other factors.
Yeah.
Okay, when it comes to non-fed, right?
Yeah, both, yeah, mostly non-dead, most likely descendants, and really what the Native American Heritage Commission was established for. It was most likely descendants, not for things like this.
Okay, thank you. We'll strike that from provisions.
I'm just remembering yesterday from the conversations we talked about the tribal state lands return committee, the commission, maybe that's a topic for one of the days. Look at that, which was proposed by the tribal representative instead of this.
Okay.
Maybe, and it was maybe an agency as well.
Nelson?
Yes, for this section, I just have a quick comment. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
So yeah, I just had a quick comment around, I'm in agreement with the part where it says change culturally competent to with cultural humility. I think that's a very important distinction. And I'm in full agreement of shifting that language. I think we need to specify and clarify like the definition or how we would define what cultural humility is so that we don't assume that the legislatures will understand what that means and maybe create like guidelines around, or maybe the definition can inform guidelines around how they can approach in a culturally humble way engaging with indigenous peoples of, what is California. I just wanted that to be more clear within the eyes of those reading it in the legislative offices.
Help with that definition later.
Great. Thank you for that offer and thanks, Nelson. Leah, did you want to say something?
No, I just had a question, Darlene, if the agreement is to disagree on the Native American Heritage Commission, is there an alternative agency or that we should be evaluating?
I would recommend, it's not an agency, but it's a consortium, but I don't think it includes non-federally recognized, the Southern and Northern California Tribal Chair Association, does it?
No.
No, it doesn't, so just recognizing that, that's my recommendation, but also recognizing it doesn't include non-federally recognized.
Flagging this one for further conversation. Okay, so then to summarize, we're gonna provide some type of guidelines or definition of cultural humility. Emily agreed to help with that. And then we are not including this, striking this recommendation.
Yeah, striking that it will be housed.
Well, where it will be housed at NAHC, yep. Okay, Liam?
Was the motion to also have the tribal state lands committee and tribal state lands return? Yeah, those two things. That was just a.
Yeah, yesterday during the tribal engagement session, it was suggested that during the brainstorming kind of open discussion period, that maybe at the Tribal State Lands Return Commission or Tribal State Lands Return Agency, just a dedicated body that helps facilitate land back. So that's a concept for you all to keep considering. I don't think it's ready for inclusion, but it came up, we're acknowledging it, and I would like to help bucket that one with this one for further conversation. Okay.
It would need to be formed by the tribal nations, federally and non-federally, but recognized by the state and or sanctioned by the state and the tribal nations, right? When you're talking about being housed, that gets tricky. It would be up to the said representatives, I would think, but in order to form that, you would have to have some type of outline of where it'd be housed, whether it be at the actual tribes, if they have the capacity and resources, or if it would be housed with a state agency. Like that detail gets a little foggy to solidify in a recommendation, because that's more in the weeds when you're talking about being housed at.
Yeah.
But I definitely agree with this recommendation is, yeah, very similar to yesterday. The alignment.
This is really good stuff, because I think what we're doing right now real time is we're dancing with these ideas and trying to figure out the degree of detail that is possible to talk through and include in your report versus considerations that you'll have to build into your report for it to be kind of figured out afterwards. And also what you're doing is providing guidelines for folks who are volunteering to pick up any of these concepts and start working them through on the in-between, between now and August. So this is great. And we're gonna.
Can we, it's the task force input, it's not necessarily the AC input, that last bullet. Have a brief description of the history of the statehood of California and how state and federal government failed to honor inherent sovereignty and rights. That like contemporarily too. So the history, but also the contemporary experience that when it comes to returning ancestral land, that lived experience. And that's where you can also include that detail about the fee to trust, what they were talking about yesterday.
Okay. So add contemporary experience of same.
Yeah.
Here, okay. Okay, moving on to number 2. Who flags number 2?
I don't know, but reading it also says that, this office, Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation should work with, the tribes on developing model tribal zoning ordinances.
Half an hour, everyone, just so we know we're on number 2. I know.
Even if we have an agency and, you know, maybe that's where this really needs to go under, I don't know. I don't know much about it.
I agree, just like how they made the recommendation about the report, it's also, we have to, if we're gonna recommend certain agency or was this agency, we have to know who they are, right? Isn't that who the relative was yesterday, the bulk?
Yeah, Rico is, so the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation is actually the agency of which the Strategic Growth Council is a subset. So they are our sister agency. We actually fall within this. And it used to be called OPR, now it's went through a name change. It's just quite confusing. So the reason why they are, I believe, listed here is because the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation leads the state guidance on general plans that local governments create. So anything related to zoning and planning often works, that's not the only way that it works, but works through this agency.
The recommendation here would be that office work directly with tribal nations of both recommendations or like non.
It only says non.
It only says non, but I think
because it has to do with zoning and tribal sovereignty, they don't have the same.
But, hey, not, there are examples of fairly recognized buying their ancestral land back and it not being, fee to trust where they will need some zoning. Because that fee to trust takes like 5 years to do. So in those 5 years, they might want to do something. So you can't include them.
then we should put that like amended support. But
And I think it was probably put in there because it was specific to Louise Ramirez's request. Because of what they're going through, it makes her.
Oh, Catherine, yeah. Just want to check in task force, good. Catherine, you want in?
Yeah, I don't, it's hard to hear from the Zoom room, but so maybe somebody already said this, but I think this is a great addition and you might want to add something to it too, just to prompt that the general plan update should include model tribal zoning ordinances and then be specific about which zoning ordinances like pertaining to agriculture. Because now it's sort of like zoning ordinances, and zoning ordinances can be anything. It can be, like dog kennels. So we have housing in here, but maybe housing and agriculture or getting really specific about that.
I'm seeing nods of agreement with that suggestion. Anyone want to talk about it? Okay. Task force, AC members, it's helpful if you turn closed captioning on. Might be helpful to track conversation. Sorry about the mics. Okay. Desire to learn a little bit more about Go Lucky, Go Lucy, the Governor's Office of Land Use Climate Innovation.
They dropped.
Starting a new trend. Include federally recognized tribes and conversation about the general plan update should include tribal zoning ordinances specifying which types of zoning ordinances, housing and ag, for example. Okay. I reset the timer for another 30 minutes. I just for context, but this is really important. So let's go to number 3, conserve and protect California's ag lands. Who flagged number 3? Nathaniel Chief, yeah.
For goal number 3, the advisory committee recommends to combine and they put a recommended language there, and I would highly recommend to remove the second language, the first half of the second language. Training should be required as we commit to receive conservation funding, because I think that will put a lot of burden to small organizations who have limited capacity to send their staff to receive this training. And then they actually do have the cultural background, language skills to outreach to specific communities. And I understand there is a second half of the sentence, say all the ability to serve the communities should be demonstrated in another way. But adding the first half of that language will put even small organizations applying grants, but they do not have that training. But then another big organization, they have that training. This will put the small organization not a big thing, but then that actually might have it and have this be able to outreach.
Exactly. I wanted to uplift her. That training really should be capacity building to support the communities that are outlined. I know you see there is like one more year of the capacity building program. That this could be more of a recommendation to I just want to say that, and the fact that maybe those organizations don't need to be land trust per se, but a qualifying organization, and kind of expanding on that, because, you know, for instance, if there's a group of farmers that want to be able to get together, purchase land, it's if there's more ways to support them as partners versus asking them to then just get together and make a land trust, I think that we should explore and expand on the recommendation.
Dorian wants to follow up, then Emily, and we're trying to adjust Mike so it's easier to. So Dorian, then Emily, and Marissa, I see your hand up as well.
Just want to add that the reason that this exists was because a lot of land conservation organizations, there was a lot of frustration on conservation organizations that were easement holders themselves. And I think the lack of cultural humility there in developing easements. So I just want to share that, like, the reason that this piece exists is so that when easements are being created between conservation organizations or that are going to be held by conservation organizations, this is a requirement so that they make sure that when that language is being crafted, it's reflective of a cultural understanding, and that it won't serve as an impediment, which we've heard in the past. We heard yesterday of how easements are super prohibitive. And so I just wanted to note that rather than seeing it as like an additional hurdle for an organization to take on, it's actually serving as the ability for easements to be crafted that are supportive to in particular tribal nations that are engaged in, in relationship with the land, and also farmers who are wanting to engage with the land as well. So I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that.
Can we maybe, because you said it great, and like we need to, exactly what I'm saying, like we need to make sure it's more outlined so it doesn't seem prohibitive to smaller organizations. Like she was talking about, so it does, because right now the DOC and other conservation situations mainly help larger easement holding organizations and not small. So like I think just naming that is very important. And just all three comments are very like, okay, let's just expand on it or be more concise, because it is concise, it's just more straightforward.
I agree. Adding prerequisites for conditions is definitely creating those barriers that she's talking about. So that's why I put a note to put. Oh, I didn't put any certain language. I just put that it needs to be accessible, that training, the language accessibility, whether it's, if they want papers or online, because not everybody prefers online. So creating it an accessible, resource rather than a prerequisite would be more appropriate.
And that should be
Because
like,
prerequisites read like you have to, whereas this could be a resource for you.
a paid resource, you should be getting paid to do that capacity building, to do that.
Because it already mentions. Could this be just a technical assistance or it's more of a training, right?
I would advocate that it be a training because we're talking about conservation land trusts in particular, and they're usually the ones that hold conservation easements, and I think it's where we've heard the frustration from. I do hear that we want to make sure that these are also resources that are accessible to new conservation organizations or new community land trusts that are forming to be vehicles for land equity, but I'm specifically thinking of existing conservation land trusts that are, for the most part, the ones that hold most of the easements in California, and just the frustration that we've heard from the prohibitive nature of easements, and like how being able to be trained on how to craft language that's more generative can actually be really helpful. And I think this is what I'm seeing. This would be really useful.
So one sec. So we have kind of a queue, and I think it's all on this thread. Emily, did you get what you needed to share? You're good. Okay. And we have Marisa, Nelson, Angel, Thea, and Leah, and James.
I just wanted to throw out as a potential option when you're talking about whether or not to require a training. I think what's really wanted here is to show that there's a relationship between the conservation land trust that would be receiving state funding and the local tribe or disadvantaged farmers or ranchers that would also want access to that land. So what about asking for letters of support as part of the funding condition?
Thanks, Marissa. Nelson, followed by Angel.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I definitely am hearing all the concerns about and some of the challenges that would come with like having a prerequisite and a requirement for this training. I just want to kind of put out my understanding of it, because I was interpreting this a little differently, more in line with what member Payano was mentioning. And I do think it's a good idea to have a prerequisite for training. And I think that doesn't do enough. I think there can be this dynamic where, people might, get Department of Conservation and Land Trust specifically might want to apply for this funding and do the training, but it may not be effective in implementing that training. So I think that we do need to go a step further beyond the training itself and look at how effective the training will be. So I think this does lead to a deeper conversation that we might want to, dive into deeper later and then revisit for including. But then back to the accessibility challenge, I think we just need to be very specific. Like my questions are, what are these trainings? Who's creating, like what are the contents of these trainings? Who's responsible for creating them? Do they already exist? And then also to make it accessible, I think the second half of that sentence where it says the ability to serve those communities demonstrated in another way, we need to be specific. I like the idea of the letters of support as one option. I think just be more specific on what those routes and avenues that organizations can take is going to be important for us to meet both of those needs on both sides of the equation. Or argument.
Okay, here's our queue. Angel, Thea, Leah, James, Jamie.
Just Megan, with time, I want to
we are going to run out of time, everyone. But I think in my mind, if we can get through at least this today, then we're going to have to do a triage prioritization exercise for discussions tomorrow. But
is there a way that we can, it seems like this is a detailed conversation that could keep happening in the subcommittee.
Yeah.
And lots more discussion needs to happen on it. Is there a way we could move that to another
subcommittee or something that, I mean, it's a really important decision, but I don't necessarily see how.
I think that's true, but if a subcommittee members want to volunteer and indicate, I want to take this up in the whatever subcommittee, like highlight that for us so that we know where it should go. If not, then maybe I'll take a recommendation from staff. Otherwise, I'm getting the sense that folks want to have open dialogue with everyone.
Can I propose going through this, see how this feels for everybody? I think all of the details that we're talking about right now, and clearly the advisory committee has more to say as well, are very helpful. But I do think there are some big questions that unless we know as a collective group, do you want to spend your time thinking about this or this or this? We won't be able to move the work forward in those big questions, big issues. We know you all want to talk about each of these things, so we can move that work forward. And I think we'll come tomorrow with a very clear proposal. This goes here, this goes here, who's gonna lead this, and work on the slides tonight. So I actually would propose that we get to big questions, and then tomorrow and we can just really work through, okay, between here and August, this is exactly who's doing what. I think that's probably our best way through with our time. How are you all feeling about this?
Just so that I'm clear on what that means, we'll go through this a little bit more rapidly to catch flags, but not to do troubleshooting of how to.
You will work through it, yeah. Granted, we all need to really work through it. I think what we're all really, I'm learning, I'll speak for myself, learning here is how much there is to do and how much everyone is very important to be part of that process. So just making sure it keeps going. Again.
No, I was just.
Okay, so are the
We're actually work through it. We're not just making flags, like, as long as we actually get there.
Exactly, and I'm gonna propose a different than subcommittee structure to do it.
Okay, that was kind of my question.
Subcommittees aren't actually working, so we have a different model to propose to you all. All right.
Okay, so are folks then still in the queue for item number 3? Are you okay holding your comments and hearing where this might go tomorrow?
Yeah, you can take it.
Okay, great. You okay with that, Jamie? You need to get in something.
Can I just make like a big picture comment, if that's okay?
Go ahead.
I think just again reminding folks, like, I come from an advocacy background. I do a lot of legislation, and I've been hearing a lot in this conversation of like getting in the weeds on like letters of support, like very specific things that are like implementation things that happen in many, many, many years. And I worry that like putting something so specific into this document can really be challenging as an advocate if like I go and run legislation based on these recommendations. Now I'm locked in to a lot of things that are in here of like, okay, letters of recommendations are the only option, and there aren't all of these other options that we could be utilizing like later down the line. And so I just want to like name that and say like big picture, big bold things are really important in this. And because if it doesn't end up in this document, I probably won't be able to run legislation on it. I won't be able to do innovative things if it's not in this document around land. And so it's kind of this like two sides of a coin thing. So I just wanted to like name that the best that I can in this moment. And so just wanting to acknowledge that and highlight that here.
Can I take a response to that? I think we heard yesterday very clearly about big and bold things, but very specific, not making something that's not specific that won't impact change and actionable. So making that comment that tribal members specifically commenting yesterday, we need to make sure this is actionable, and we've all been seeing that sometimes. Balancing that.
Here's a comment from Marissa that looked relevant. I forget what the process is. It's very good. Marissa just said that not every change happens through legislation. Staff from agencies can make some changes directly. Important context. Nelson, Ruth and Nelson.
Just real quick, I think it's really helpful to have that input and in future drafts, if Jamie and other advisory committee members could let us know what's the right level to hit things at, that would be really helpful. What's too specific or what's too broad from a policy perspective?
Yeah. Well, I've noticed that we aren't consistent in our granularity versus like we're kind of, some things we dial into, some things we're like pie in the sky, so we maybe just need to get consistent with our recommendations and tighten up a little bit.
Quick response to that too, I agree, and I think in the places where we have clear tangible solutions, but maybe keeping it broader makes sense, we can include those solutions as like considerations or in the appendix is like, you know, like task force kind of approved methodologies or something like that. So that there's like an a la carte menu that it's not just like you know, you have to do letters of support. Like it's, and you know, there's like a spectrum of tools. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in.
Nelson, final comment.
Yes, I just want to chime in. I appreciate Jamie for raising that. Overall, just kind of like high level of the entire draft recommendations, that was something that I wanted to bring up at some point. I think, we do have very like broad like strokes and bold recommendations under each like subsection, and I think they're really articulated well. And then we have other sections that are very specific and actionable. And based on some feedback in previous meetings we've had, I do see the value in us being more specific, because if a legislator sees it, then they know, and you know, there could be like a broad way to approach a policy solution, but if there's like a specific example, okay, they got a pathway to making those changes. But I do hear what you're saying, Jamie, and I'm glad that you're in the room to kind of broaden that conversation on what the next steps will be in actually implementing and enacting legislature, you know, after the task force is done. And so with that, I would propose or suggest that maybe we keep it as like a broad, you know, bold ideas and just kind of like a general policy recommendation, such as establish financial, technical, and legal support. That's not very specific, but it is get down to the point of like, there are different mechanisms that we can do to achieve financial, technical, and legal support. And then underneath that, maybe have some examples of existing policy frameworks that we can use, or just as examples, so that there's somewhat of a guide and pathway for folks, whether they're in the state assembly or they're in a nonprofit or they're, you know, a bank lending to farmers or something like that. I think, you know, we need to cover all those. It's valuable for us to cover a lot of those bases and being specific for folks that may not have that, you know, kind of policy lens to look through. So I'm curious what you think, Jamie, in that proposal.
Yeah, that sounds great to me. I think it's like, I totally get if we have the very tangible solution to some of these things, like write it in if we've figured it out. But in instances where it's like, we want to be, or you all want to be big and bold of like, you know, my perspective of like, no more corporate land grabs, like prohibit these things from happening and do things that are quite radical, but you don't have the solutions to that. That should still be in here, right? You all are not mandated. You don't work for the government. You can write whatever you want. That's the point of this. You can be big and bold. You don't have to adhere to like the administrative restrictions or the capacity of an agency, because that's not the way, from my perspective, you need to consider right now. That's something that needs to be considered down the line of like, you all said this needs to happen. The legislature and the governor need to figure out how to make it happen. Like, that's the way that I see this going down, of like, you are the boss in this moment and like be big and bold in any way, shape, or form. But anyway, I'm going to stop my rant because you know me and I can go forever. So I'll stop. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you, everyone. We're gonna move on to number 4, and we're looking for flags. We have to get through 9 just in this section. All right, no, Camille.
I think that, yeah, we can just move on. Sorry, what you're gonna say?
No, I just didn't know if we'll be talking still about. We're still just, those are the flags.
Well, Camille's proposing we don't do flags.
Well, I think everything has been flagged, right? Because everyone wanted to talk about everything in this list. So none of these are approved revisions at this point. I think we need to talk about the really big picture questions and get a sense of what people's priorities are for the time we have together. And then know that all of these have been flagged and they need to be considered part of it.
And given that those big priority discussions are obviously related to some of these line by line changes, we might actually indirectly get at some of this, and we won't even need to talk about it line by line because you all will have already answered the question or provided different guidance. So I agree with that sort of shift, if that's good.
Yeah.
I'm proposing what we do from here. As task force members, I would like to know whether you think this is the way. It's not for right now. What can we do? Well, we have our advisory committee members here. And while we're still, a little over halfway through day 1, we have around the room some like big questions. These are the last pages of your revisions, right? That's section 3. It starts on page 9. These are kind of bigger ideas that have either come from you as subcommittee members, as working groups, or advisory committee members that feel like we need to, as a whole group, have some kind of consensus or some kind of idea about how we want to approach this, and do we want to put in the effort that you all are giving to get this further along. And we have actually, they're each how many are there?
There's 8, I believe.
8.
A lot.
Around the room, and we have little stars, thinking that you all could go put a star by your highest priorities, and we can just go those according to who's like, let's talk about this first. Because
you get 3 stars for today. This is just, okay. The stars are just to help us figure out what to talk about first. Okay, we have until 3:30 today to talk about things. Then we're gonna come back tomorrow, keep talking about things. So take your 3-4 minutes silently to read the last couple of pages in section 3 in your report. I'm gonna pass out 3 stars. We've taped up on the wall here the numbers 1 through 8, starts over here on the left, goes across the door, goes across the whiteboard. The last 2 are on the wall back by lunch. Just pop your stars on there and I'm gonna count stars. You can stick the stars over the text as long as I can see the numbers, or I can count, so that's cool.
How many stars do we get?
3, you get 3. So pick the 3 things that you definitely need to talk about today and tomorrow.
We're still gonna talk about.
Yes, so we might have to postpone some of this conversation to the lower on the priority ones, or we might have to figure out how to triage and take past actions.
So it's choose what you think is gonna require the most conversation.
Or it's the orange.
yes, that's it. Choose the ones that you want to talk about. I have 1 fell on the floor. Here you go. You get the list.
Now you get to say Lauren.
Yeah, drop 1. Lauren has.
Gotta start over. You dropped it?
You are prepared, Lawrence. This is amazing. Like, you put yourself
Oh, yeah.
binder together. That's pretty great.
Well, I like
And
paper.
this too?
I like paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. I know, it's tactile. It's your
It's got thinner. Oh, yeah. That's back.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom and then I will go upstairs.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Also, if you want to leave those written notes with us, that would be super helpful.
Okay.
Or we can just take pictures or whatever. Just accept-
I'll probably submit them separate.
Submit.
Yeah. Because sometimes I'll just write like what's in my mind. Yeah, that's not even related.
Oh,
Okay.
so you'll take them.
They'll pick up some eggs or something. Yeah.
Reminders.
Yes.
Doodles to get the anxiety
Yeah.
out.
I'll recommend your avatars here.
We put three of them on the side.
I think you probably.
I'm surprised no one asked that before. I think definitely.
Right, I know.
No.
Yeah.
It's.
I just went into the chat.
Right. They're about getting to the.
Huh?
Yes. And everyone was. Everyone was like.
Counts.
We got one that's good, but. We're gonna get to all them eventually.
That's right.
That's right. All of it.
Yeah, but they have the. The one for my phone anyway, the other one.
I got one more. Yeah. Go ahead. In Susanville. Yeah. More outsourced. Yeah. I probably have some. Yeah, I do.
Let's go. Here we go. We're gonna start with number 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably about the same.
Everyone, we're doing this thing. Wow, you in a room. Okay, you're live. Okay. Star prioritization, just using your best judgment exercise reveals numbers 1, 2, 5, and 6 all got 5 stars. So that's where we're going to start the conversation. So let's maybe kick it off with number 1. Camille, would you want to guide this conversation for us? Kick it off?
Sure.
And I'm going to change screens and bring the draft, the document of proposed additions back up. So we're starting with number 1, discuss and align on the definition of tribal nations and how they should be addressed throughout the draft report. So Camille, you want to give an overview of context and the proposed action?
Well, as I think you all know, the way that tribal nations are currently defined is as inclusive of both federally recognized and non-federally recognized tribes. There have been discussions in the past about whether the Native American Heritage Commission's list is where that, if we kind of pin this definition to that list. There have been a few different ways in which the unique situations and contexts, need, challenges of federally recognized versus non-federally recognized tribes have been brought up. So I think what we are hoping to do in the phase of this conversation is to consider how this task force would like to refer to tribal nations. Is the existing definition adequate? If it is, in what ways do you want the report to better or more accurately reflect the unique experiences of the diverse tribal nations in the state of California? So just kind of a question about what sorts of guidance is there to make sure that that is better captured in the report, if any change needs to be made. Just finally having that conversation and aligning on that. Is it helpful to pull up that definition, perhaps? I can tell you all where it is in your draft report. That might be a good place to go. Let's tell you. So if you look on page 26 in the glossary, that might be your sort of most comprehensive version of California tribal nations. Throughout this report, used in reference to both federally recognized and non-federally recognized California Native American tribes, elected to denote the inherent sovereignty of Native communities and the relationship of immemorial with the land that is now called California. That definition was built on previous conversations that directed the use of tribal nations as a preferred term.
opening it up for discussion here, questions, thoughts.
I like it. Okay, it's more than rather than having it exclusive either way.
One thing I don't like, that I do not like about it is I don't know, I couldn't find a public list of the non-federally recognized tribes. So that's my only concern. I went to the NAHC and there's no list on their website. I think it was available upon request, but I don't know what that list is. Like I know federally recognized tribes, but I don't know all of them. So I would like to a reference list, and I would like us to kind of define it. Like with a list, we know the 109 tribes, but I don't know the non-federally recognized tribes. Like I know Darlene, but I don't know who else are we talking about? And we're leaving it up to another body that as task force member, I don't know who they are, and I don't know if anyone else knows where they're located, what's their history, who are these other non-federally recognized tribes that we're going to include.
I understand your point. And I too have tried to get a list. They don't make it public. And that's one of the downfalls of the Native American Heritage Commission. And that isn't even why they were established. They shouldn't even have that list. I don't know who should have the list, but they shouldn't have it. So, and I'm just saying, I agree with being more inclusive than exclusive. I mean, if that time comes, there's, I mean, perfect example is the Modocs. They're federally recognized, but they're based in Oklahoma. But their original lands are here in California. So like, where would they fall on that? You know? So I would rather include them because they're from here.
And then another example of the Tonga people, there are several entities, such as like nonprofits that represent their nation, but not like a set one. So there's also that factor.
Yeah, tribal politics are different because there are nonprofit agencies, and we have a nonprofit agency, and we have our tribal governance. So the nonprofit is for business, for grants and whatever, but we have our tribal governance. And it's different.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure I understand, there's some non-recognized tribes that have petitioned for federal recognition. Yes. Is that the list you're talking about? That's not public?
No, that's a federal list.
Okay.
And I just was looking at somebody, there's like, it goes up, well, I think in California right now, there's 66 that have a letter of intent in. Okay, not my brother recognized. But that's going back to the BIA list, taking off people who have been federally recognized since then. So it's the last, I think, list was in 2000 and something.
Is that a list we could refer to, or would that make sense? Or is that problematic?
It's problematic.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Another point I wanted to make is I think we should keep them separate as far as when we talk about them, when we write about them. We recommendations about the two different types. I understand being inclusive, including both federally and non-federally recognized tribes. But as an elected official of a federally recognized tribe, I'm speaking from out of respect for the other 108 federally recognized tribes. I want to. I think it's a bit ignorant for the task force to include everybody together, and it's a bit offensive to the federally recognized tribes, who've the 109 that are in the state of California, but also to the other. There's another 500 in the United States of America, 574 that we have to respect, and I think it's a bit of I feel it's a little bit of an insult to these other nations who already have sovereignty, tribal sovereignty, and special privileges with the United States government. So I think if we speak about these tribal entities differently, and specifically in the report, the more we could do that, the better. And I think it's a little bit of an insult too from the state and the legislature to kind of to lump the federally, non-federally together, because it creates division between the federally and non-federally recognized tribes. That doesn't need to happen. So.
No, that's true, causes conflict. However, when I look at this task for agriculture, land and equity, we're including communities, we're including Black, we're including everybody else. And so that they include non-federally recognized people too. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I don't agree that it's offensive. Because at the end of the day, we're all Native people from what is now the state of California. But I do understand as an elected official why you're stating that, because it does get patchy. The resources, unfortunately, do not extend to non-federally recognized often. So the recommendations need to kind of mirror, not mirror, but be realistic when it comes to what we're recommending when it comes to tribal nations, because not everything is going to be accessible to non-federally recognized. As we learn, there isn't a resource list, an accessible resource list for non-federally recognized. And yes, it's very vital we acknowledge that tribal sovereignty governance that is, recognized by the state, that our families have fought and suffered to sustain throughout 250 years down where I'm from. So there is definitely a balancing act that we need to do when we're making these recommendations, to be respectful of all of our relatives, despite the state failing non-federally recognized people, because at the end of the day, that's what it is. They failed them, and these recommendations can uplift them, but they also need to be realistic, right? What Lawrence is saying, the resources, unfortunately, won't be accessible to them. So how can we frame that recommendation to both? And the language I heard earlier being used, federally recognized as versus non-federally, it should be and federally, because when you use versus, you're putting us against each other. And I heard that earlier. Just didn't want to stop the discussion.
Yeah, I do agree that, I agree with them, that we do need to really vet, because, like Emily was saying, it could be a nonprofit or multiple entities representing the same group of peoples, and needing there to be, like Lawrence was saying, like, where does the line actually stop? And like, how are we defining tribes, whether they are federally recognized or not federally recognized? So I think that kind of goes into a lot of the other recommendation of like setting up that sort of committee or not committee, but space where people are able to review those things. I don't know how much and who is appointed to do that, and who has the qualifications and to say so, to be like, oh, well, you're qualified to receive these fundings or different things to be state recognized, right? Because that's like almost kind of moving it towards, because here in California, we always are going to be a little bit ahead of the rest of the nation, right? So we're going to go and say, hey, we're recognizing federally and non-federally recognized tribes here. And maybe that takes a lot of time and work to get that sort of list, but maybe it's a state sort of thing versus this federally recognized list. It's a state accepted list with different, tribal representation up and down the state, which helps that kind of nation to nation cooperation.
One other point I wanted to make too is just nationwide, the federally recognized tribes in California, they're very underserved as far as resources, financial resources from the BIA, from the Indian Health Service, when you compare them to the other tribes outside of California, in the plains, in the Midwest, and on the East Coast. So that's just another thing. That's another reason why I'm really particular about federally recognized tribes in the state. We want to be bold. Let's use the task force, to supplement that gap between resources that are lacking for California federally recognized tribes and other tribal nations who are not federally recognized tribes in the state. But also wanted to say too that just getting to know. As a task force, I would ask that we all, really dive in and let's kind of, we're in 5th grade, we have to memorize the 50 states. Let's, as a task force, let's memorize who these tribes are in the state of California. As a non-native, I would ask, I would ask the non-natives on the task force to make an effort to find out who who you're advocating for and who we're serving. I'm trying to learn about soil health. So I'd ask, if you could learn about tribes in the state.
I just think that Ryan made a really great point too, of like that percentage of land that the state owns versus like the rest of the other states, that maybe there is more nations owning land, and maybe that is part of returning land. So it's not the state owning all this. Maybe then there is more in the future. We're talking about how can farmers work with the tribal nations of California.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, to move for a time, is there anything in the definition to make it not offensive to our tribal elected officials? We don't want to do that. We do that enough in the future.
Yeah. The definition is fine, I would think. Well, I'm not sure so discuss. I would say when we're talking about it, we just talk about it. Maybe it's fine in the summary, but I would say, just point out, and we make recommendations, we think about them specifically, what's going to apply to a federally recognized tribe versus a non-federally recognized tribe, versus throughout the document, copy and replace California tribal nations.
So I'm hearing the definition of California tribal nations is appropriate to reference the broad group of people you're referring to. However, getting into specific ideas, actions, strategies is very important to distinguish what is appropriate or tailored for federally recognized and non-federally recognized tribes. That's what I'm hearing from this conversation. Okay, so I think what will.
And I think, I know, defining a federally recognized tribe, meaning there is a list of who they are. There's a register. But who are the non-federally recognized tribes? That's what I'm struggling with. That's another piece.
That is, there is a list here. It's of the federal list, BIA list of the tribes that have petitioned for federal recognition. California, there's 88, but some of them have been recognized in this list, but it is a list to refer to, and it is a public document.
It's not updated.
It's not updated, but I can forward it to you. Have it.
I do want to highlight that does overlook some of the tribes that have given up on federal recognition and that are wanting to exist beyond federal recognition. And so that includes like the Confederated Villages Nation, for example. And
I
so
mean, we're on the list, but we haven't pursued it because we're busy with other things. They want you to pursue all these foods.
right.
That they look at 2 petitions a year. We're 106 on the list. They don't approve those 2 that they even review. So, and they're going to change the process.
And I ask whether this task force feels that it must reference any list. Yeah, because I just want to note there are parallel efforts in the state apparatus.
I don't think a list is necessary for both.
Okay.
Well,
What do you think?
it's challenging because as we're talking about zoning, when we're talking about zoning, it's important to know what particular groups should be able to have a particular ability to shape an ability to shape the landscape culturally in a way that is not prohibited with general plans or with general zoning. And so I've seen this in a lot of the work that we do, that actually part of what impedes non-federally recognized tribal sovereignty is state zoning. And so I think it's important to be able to understand like what groups are actually, if we're putting these recommendations that there should be zoning that is tribal specific, it's like, what groups are we talking about? Because I hate to say this, but you know, that then just creates an opportunity for someone to identify as a cultural group and say, well, I can be exempt from zoning. And I want to make sure that we follow the historical legacies of whose sovereignty we're trying to recognize. So that I think that's why the list is important. And it's tough because yeah, the closest thing we have is the NAHC. In some sense, that is a form of state recognition because it's an executive group. And so maybe we can change it by like federally versus like state recognized, but then that would limit to only the tribes in the NAHC. And I hear that, you know, Darlene has mentioned that that's problematic. So we're kind of like in a pickle there. But I do think it's important if we're thinking of what groups are able to exercise that zoning power that we're advocating for, that it doesn't just become the ability of any group to form and then take advantage of those zoning allowances.
So maybe in specific instances where it is actually quite important to have a defined list as problematic, and maybe there can be a recognition in the report of the problematic feature of that list, that is again specific to that line item in some way. So Dorian, to your point, that recommendation could say in accordance with NAHC, if that is the list that is closed. So I'm thinking like next steps from here, I suppose. What could we do? And I think we'll need, we're going to need kind of to assign people who can work on these very specific instances to make sure that the recommendation accurately gives enough information that it doesn't cause any kind of increase in inequity, but is then expansive enough to be inclusive for a range of tribal relationships. So I think we just have to, if everyone is comfortable with where we are, it really is now about point people to work with to get the words right.
I think it should also be brought up at the tribal listening sessions.
Okay.
All of the task force point people.
Making sure this is a point of engagement.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I also want to recognize that this is a moment where it's really clear that you all are trying to make these recommendations within a really imperfect system. And so like what you were just saying about perhaps NAHC is the best list right now to point to, even though has its flaws. There's an option for like a 1-2 step type of situation where you point to that list for now and then also make another recommendation around how to improve that list or explore further.
I can't say NAHC is the best list because I've never seen the list.
Of the actual.
I haven't seen it, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess the point is making a part 1 and a part 2 recommendation. It could be like a short term for the time being and a longer term for a more ideal system. So that's, but yeah, sorry, to the point person topic, I think that's kind of the goal with all of these conversations, so it might be a good moment.
Any volunteers?
To work with staff and advisors, like Darlene, I see, to really get into the language and evaluate for ensuring that it is as accurate as it can be. Darlene, I see a volunteer. Dorian, okay, thank you both.
Okay. Number 2.
I think we've already volunteered, right, for the definition? So.
Oh, yeah. You volunteered to define cultural humility.
Yeah, what we can do is, it's helpful to know who wants to move this work forward, and then we'll start with writing down these names, and we'll connect with you and make sure you have the opportunity to weigh in. So, okay, thank you, Emily, got you.
Okay, number 2, recommend new government structures for accountability and implementation. Apologies about the page break here, but it's a PDF.
I just say sort of a general comment that I think creating new government agencies should be approached with caution. If it's needed, we should recommend it. But we might consider other options if they're room for it within another existing agency or structure before we create a whole other department under the state of California. Which I'm assuming takes a lot more work.
One would assume, assuming I assume correctly.
I could also just.
Go ahead.
Just accountability, like accountability government structures doesn't necessarily like see agency on who's that yesterday. Accountability measure, whether it's long-term permanent body or a short-term action-oriented history. Could be either of those. I see department here, land observatory.
Sorry.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Sorry, Catherine, I wanted to see if Thea was complete with
Oh,
her.
sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I do feel like I really agree with you, and I mean, things like RCDs, we had to create CCRCD, California proper, like, so we've got to have a whole nonprofit to help fund the RCDs now because they're not resourced enough. Resource conservation isn't resourced enough.
Yeah.
So let's put more resources towards the things that are like already under resourced and like identify some other tribes and other folks that are already doing the work. So yeah, I just feel like there's more room to build on, and this idea of kind of the land observatory of like, let's, you know, look at that as a lens, right? Like we are observing the land of the whole California, not like this one space where they, you know, put more and more money into just one thing, but spread that out into different areas and see how little bits of money in these different pockets can help improve their use.
Catherine, and then we'll go to James and then Leah.
Well, I would like to, unfortunately, I can't see who's talking, but I entirely agree with the last person that spoke. And I want to also point out that California is blessed with an incredible network of resource conservation districts that have done this incredible job of stepping up to the plate around wildfire and around carbon farming, something they didn't do, 10 years ago. So I would strongly advocate for, in some ways, giving them additional tools that they can work with. I mean, the RCDs have relationships with landowners, they provide technical assistance, and they could move into the space, I believe. I mean, I acknowledge that they're not in the space now, but I think they're a tremendous resource. And on the land observatory, I want to point out something that is unique in California, and that for, I don't know, like 30, 40 years, we've had the farmland mapping and monitoring program that has mapped and monitored California farmland and its conversion. And there's another, I mean, most states don't have that kind of a resource. And once again, we can add to what we already have rather than creating something new.
Thanks, Catherine. We've got James, Leah, then Jamie.
I share concerns about creating a new department that feels like we would, the time, any amount of money that would go into that would do better going into existing like pathways towards improving outcomes. The land observatory piece to me is compelling because to some extent, I have a hope that we can actually like see how well these policy recommendations are turning out in the real world, so that the ones that work well can be scaled and built out and supported more over the long term, and the ones that don't work well fall off. And unless we create some kind of accountability mechanism for that, whether that's a land observatory or something else, which it sounds like there are other pathways for that, but I do think we need something there. The one thing that I do think, the first bullet point on the last bullet around, the second bullet around ensuring more tribal and socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers have representation in decision-making bodies, that I actually think could be a new thing that we put really far. Like we talk a lot about the fact that there's just the people who are in the rooms making decisions are not necessarily representative of the majority of the community that will be impacted by those decisions. And I think that is something that we should try to create new energy around. Like, I'm not sure how that looks, but like figuring out a way to ensure that there are more people at tables where they're making big decisions about land access, land tenure, land stability, and water. Not sure we can do that.
Thank you, James. Can she respond? Did you want to respond to James' idea, or did you just want to jump in the queue?
I can jump into the queue, but I don't know. It's directly related to what James just said. So CRC has attempted several times to change the division line, which is the law that requires RCDs board to be landowners, and CRC have attempted several times to change that, but it's we have received pushback from a small number of RCDs to not changing that, and so that's not haven't been successful. But now there is a new bill that is in the process. That if that bill gets passed, the division line that landowner requirements will be removed. So we are really to change that. So that may be something that we can put in here, so that RCDs and board can recruit members from non-landowners. So I think that would be good to mention.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Leah, then Jamie, then Adam.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around this whole section, because I feel like it kind of started one place and it seems like it's got a few different tendrils that it's taking. But first, to kind of speak to the first bullet point, my takeaway from that discussion in the public lands working group was that we first wanted to understand existing departments and structures to potentially make recommendations to those, not necessarily create an entire new department, but to be able to better staff and fund any existing department that would be able to better support and resource public leasing offices in being able to interface with farmers, ranchers, and other organizations that would represent or act as a go-between with those producers. So that was just kind of my takeaway. And yeah, so I don't know that I support certainly there are a lot of smaller cities and counties who just don't have a person that you can even really communicate with in order to facilitate land access. And that's been a barrier in my work. Is just having an counterpart to even be communicating. And then I felt like when I was reading this, the land observatory thing, I don't know which working group or subcommittee that came up with it, but I was just curious, like, what are we talking about? And if someone could expand on what that conversation actually was and what the land observatory would do, and to Catherine's point, is that something that we might be making recommendations to the farmland mapping and monitoring. It was input, okay.
Well, it was. The way it came through, Adam Kahlo's presentation, when we were in Coachella. And it was at that meeting recommended for inclusion. But it was not developed. It was sort of called out, but not developed.
Yeah, Adam, what is it? We had a big telescope, we look at land.
Let's go to Adam next. Because
Yeah, he's down. Do that.
This is a good joke. So, yeah, I think I like the idea of thinking about some kind of monitoring of land as a function. It could be a new priority or something new and shiny that could get attention. I think both have merits. I think I'd mentioned that in the EU right now, the new agricultural strategic program is going to approve a 2-year pilot for what they're calling a land observatory. And what's interesting is that the different member states are doing this work right now are struggling to say, well, what would it do? What would its function do? How is representation on the observatory? So fitting into these other bullets, what are its priorities? Is it observing, is it just monitoring farmland rates, or is it identifying trends in ownership? Is it making recommendations? But coming back to that one point, anyway, I can help you. I can provide more information about different worked ideas of what the observatory function could be. And that could be something going forward. But in general, a state mandated data infrastructure that can help different groups answer questions about the changes in land so that they can take decisions. But I think what it does is very political and can serve different interests. And so I think that's an important area. Maybe this could be an area to be more specific if the task force is interested in getting there.
thank you, Adam. Jamie, then Nelson.
I'll be super quick and I need to jump at 3, but I really appreciate the time in the conversation. I just wanted to point out, like, the state only in recent years has acknowledged like equity issues, right? The Farmer Equity Act was passed in 2017. Like, we've just decided to start working on supporting and centering communities that have been underserved. So just, I acknowledge, like, yeah, starting a new agency and understanding that caution, and new things are really important because old things have only supported certain people. So I have a lot of concerns and want to like acknowledge, like, yeah, RCDs have a history of only supporting landowners and primarily, white farmers. So if we're going to recommend funding things that already exist, you'd have to assign a lot of reforms and accountability and structure and training, a lot of the things that have been talked about, if the proposal is to fund the things that have existed historically. So I just want to point that out. And like, new things are great. Thea was a creation of new things, and we love Thea and we love those things. So just wanting to point that out. And I need to go. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Nelson, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep it brief. I don't have too much more to add, mostly just echoing many of the comments that have been made. And then Jamie's comment made me think a little differently, challenging it. I'm of the perspective right now that, land inequity and land injustice is a systematic problem, right? And so it needs to have a system, a strategic approach to solving that problem. And I think creating a new, putting our energy into creating a new department or agency, I feel like may not bring the outcomes that we seek to achieve. The reason I say that is because think of like what's happened in recent months with DEI. Like there's departments and there's efforts with DEI. If it's all housed under one agency, it can get slashed, it can get cut. It's more vulnerable to potential threats. Whereas if we frame our focus in our energy to shifting things across the spectrum, across the landscape, across the agencies that exist. I mean, being mindful of what Jamie just mentioned, I completely agree with what she just said also. We just don't have a lot of clarity when it comes to like what this new agency will specifically do, what teeth they will have in enacting change and accountability, and what that looks like. It's just very open. And I feel like at this point in time, our energy would be better spent to shift and reform what already exists and create accountability structures like James mentioned within what already exists. And I think the representation is important in including those that are affected by the decisions to be involved in the process of decision making. I see challenges with that as well because, it's like extra emotional labor, it's extra taxing on those folks, but I want to think creatively in approaching an effective way so that we can seamlessly make those systematic changes across all different type of agencies, all different type of organizations, both political, governmental, and non-governmental as well.
Okay, thank you, Nelson. Camille, do you want to summarize and ask the question?
Yeah, I'm thinking what has been discussed here is that there is consensus on the need to think through a kind of structure that monitors, evaluates, reports, right, on land, and especially on how the work that you are all doing and the work that's just begun, to James' point, how is it impacting what more could be done to make sure that your goals are moved forward or are met, and ensuring that in that structure, representation is a really key part of how that is built out and funded. I think the specific of that structure is what now needs further thought, right? In terms of how far do you push it, how far do you go ahead?
So it's been mentioned that in some of the state agencies, there are either offices or individuals focused on equity. Is there any structure where they all connect with each other currently, or are they just kind of in their own organization?
I was
Yes. I think there's a lot of people that have their silos, and I support the way the task force could address accountability and cooperation.
throughout state agencies, and that was also part of the Farm Equity Act, and it continues to be a challenging piece because everybody has their lane and people talk, but they also don't talk, and there's, I think that there's some improvement that can happen there, and specifically around land equity, agricultural lands, those.
What if we put a position in the Farmer Equity Office to work with Thea, and their job was to coordinate all these agencies and engage with stakeholders? And make recommendations?
Well, yes, I love it, but I also am cautious, like, the reason I'm cautious about the development of the new department is that, and when the state agencies review this, they're gonna turn around and say, we don't have the funds for this, we have a tight budget, we don't have the capacity, and we're limited by overhead, we can't bring in new staff. So we'll have to address that in a hurry.
Yeah, but I mean, the state has to commit some resources to this effort, right? It's not unfunded, I'm assuming, there's no way to do it without committing some funding, so if we direct them towards what we think would be helpful, or, there could be other options of where would that live? But I think that I really feel the lack of the interagency connection.
The land observatory could be an interagency observation. So it's not like, oh, we're appointing so and so to observe. It's like, hey, these are all the different agencies that are weighing in. It's much like this room now. And it's like, yeah, I hear all the concern and definitely like, oh wait, let's not just switch to making a different department, but let's see where this funding that we're talking about for raising equity in those different agencies, see where those, it's like in Southern California, it might be certain agencies that need it. In Northern California, it might be other agencies. Then I just feel like, yeah.
James.
Yeah, this is reminding me that there was also like the thing that we kind of spoke to this, but the potential for like, we say land observatory there, but in my head, I'm also thinking about it as kind of like a land equity commission a little bit, where it's more like specifically made up of representatives who kind of in some ways mirror this here, but the important part to me would be that the purview of this thing would be to assess the efficacy of the policy recommendations from the task force across like a very holistic spectrum of metrics. Like, is the soil improving? Are people's livelihoods more better? Is their housing security better? Is the economic outcome better? Like, across those kinds of metrics to be like, okay, like, well, maybe, and then it will be able to kind of accommodate the differences throughout the state and kind of, because our whole thing is like, California is huge, it's very diverse, it has incredibly disparate resources in different counties for different communities. So, like, we kind of need to mirror this for that in order to be comprehensive.
We're talking about some continuation of the task force versus something that's more like farmland mapping and monitoring. Like, I think we need more discussion about what we think that commission or whatever it is actually gonna have. There is the farmland mapping and monitoring program. There's also like a nonprofit called the California Association of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers. That they publish an annual publication called Trends in Agricultural Land and Lease Values. I'd love to see that better resourced and more applicable towards small producers, organic producers, and specialty crop growers. Right now, it's a little bit more conventional, so I use it. I take it with a grain of salt. I take information from UCCE, and from that, I put together, how it spends an average lease rate that you might be able to think about as market value. Those are, I get that question all the time, right? So we're talking about, Adam mentioned this, we're talking about land lease values. It would be great, it'd be great to either, you know, give UCC more resources for that, give the Association of Farmland and Rural Producers more resources for that, or put that under the farmland mapping and monitoring. That feels separate than what I heard us talk about as a land observatory, and Adam mentioned that like folks trying to do this also don't know what its purpose is, like we would need to talk about it.
So I'm thinking let's assign, like what we did with, you know, kind of the first question. Who would like to be a point person just to move the, like, kind of two versions of what's being discussed here forward? Sounds like there's both sort of an effort to answer research questions, right? Whether that's monitoring the land itself, is monitoring lease values, right? How? But then there's also been the point raised about another kind of governance body that somehow brings these issues across agencies. So I hear two things there. I'm wondering who would like to jump into considering this and it's James and Leah. Okay,
James, Leah, Thea.
Well,
and two groups.
How would you like to do that?
It's like we gotta figure it out first, how it's going to work. We could start this one meeting too.
Probably, I think maybe talking about these things together, there might be a way in which it is packaged, there might be a way in which it's not. She, James, Leah, Thea.
She as well. Ruth? Okay, so we're gonna have to, I think, do some further splitting because one of the reasons it was difficult to work in subcommittees is because the groups got kind of large and scheduling was an issue. So I love the interest here. Once we have a little brain space, maybe over dinner, we can kind of come back tomorrow with a proposal. And likely Adam will probably tap you to work with one or two of these folks to help develop this concept further. Thank you. Happy to support, Adam says.
Thank you all. Yeah, we'll come back with some clearer mechanisms.
I'm interested too.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we've got approximately 20 minutes left before we need to pivot. Next up, which received the most, also 5 stars, number 5. So let's jump down to number 5. Clarify the role of public and private land ownership in the reports.
I just want to make sure, I know it's not, shouldn't hear that, the conversation we have to about. See,
Or feel free to sit in the center of the room.
No, just what we were talking about yesterday with the tribal state session. I think it falls under this and maybe the public school yesterday. But talking about that transition and states holding lands, or that transition from holding land and then making sure it's. I'm not sure if that fits in there enough. It seems like an opportunity to talk about that and then tribal state land. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's another one there as well. Maybe that's maybe 6.
I think at this point, to your question about the, you know, how would public land ownership fit in to some of the other goals that you all have? And then what is the relationship between the use of publicly owned land as a mechanism versus privately owned land as a goal and a mechanism. And maybe the verse there isn't quite the right word, but trying to untangle or understand that relationship came up in the March meeting. And I think, yeah, to your point, it can be considered in very specific kinds of instances. When is public land ownership a tool? When is private land ownership a tool? And just trying to get everyone's sense and conversation on whether those are perceived as a both and, if there is a kind of priority that feels important here, what feels more aligned?
I was a little confused about this section because part of it felt like maybe we were doing some like introductory framing versus the direct recommendations that we put forward. So I was just wondering what the ask was here. Is this about framing kind of the role of public ownership in the larger land equity solutions, or is this about drilling into the recommendations? Public.
I think it's both. I think in the March meeting, there was discussion about whether incentivizing the public holding of land is an end, like is a goal, and it could be a goal that leads to equity. Or are there too many downsides to publicly held land that you don't want that to be a mechanism to achieve a goal? So I think, Leah, yes, both context, but it's actually more like how do you want to write your recommendations so that ownership, given the ownership model, who is owning the land? What is the most equitable way to distribute that? Dorian, I don't know, I don't mean to call you out, but did what I just say map a bit onto that discussion?
I think so. Yeah, I think it opens us for discussion, and I think it also already starts to point to some of the benefits of using public lands for public good, which is not something new. I think it's something that we've introduced, but we haven't really delineated it yet. So.
I think we were also kind of talking about two parts of the story in public land ownership. We were talking about like the existing, said huge over % of lands that are currently publicly owned.
Right.
And that there's opportunity there for public lands for public good. And then this kind of separate set of topics we talk about is it prudent, and are there ways that we could responsibly increase public land rights for public good? And kind of what are the recommendations for those two areas?
And just to specify, when we're talking about public lands, I think in this context, but immediately we're talking about public or state public lands, which are within the purview of California. Because when we're talking about federal public lands, those are within federal agencies. I think it's something we can discuss because it's something we heard in the tribal listening session yesterday. But yeah, I just think, state public lands in particular, so that we're clear.
Yeah, we're limited in our recommendations, obviously, to talk about things that the governor.
This is an area that I think it's important for us to not be too narrow in how we describe what we view as relates to these things for a couple of different reasons. Partially for what I said before about how different all the different needs are in resource bases throughout the state, but also some of these things are kind of like, if we read all these comments, some of these are like need reasons, like we need to decommodify land as a thing, right? Like decommodifying land, period. Versus like private ownership as a way to do generational wealth building, which is like, that is dependent. Like one thing that I'm worried about is that we create a set of frameworks that create equitable land access for one generation, but then the next generation will not be able to, because if it's like, if people can use their land unrestrictedly as a wealth building tool, then that will kind of mimic what is currently existing in the land access world, and so it's like, that's why I'm like, if we get too narrow in how we describe these things, like we will be replicating things that I think we don't want to replicate beyond. So it's like, yeah, it's complicated. Like this is like a really tricky thing.
Like just by definition, equity literally means the ownership and like being able to have that. And so it is a very, I think the public lands and being able to transfer that into like holding title or another group holding title or farms holding title, being able to lease, right? Because is there equity in that? No, but it is like something we started the day with of like market access, land access is still in the forefront of what farmers need and are like struggling with. So it is, I just want to echo what you're saying, James, it is kind of create this tension that we have to be very mindful of that, just mindful of.
Nelson, you want to jump in?
Yes, just like to add to the conversation that a perspective intention I've had internally with this is, or I should specifically with our recommendations is, I think we need to describe like the nuances and important differences between the two types of land, quote unquote, ownership. And we may need to frame and organize our policy approaches based on those distinctions. Like some of the recommendations may apply and be only relevant to public lands, and some may be more effective in private lands. I think there are some contradictions across our recommendations that we need to resolve in this tension between public and private without being clear on like delineating when and why is appropriate and when, you know, public leasing might be preferable for transitional support or for small scale producers, beginning farmers, aspiring farmers, priority producers with limited capital. Like that is a leg up, and there's ways to create equity through that and a pathway towards ownership if that is the goal for those producers. And then, you know, private ownership might be a goal for many to, you know, establish and create long-term wealth building. So I do see the value in both, but I feel like our recommendations may be applicable to one or the other. You know, when it comes to like public lands, you know, owned by the state, I feel like there's an easier or more of a path of least resistance to giving land back and land return efforts than if it's like privately owned land. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody that knows more about like how those pathways to land return exist and those efforts that are underway right now. But it just definitely seems in my perspective that just for the example of land return, it seems like it would be easier under a public owned land for the land and considering the accountability of the government for the responsibility of land loss and all of the oppression that has happened on the land that is now called California, right? Versus like people that have lived here and have their homes here and their private land. Like, what does it look like to give land back when they already exist here? And who actually benefits in that transaction when it's like privately held land? And I think there's when it comes to our policy recommendations, there's definitely a lot of nuances that I'm hearing and they're bringing up. And when it comes to like tangible approaches to, you know, maintaining and creating that land equity.
Thanks, Nelson.
Orion, were you trying to jump in earlier?
No, I can skip for now. Yeah, I'll come back.
What do you think, Camille?
Well, I'm here, so I'm wondering if you all are hearing this as well, that there's space for being very thoughtful about how publicly owned land can move equity goals. But that is not but the decommoditization of land is not some kind of overarching goal. That means that then there isn't other goals related to private land. I'm saying this very badly, but I think I'm seeing kind of two goals: publicly owned land being leveraged for equity, privately owned land also being thought of as part of the process of equity, rather than that. Am I making sense? Yeah.
No, I think so, and I think the reason we have so many recommendations is that we need all different kinds of flavors for all different kinds of producers, for all parts of the state. Land access and land equity can mean different things for different types of operations. And some folks have both own and lease land too, like all things can be true. So just because leasing, publicly held land with a long-term secure agreement offers land security and land access, if it doesn't offer wealth building, doesn't mean that there aren't other avenues for wealth building for producers that they could be exploring through some of our other recommendations like the pension. So we don't want to just create one solution for everybody. And so both of these pathways are valid with us.
So being very thoughtful in how those pathways are described and used in the recommendations will be key to at least dealing with some of the other kinds of possible inequities that can spin out of the recommendations. Yes. Okay, so I'm wondering whether you all are feeling like there needs to be, I'm wondering if there needs to be a group of people, point people to really think about where are we talking about private land in here, and where are we talking about a public use of land here, and go and really look through what's there and try to see if there are specificities that are required. Does that sound like the next step from here? So we're not taking out anything, we're rather just looking at everything that's here and saying where we're talking about public and private options. So are there point people who are willing to do that look, do that take? Dorian, Leah?
Dorian and Leah? Not Leah. Leah, okay.
You do.
Okay. We're just about at time for this conversation. It's 3:26. We need to talk through many more things. Tomorrow, we come back and we'll start with number 6, which also received 5 stars, and then 4, 3, 7, and 8. Plus we have the other stuff in the middle. So it's going to require some light reading from folks, I think, after we recess tonight or before we come back tomorrow. We do start earlier tomorrow. We're not done yet. By the way, we still have 2 agenda sessions left. But I think we've got to conclude this working session portion. We don't have time to dive into anything else. But go ahead, Camille.
I was just going to make one quick note that if you all do have further questions of what the advisory committee proposed that you didn't get the chance to talk about or add, do let staff know, because we can make sure you have that conversation with the advisory. I just wanted to note that they are only here for this session, but that's not the end of your opportunity to really ask them, follow up with them. We can make those connections happen.
Would it actually make sense to let the advisory committee members just flag numbers that they wanted to support, just like Adam did, just in the last minute here, so that we have that in our brains for tomorrow? But
let's give it
if they want to do that, if there's any numbers that speak to them.
You can also pass if that doesn't come up for you, but let's just start with Adam. I'll go down the list here. Adam, are there any of these discussion priorities that you would be interested to work further on in collaboration with a task force member?
So this last one about the tension between private ownership trending towards inequity as a basis, but also, of course, the ability for private ownership to develop wealth for people who haven't had it. I think that's I can support on that.
So number 5. Okay, thank
Yes.
you. Angel, how about you?
Yeah, for me, I mean, anything related to agriculture, land repurposing, disadvantaged communities, climate change, water, air quality, socioeconomic
We'll put you down for
development.
everyone. Okay.
Thanks, Angela. Yeah, we can work on that.
Catherine, how about yourself?
Yeah, I'm very interested in number 5. And then, as many of you know, I just finished a paper about number 6, and the use of private agreements, conservation and financing agreements with rights of first refusal. So I'm definitely interested in those 2. I don't know what happened to the policy framework. Did we talk about that or we missed it? I can't remember, but.
It's not listed as top priority for today.
Oh,
Catherine, but
got it.
is
Okay,
still-
totally. Yeah, no, I'm 5 and 6.
Okay, great, thank you. Cassandra, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Who's gotta go?
That's okay. I had to go to another meeting and I'm concerned that I don't actually have a full visual on what are the priorities because of the limitations of the screen. So if there would be a way that I could respond over email.
Certainly, we will follow up.
Okay, that would be great. Thanks. All right, good to be here. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Marissa, any of these discussion priorities 1 through 8 that we can count you down towards work collaboration task?
Yeah, I would say 4, 7, and 8. Maybe 6, but the document I'm looking at is so short that I don't really see what's in 6.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Is that everyone?
I think I got all the AC members online. Did I miss anyone? No.
And we'll continue to do some managing as the conversation continues tomorrow. Thank you, advisory committee members. We'll be in touch. There's lots to digest here, but we will be in touch as soon as possible to get everything set up.
Okay, everyone, thank you.
Yes.
I am sure your brains are feeling a little tired. We wanted to take our last break of today, start back promptly by 3:45. What's left on the agenda is to discuss relevant state policy. We're going to get updates on Prop 4, AB 524, Senate Bill 6462, and AB 1485. Brief. We also have Shanna Atherton Bauer from DOC joining at 3:45 to give us some more basic overview and be able to answer questions you all may have. Then we also have a potential action related to position letter on AB 524. And we have 3 members of the public who are online. We haven't seen any hands up and we haven't seen any submission of public comment forms. But so folks online, if you're interested to do that, please either use your raised hand or submit your comment form. You can speak to any of the upcoming agenda items or general public before we close out. So break time, refresh, we will start promptly at 3:45. It would be helpful if we could sit by 3:44.
There is more coffee. Sean was very nice. It's got hot coffee for everyone. So. Well, I can go for a little. Yeah. Do you want me
All right, we're settling back in. Thank you all. Okay. Our next session is a discussion on relevant state policy. We're first going to have Caleb come up and provide some brief updates on the status of 2 different bills, and then Caleb will turn it over to Shanna. Shanna, thanks for joining us this afternoon.
My pleasure.
You ready, Caleb?
Yeah.
Are you presenting from there?
I'm gonna present yours and my second screen.
Oh, can folks online hear Caleb? Hold on, let's do a test.
Can everyone hear me?
No. As far as it will stretch.
He's coming. We can move that back there.
Okay.
I thought you don't talk much.
More.
All right.
Get those puzzles.
Okay, so really quick, some legislative updates based on the pieces of legislation that we introduced to you all at the March meeting. I want to start with Senate Bill 462, which, as a reminder, this bill creates an account within the California Farmland Conservancy Program Fund, which would require that $20 million be annually appropriated to this new account for agricultural conservation easement acquisition. So this bill passed the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee, and then was sent to the Senate Appropriations Committee and placed on suspense file. So suspense file is this kind of wonky legislative process where any bill that is expected to cost $50,000 or more gets placed on suspense with the Appropriations Committee. And then the Appropriations Committee in the month of May gets to decide whether or not they want to keep that bill on suspense, which essentially kills the bill, or they can take it off of suspense and allow it to move through the legislative process. So that was that bill. And there are a couple of other bills that have also been placed on suspense, including AB 1485 and AB 524. So AB 1485, which, as a reminder, this bill would exempt tribal land return transactions for cultural, educational, recreational, or conservation uses from the documentary transfer tax, and would exempt some land held by federally recognized tribes for conservation purposes from property taxes until 2031. This bill passed the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee on May 6th, sent to Assembly Appropriations, and then was heard today at 9 a.m. And I don't have an update for you on how that went, but we should probably hear that sometime tonight or sometime in the near future. Then same thing with AB 524, that bill was also placed on suspense and heard today by the Assembly Appropriations Committee. And as a reminder, that's the bill that references the task force and that we have a subcommittee for, and it relates to Proposition 4 as well, providing $30 million for agricultural land access programs and initiatives. And then as a reminder, Prop 4 was passed in 2024 in November by voters, $10 billion for climate projects, $30 million of which for land access projects to be developed by DOC in consultation with you all, the task force. And so I'm actually going to shift to Camille, who will introduce Shauna Atherton-Bauer from DOC to talk a bit more about that.
Thank you, Caleb. So Shauna, thank you so much for being here today. As you all can see, Shauna Atherton-Bauer is the Division Director and Land Conservation Programs Manager, the Land Resource Protection Division of the California Department of Conservation, otherwise known as DOC. And Shauna is going to take it from here to talk with you all.
Hi, everyone. Apologies, my lighting in my room is a little odd. Thank you, Camille, and thank you all for having me today. I'm really excited to be here. This is something that has been on our radar, obviously, for the last 6 or 7 months. It's something that we've been talking a lot about, but haven't really been able to move quickly on. So I wanted to share some updates about where we're at DOC related to the development of the Agricultural Land Access Program that is allocated funding in Proposition 4. So the first couple of things to note are that in the governor's budget, there currently is no funding for the program coming up for fiscal year 25-26. And we are looking for additional guidance from the legislature on the structure of the program, which speaks to AB 524 and its existence and moving through the process. So I'll back up a little bit. We have at DOC been in communication with Camille and Sean over at SGC on the land access program, just to make sure that we're touching base so that we keep those open lines of communication, so that when things become a little bit clearer about the timeline for our funding and whether the legislature will provide us more guidance, we have a way to move forward and work with you all on getting this program developed and up and running. Some constraints. We don't currently in the department have funds to move the program forward. That's part of why we're looking for the funding, why we need to wait for the funding from the legislature. We need to have the capacity to build out the program in a thoughtful and meaningful way. We are, that said, we have been doing a little bit of research internally when we have capacity to evaluate our options for program structures pending that additional guidance from the legislature on what the program should include. So we have had some initial conversations with stakeholders just to understand what models are out there and potentially available for us to give loans. We're working to understand what our other funding options are, if any. And our goal, once we have a better sense of the legislature's intent and the timing for funding, will be to pull together an initial program structure based on that initial research to give the public and you all something to respond to. And then once we have that kind of initial structure, we plan to share that out with you all, as well as hold meetings to get feedback on that, on what's needed, what's not, what looks like it might work, what looks like it won't. We plan to then incorporate that feedback into a more fully developed set of guidelines that we would then share out for further comment and feedback. And then depending on responses to that next iteration, we would either iterate the program further or release an initial solicitation. You'll notice I'm not providing any timeline for this. And again, that's because until we know until we know what our funding looks like and the path for the legislature's proposed policies on this program, we don't really know what that timeline will look like. That said, as a starting place, and while we're waiting for that additional clarity, we have developed a few questions, and we've had some questions arise as we've been doing our research that we would love the task force's input on. So we have two kind of groups of questions, a couple that we'll bring forward to you today, which you can see on your screen, and then we have another set of questions that we would like to bring to the subcommittees for further consideration that are a little bit more technical and specific to inform our initial program, our initial proposal for a program structure. So with that, I will stop talking, and I think we'd like to open it up for discussion for the rest of the time that I have with you all. And we have some initial questions that we would love your thoughts on to guide that discussion. So the first one really is, what would program success look like for you all, and how might that be measured? And then what factors are most important to you all for us to consider when we're designing an effective program? So these might include lower zero interest loans, perhaps a revolving loan fund versus forgivable loans or grants that would draw down the funding that we have available allocated through Prop 4 over time and ultimately result in spending all of that funding down. Evaluating proposals in relation to the access and tenure needs of particular communities and regions, and what do those access and tenure needs look like? Match requirements and or award maximums. Is it important to have match and or award maximums so that that funding can go further, or is it important to get the most the dollars that are needed into hand so that people don't need to worry about those match requirements? And then eligible expenses that are important for you all, including reimbursement of transaction costs like appraisal, escrow, fee title, appraisal costs, escrow costs, title fees, or should the bulk of the funding go primarily to those acquisitions or something else? So I'll stop there and really interested to hear what you all have to say, if you have any initial thoughts based on these questions or reactions.
How does your program impact tribes as of now?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that question.
The question was, how does your program impact tribes currently?
So the program doesn't currently exist, so it doesn't yet have an impact on tribes. Tribes are a potential eligible applicant or recipient of these funds. So we would look to include tribes and incorporate tribes in the program where possible.
So have you reached out to tribes for that solicitation? You mentioned stakeholders, which tribal governments are stakeholders, they're, their governments.
Yeah, so we have not begun outreach. We have not begun a concerted outreach effort yet. So we don't have the list of who we're going to be reaching out to once we have to gather that feedback. We are currently at the starting stages, again, because we're looking for that additional input from the legislature on the program structure, and we are looking for the funding to actually be able to move out the door. The department in January did hire a tribal liaison, which we're very grateful for, and so we will be working closely with our tribal liaison to make sure that we have a strong outreach plan in place so that we can engage tribes and understand what their needs are related to this funding.
Who's your tribal liaison?
Her name is Crystal Blue, and I'm happy to share her email with Camille so she can get that to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So
Nathaniel, sorry.
this is Nathaniel Brown. Just a couple things I keep in mind. I do feel like most of the money going to acquisition is helpful. But there is obviously these other recommendations that we've kind of pointed to earlier, and large conversation on our recommendation to conserve and protect California's agricultural land. I know that the funding is going away for the capacity building and the acquisition grants. And so like re-looking at these acquisition grants for the future to be more like money to those acquisitions versus like the money, all the other things towards the bottom there, appraisals, escrow, fee titles, etc. Those are all very important and need to be included. But there hasn't been a lot of I don't want to say there hasn't been a lot, but pushing more money through the acquisitions for the folks that might not have the match requirements, again, this kind of goes back to our earlier discussion of who's able to hold and conserve land, buy, sell, protect, buy, you gotta have money. And these are these larger land trusts that end up having the money, time, and capacity to accept these funds, and like make things happen, while, you know, we can look at how can we respond more urgently to farmers that are trying to conserve, you know, important, and it doesn't have to be important, it's important to the farmers. But how to conserve that land and respond more quickly. I know that, you know, sometimes that is appointing an organization to, you know, maybe it's awarding the money to an organization that is working closely with farmers to help make that purchase happen, so the organization can be ready to move with the funds, or know how to draw those funds out of you know, an account. Heading into the training of just holding that land, and training of land trust, like Ryan was, you know, mentioning earlier, that we need that cultural competency and humility can come from these trainings, but also like bringing on more of the DOC to, you know, make sure everyone is able to access these information, whether you speak Spanish, Mandarin Chinese, or you're just not in large agricultural loop of things.
James?
Yeah. Just so that I'm clear, these questions are related to the 30 million that we come out of profit.
That's correct. Yeah. So I will say, so my division and the team that's currently slated to manage these funds also manages our California Farmland Conservancy Program and our Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program.
Okay, this is like when you ask this question, my head kind of exploded because there's like so much like there in all these different ways, but because the funding is primarily for climate resilience, then I think kind of looking at recommendations that we have and mapping those over resiliency outcomes be something to look at. And then 30 million is not very much money when it comes to land access in California, and so I would just caution, like, when we're thinking about how that could potentially impact the space, like there's gonna be like a spectrum of kind of scope type of things, and if there's a very clearly identified need that could be supported, that would kind of be the best expenditure of that money. I think that, like, getting the most bang for your buck kind of thing. No, I don't have like a specific recommendation there, but it's just like, you know, 30 million, like there can't be like, couldn't be like an RFP program to buy land, because like that's only going to help out like, you know, 15 people or something like that. So it's kind of like, I just think like this next round of policy recommendations for the draft, for the report, would be a good starting place to scaffold some potential programmatic outcomes that map on well to the top for
Thea, then Leah.
Thea Rittenhouse of the Department of Food and Ag. Just wanted to build on that, just say that I think that this group, you know, previously today, for most of the day today, we were working through this draft, and I think by the next time we meet next in August, there's going to be a lot in this draft that I think could help to get more at what program success might look like, and I encourage Department of Conservation to look at the outcomes that are being developed with this task force. And, you know, we heard about the survey that we had, land access survey. The land access survey is now complete. Also, there's a lot of really interesting information in there that the Department of Conservation can use to inform some of these questions that you're asking. So, particularly when the timeline is unknown, at this time, it's a great opportunity to engage with this group here. And that's
Hi, this is Leah. I'll build off what both my colleagues here said. I think I would like to see as many farmers served as possible with those limited funds. So I think we could talk about many different programs that this could fund, and perhaps we just need to create additional pools of fund to fund all of these different programs. So I would encourage keeping a pretty limited scope on the project, focusing in on one thing to be able to serve the maximum number of farmers. If that's like a down payment assistance program or something like that, that's just very targeted to being able to serve as many farmers. And I do like the idea of a revolving fund, so that is a continuous fund that can kind of pay it forward, and grow. But perhaps there are certain mechanisms or triggers for some of those low or zero interest loans to be forgivable, such as like meeting conservation or so I think that there are ways that those two things can work together in a way that would also encourage public funds continuing to go toward the public benefit of farming, and not just someone using these funds and then a year later sell the land, by creating a structure around incentives such as forgivable loans. You can encourage longer term tenure on the land, and like roll in different mechanisms like deed restrictions, rights, things like that, along with conservation practices that would continue to public land benefits. There's a lot more too, so maybe we could just schedule a call.
Ruth, go ahead.
This is Ruth. I second the point about building in incentives and structures to ensure longer tenure after the purchase is made. I think that's important. Just from my experience with incentives programs, if you invest in that piece of land for an equity goal, you want to make sure that goal is, at least for some useful life to the person who's farming there, that goal is being supported. And so whether it's restrictions on who it can be sold to, or the forgivable loan, providing incentive to be there longer, I think those are really good ideas.
I imagine it's gonna be highly competitive. The Tribal Nature-Based Solutions was awarded over $100 million to 33 tribes, and that even was very highly competitive. So I have a question, because the bullet point about the MAP requirements, my question is, who is this program serving? Because that will help me understand that bullet point.
Yeah, so the goal is for this program to serve new and beginning farmers and ranchers, socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, and tribes. So there is a lot there. I will flag, because this is a detail that we always have to consider within California, that the program needs to prioritize benefits to those organizations. It is our intent, and we will work closely with you all to make sure that we reach that goal. The one thing that we cannot do is include a scoring criteria for prioritizing benefits to socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers. And that is because of California constitutional limitations. However, our goal is to build out an outreach and a technical assistance framework that will make sure that the projects that are coming forward are from those groups, so that those applications are the ones that we're considering.
I don't agree, having any MAC requirement from the folks that you mentioned who this program is supposed to be serving. Because that'll create multi-layered barriers for the folks that you're intending on this to apply to.
Nelson, please go ahead.
This is Nelson Hawkins, farmer founder of We Grow Urban Farm and co-founder of Ujima Farmer Collective. Pleasure to be in community with you. Just adding to what has already been mentioned, I agree with Vice Chair Bergoglio that this is what came to mind as well. Is I think matching requirements should be exempt or waived for socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers and tribal members. I'd like to get some more clarity on those state statutes, or I forgot how you framed it, that limited scorecards, or I was a little confused on that part. If you would mind elaborating on that. My reflections on question 1 here: what does the program success look like, and how might it be measured? I think there's really just an increase in access and ownership and maintaining land. And then we can, split the hairs and get into the weeds on specifics on how to measure that. But we just need a more ease of path of least resistance and an easy pathway, breaking through those barriers for farmers and ranchers like us. One thing specifically that comes to mind for that is, even in my personal experience with the organization acquiring land, is the upfront cost when you commit to a purchase agreement. You have to put down a deposit, speaking to what Leah mentioned with the down payment assistance, something like that came to mind as well, because, a lot of folks don't have the money up front, and you have to pay that to initiate the transaction, let alone the due diligence costs, escrow, fee titles, all those different things that come with the transaction. A reimbursement, usually, that's going to come too late after the fact. Usually, in most cases, a 60-day, purchase agreement and escrow period is common to my understanding. But most of the time, in my experience, reimbursements will come too late. So what happens for those that don't have the money up front to cover that? So I would consider maybe granting or having some type of I think it's been brought up later in one of the recommendations, but like the acquisition readiness fund or something like that, where the DOC can move quickly for those that are eligible and ready to make a move on a property, but may not have the deposits. I'm sure this is opening up a lot more as we discussed. So I'm sure more will come to mind, but that's my initial reflections and questions.
Thank you, Nelson. Any other task force members want to respond to any of these discussion prompts?
I just want to add that,
Maybe a little bit louder.
yeah, this is Nathaniel Brown, Brown Sugar Farm. I just want to add that I really love the idea of a down payment assistance. I think it kind of, what I first said is like acquisition, right? And I'm kind of retracting, yes, we don't want to have help 10 or 15 people, but if it was kind of like that match requirement that is sometimes looked, if the farmers had the match requirement, they would have just put the down payment down, and they could afford the mortgage to buy the land. That's not the case. And that match requirement, even for, socially disadvantaged farmers, sometimes it's like 25%. And, that could be looked at as, closer to the match fund. And if that was the case, it'd be more like 100 farmers that were able to help out and, get that bang for our buck. So just echoing all the kind of sentiments that putting in the most money we can towards the acquisition of the land to get it in the farmers' hands so they can do the real conservation.
I agree some match is a good idea. I don't know what the right number is. I think it helps with buy-in to the program and being able to spread the funds around more. And I would say if someone has no way to come up with a small amount of capital, it might not be a good idea for them to purchase land, right? It's, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be exclusive either, but I think it's sort of like it probably the people that want to purchase land have some access to these things, right? So, yeah, I don't know what the right number is, but I think a match is good.
So just because one folks has resource and the other doesn't, that makes them not qualified. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I don't want to go there either. But I wouldn't recommend just from a business plan perspective that if you have zero capital at all, that you then just go and buy land with this program. Like you need to have a business plan so that your ongoing costs, that you have some plan for that, so that you don't get stuck. Like just if this program is a one-time assistance, and then you purchase land, but you're not prepared financially to manage it, they will pay property taxes and infrastructure improvements and whatever else you need to do. Or maybe some kind of business planning could be like to the technical assistance point. Is there some way to do like make sure you're really ready to buy this land, right? There's some component. I know I get that like we don't want to be exclusive towards people that are already resourced. Or how can we provide resources that would make sure people are set up for success?
Good, we're sharing considerations here and everyone now wants to reply to that one. And Nelson had his hand up first. Then I saw this whole row. Hands go up. Chi, James, Leah, Thea, Irene.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment because that reminded me of another thing I wanted to add to it was, what does the program success look like? It's not just in the transaction, in the acquisition, it's also in the long-term maintaining of the land. And I would suggest some type of framework to maybe have a 2 to 3 year reimbursable grant to cover the ongoing costs. Like we're learning a lot regarding property with our organization about property taxes, insurance, and all the different things that come with holding land. And so I forgot who mentioned it earlier, but when we talk about the training, I think that could be a part of empowering new land owners, for lack of better words, to know what comes with holding land and to be successful in maintaining that land. So I think coupled with the funding to cover those costs, maybe 2 or 3 years, maybe 5 years, whatever is like a solid pathway to like keep the person out their nest, so that they can fly on their own, but also give them the tools and resources to be able to fly on their own and to hold land successfully on their own long term. I think both of those things coupled together in those early years would be valuable to package within this program, especially for the long-term success.
Thanks, Nelson. We're gonna go down this row and then we're bumping up against time. So Chi, James, Leah, Thea.
Can I ask a question? What does match requirements means here? So suppose a farmer, he has some old capital, does that also count as match requirements?
Yes, these are just ideas that you're giving feedback for. So there's no definitive number on 10% match, 5% match, 50% match, that's what you all are talking about. But it's like some level of capital or a business plan for future funding of maintenance and things like that.
Yeah, very quickly, I think, it really depends on what the goal of the land use is gonna be. It will dictate what kind of support is required along the land tenure journey. Like, because if it's just very apples and oranges to me if it's like a plot of land that's being returned to like a tribe versus like somebody who wants to like start a farm business, right? Like those are apples and oranges in terms of what resources are required for that. And so I think it's important that there's like, I like the idea of a match. I like the idea of like a matchable revolving fund that people can use to make down payments on land purchases. I also think to the points that are brought up around what needs to happen after acquisition, like maybe some of the money should go towards like climate resilient infrastructure improvements that align with things that we know will create more equitable outcomes for those land stewards too, like helping with off-grid solar, helping with fencing, helping with temporary farm perhaps, permanent farm perhaps. You know, $30 million cannot do all of those things, but maybe with Matt, they can do some of these things, or at least pilot them in a way that, you know, if there's enough there to be like, okay, cool, like let's do more, we need more money to do more of this next year. Next time.
Leah?
I'm responding to this under the assumption of like my concept of a down payment assistance program. So just putting that caveat on it. I don't personally have a formed opinion at the moment on matches. I'm sure that my colleagues at Farm League might. But I do have an opinion about maximums. And I do think that, you know, this product could be like it's $200,000 per farm served or land steward served. So it can be like, it can increase if it's like a group land access situation. But I do think that some structure around maximums would be a good idea in this framework. I also think if it is structured as a 0 to low interest loan product, that some of the concerns about like financial readiness are built into the loan application and loan readiness process that would, if this was structured or in partnership with an organization like a CDFI, could provide both the technical assistance, education, and support to kind of build out those pieces of farm support and kind of ensure that the farm business or entity is in a position to be able to support the ongoing holding costs of the land. That's what underwriting is. So that's one of the reasons that I think having a low to zero, potentially forgivable revolving fund is a good way to structure this.
Thea, Irene, Nathaniel, I don't know if we have time to come back around to you. Yeah,
Just to build off of James' comment, I think that we're talking. I don't know the language in the Prop 4 and how it specifically directs this program to serve tribes, but we're talking about two different things. And we had a lot of conversation yesterday at the tribal listening session about needs and uses of land and definitions of agriculture. And I don't know if it's a good idea or not to conflate those things and put them all in one bucket, how that's written in Prop 4. This group, we had some really good conversations yesterday with the first of 3 tribal listening sessions. I think that it's worth again coming back and listening to this conversation, how it evolves, because I think this should be accessible to all of those groups, and they have very different needs. In this case, depending on what the I don't know what the Prop 4 specifies.
Thank you, Thea. Irene, I'm sorry, but I don't know if we can come back around.
That's right.
Okay.
I was just thinking of, I like the idea sort of like a pipeline. So, you know, helping, especially aspiring farmers or farm workers who need to transition to become farmers. Be able to maybe access land and, I don't know, maybe be connected to state procurement. Think of, or initiatives, like, I don't know, farmers markets, market match, like things that would sort of be like a contract, right? Where they could repay in that manner.
Okay. Great considerations and just launching this conversation with Shauna, I'm so sorry, I do that every time. And she also indicated that there's additional questions that DOC has that she'll bring forward to subcommittees, and there's no definitive timeline associated with this. So apologies for having to stop the conversation, but we're bumping up against time.
So we're
Shauna.
run out of time. Where can we provide that input?
Great question. Shauna, how would you like additional input received?
Yeah, you can email me directly, shauna.atherton@conservation.ca.gov. And Camille, you've got my email, so you can send it around.
Yeah, happy to share that email with everyone. Meeting follow-up. Thank you, Shauna.
Thank you all so much. And I look forward to having additional conversations with you on this.
Thank you. Just a quick check, any public comments on relevant state policy?
See if anyone raises a hand. I've seen some comments. I don't know if they filled the form.
No, the chats that are coming through are mostly panelists.
There was a question about when the timeline for rollout, when's the timeline for rollout for this program? So answer that question, clarification that there is no timeline for rollout at this point.
There's no public comment. Okay. No public comment.
She said she just submitted it, the form.
Oh, she did. Who is it, Lena?
Yes.
Tanya. Okay, Lena, go ahead. We will give you permission to unmute yourself and share your comment.
I can do that.
All right, we're working on it. Sorry.
1 second.
Tricky.
This is the host. Apologies.
Thanks, Camille.
And everybody.
There we are. Go ahead, Lena. You should be able to speak now.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Lena Ortega. I'm a citizen of the Fort Yumokotsan Indian tribe out here in southeastern California, Imperial County, to be exact. I just wanted to make a comment through some of this information that was, being talked about as far as like the programming. So I just find it really hard to understand how this program intends to serve our tribal communities when you're not engaging in direct conversations at the moment or showing a willingness to expand your programs to be inclusive of our needs. And there is, previous data feedback from numerous tribal consultations and other similar programs and initiatives, but I feel like you're not applying that knowledge or honoring those insights. And as Emily stated in the beginning, we are our own nations within a nation, and we need a tribal set aside. Thank you. That is all.
Thanks, Lena. Okay. Final session for this afternoon, potential action related to position letter on AB 524. So just as a quick, let me see what my next slide is. Oh yes, here we go. A quick overview. So at your March 27th meeting, we introduced this proposed piece of legislation. You all agreed to form a short-term subcommittee to dive deeper into AB 524 and then decide how you wanted to engage with this legislation. And the subcommittee met April 18th. We had about 2 hours of conversation, and the subcommittee decided to put forward a very high-level position letter supporting adoption of AB 524, and the signatories on that letter were only subcommittee members. It was not submitted on behalf of the full task force. We developed the structure of that letter together, the different components of it, and then we worked with James as a point person to refine the text. The letter itself was a little over a block, so pretty brief. That was shared with the full task force, so you all have copies of that. The subcommittee wanted to bring this back around to the full task force. There was, I think, 7 or 9 people on that subcommittee. I can't remember the number, but the question was, is the full task force interested to submit a position letter? And the language can be identical, or we can talk about revising it, or you can all decide to not do that. So that is the question on the table. And if you decide that that's something you want to do, then we'll need to go through the process of taking a motion and seconding it and making a formal action. So let's first see if there's any other context that I've missed from subcommittee members who were involved in that conversation.
Who recommended this? It was a proposed action that the subcommittee requested be put on.
In the month of March, that meeting, who brought it to the table? Is it the task force or?
The staff notified the task force of AB 524's existence. I do not remember which task force member first suggested establishing a subcommittee to dive into AB 524. Staff brought it to the task force's knowledge, and the task force members chose to.
So for myself, I haven't even read the letter because I want to understand what this bill is, and I want it presented to me like how we mentioned earlier. Again, I wasn't at that March meeting, nor did I agree to any of this. So that's my request, is that it's presented to the group so that we can understand it fully before we agree to support it officially or formally.
We can pull, Megan, do you want to pull up the bill language, maybe also the letter? And while we do that, are there any subcommittee members who would like to start to speak to Emily's question?
I have the fact sheet easily available and the final letter. Do you want? What are you looking for right now?
Letters and briefing materials.
Probably good.
And didn't Amy come on at that March meeting to talk about the bill and answer questions for the task force? We gave like a little presentation.
The task force in the March meeting requested that the bill sponsor come to the subcommittee meeting, which is in this case, Jamie, who is acting in that space as advocate. I think the bill language would actually be helpful to put to Emily's point, because the fact sheet is here, but
yeah, I mean, that would be a good start.
for sure. Sorry, Megan, if you can't pull this up now, then.
Or do we need to move like today, whether we want to write a letter or not?
You would need to, when the action item is agendized, make a decision about whether you want to submit a letter on this. If this is not the space in which to do that, there might be other ways that you could try to move it forward without taking action today.
So just to clarify, the subcommittee's already submitted a letter of support.
Yes.
And now the subcommittee wants to ask the task force to vote on a position letter. In addition to the letter of support.
So part of this was because the subcommittee couldn't actually draft a letter on behalf of the whole task force, because we hadn't talked about it as a whole task force. And since the subcommittee was all aligned that like generally we were all in support of the language between what was presented at the March meeting and the follow-up 2-hour with the AB 524 folks. I'm pretty sure it was unanimous. We were all like, yeah, let's sign a general letter of support. Overall, there are no objections to what this reference is in terms of like how it relates to the land equity task force. The context that was given in that meeting is also that like these things tend to change a lot between now and August. And so like there will be iterative opportunities to follow up. I think we also added a couple of like, we'd like you to take a deeper dive into like these 2 other things. Like there was like a recommendation that came out around like what they could look at more. Yeah, I would say this would be like akin to if a different subcommittee, if there was a related bill that subcommittee reviewed, and it's either gotta be the subcommittee's writing a letter, or it's gotta come back to the whole task force, And so I think we were all aligned. So we were like, let's write, as a subcommittee, so not the whole task force, not representing the whole task force, let's throw out our support for this as it stands right now, and then bring it back up with the whole task force to revisit the discussion and see if everybody felt the same way as the subcommittee, and if so, or if there was enough of a quorum of support, then the task force could also write a letter of support.
Was, correct me if I was semi-conscious when this happened, but earlier Caleb gave us a breakdown. Was there activity happening on today? We don't know what that deal is. I feel like we should, like, even if it's tomorrow, that we get an update on like what changed. Like to know what happened today.
I will note it was in appropriations. So there has not been any revision to the language before it has gone to the appropriations
So
committee.
it's in suspension, whatever.
Yeah.
Whether or not it
We don't know what happened in today's case, but I just wanted to know because
it's suspension.
Someone had to do it.
But just to like clarify, like we had Shauna here, like the SB 5.4 is about the interpretation of Prop 4. It is supposed to be providing guidance on how Prop 4 is implemented. So
It directly names us in making those recommendations.
yeah, in collaboration with us, it calls us out, but on a timeline where we would never be able to do past when we are task force.
Yeah.
That is also a little special for that.
Although we're also not disappearing December 31st. Yeah. Unless it's written in. That's right. Or
It is written in that task force members receive a per diem from DOC.
Oh,
We can scroll down, and get to the very. Tell me when to stop, please. I can't. Keep going. It's fun. I think all, noted. Keep going. Yeah, you could do that. Going for the very end. There was to be notified you all of.
That's it. That's, and stop.
Okay.
This is about this.
No, you're gonna have to control search.
Oh, gosh.
But that B on the bottom, that it says the department consults with the California.
Oh, there you go, last
Land
line.
Equity Task Force. So what if we don't exist anymore? How do they consult with us?
Oh, we don't just like, I feel like Tom said, we're like not dissolved immediately on January 1st. No. Okay.
But what?
You could get together and say, hey, let's run up a couple more decisions and clear time.
Sorry.
June 2026. Choose.
That's the general fund appropriation, but the task force expires on that. It's then it basically, which we can talk more about tomorrow in the context of the $1 billion question that everyone was raising, but these other factors that could go on.
Literally.
So that fund, does it have to be all 55 minutes or does it have to be spent?
The general fund?
Yeah.
Let me get back.
Technical question.
Because that's totally different. If it's obligated, that's however long we need it to take. Versus if it needs to be spent by June 2026, to go to. Normally it's the. I don't know. Seems like. That kind of
So can I make a suggestion? Do we have to vote on it today or can we table it?
Yes.
I mean, it seems like there's more conversation.
Okay.
So we can have that stuff, right?
I think the time, it's obviously with any letter that is being submitted needs to align with whatever meeting or processes we go, once it goes with the Senate process. So it's thinking about the timeline, the full task force is weighing on this, which is not meeting as currently scheduled until August. This will no longer be up for discussion. So I think that's the key consideration. It's really due to around timing.
Having said that, so to Sean's point, that timing is the pressing factor here, but if the full task force feels that the subcommittee has addressed this as a full task force, so much more would need to be known to adequately draft a letter that would have any impact in the legislative process, then you are not at all required to take this up and move it forward. It's just an option that the subcommittee requests for you all.
It won't be back on the top yet.
Other folks who are not on the AB 524 subcommittee, do you have a feeling on this one way or the other? I can pull up the list of subcommittee members. I don't remember off the top of my head. Okay,
I support the letter.
Nelson supports drafting a letter or repurposing the letter on behalf of the full task force.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just a question for clarity and the sense of urgency with this is like within the legislative cycle, we're not going to have time until the next meeting to submit a letter. Like the time is now, right? With the May revise and the June deadlines and stuff like that.
Yes. That's
Okay.
what Sean was just describing.
Right.
So I'm not sure if folks want a little more time to go back and just quickly read the letter that was submitted from the subcommittee. That might be helpful. If you like, we can table this action till tomorrow, or we can take a moment to do that right now. Options are to not take any action. Options are to make a motion and say, I would like to repurpose the existing letter, but sign it on behalf of the full task force. Another option would be to make additions to that support letter, bolster it somehow and discuss collective language. We would have to discuss collective language and agree to that if that were to be submitted on behalf of the full task force. But we would need to do that in either today or tomorrow's meeting. And if there's a motion on the table and a second, we would then go around the table and you would have a choice to vote aye, nay, or abstain. And then we would take a majority response on that.
I have a question for the subcommittee. How does this impact Tribal Nation? Bill? And if you can't answer it now.
I mean, tribal nations are named in the bill. So, I mean, without giving every scenario, I don't think tribal nations are excluded from this bill whatsoever.
I understand they're mentioned, but how are they impacted in the question?
James, or sorry, Nathaniel.
No, go ahead. That could be really helpful.
So my kind of reflection on this is that this proposal, right, like it's not a proposal for a specific program, it is a proposal for an allocation of Prop 4 money towards the Department of Conservation to roughly do the things that are spelled out in this. So the outcomes are entirely emergent, just like the outcomes of all the recommendations that we're gonna make in the report are entirely emergent. We have no idea what the impact's actually gonna be until it gets turned into something that gets manifested in the world. So we don't know. I will say that I think in my perspective, like, I think it's a good sign that the head of the DOC who would be in charge of this funding at this early stage is outreaching the Land Equity Task Force to engage in feedback in how to do outreach to tribal communities, so that as they develop this program, they will be better informed in how to do it in such a way that will have the desired outcome that, you know, I think you hope that we all want. So that's how I feel about this.
So what I see is there's a carve out of 33% to tribal governments. Is that for land purchasing, or is it for the financial assistance that's associated with the land?
I think it's just a percentage, and once those outcomes are decided, be etched up.
So financial assistance means everything.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
It's the big bucket.
Where are you looking?
The financial assistance definition.
It was like 0, low interest loan, forgivable loans, grants, like they just listed them all, if I remember.
Oh, here.
So, just so I understand, there's financial and technical assistance, and this technical assistance also defined?
They do somewhere. And talk about what that was.
Okay, yeah, licensed attorneys, real estate brokers.
Can you pull up our letter real quick, just to scan it?
Okay, one moment.
And we don't have to vote today, but just so people can mull it over. We have to vote.
Yeah, we can table it.
Yeah, you don't have to make a motion to not vote.
I'm just gonna slowly scan this letter that was submitted on April 22nd.
A comment on the text of the bill is the 500 acres or less. I know that CAP uses that a lot in their policy. I really feel like we might have acres. In the San Joaquin Valley, there are multiple farming families that have multiple properties that are 100 acres, 200 acres, 300 acres, that together total a lot. Or companies might do that, and I don't know if those are the focus of this program. And so I would recommend a lower acreage. I don't know if we want to put that in a letter, but yeah, I don't know if there's other thoughts.
I feel like we excluded ranchers a lot from when we're talking, and I wonder if like making a distinction between like up to 500 for you know, ranching projects and up to, you know, for farming operation. I don't know if we want to make that,
Or for tribal lands, maybe
yeah,
different.
be good. I would be fine with something like that, like farms under 200, 100, something like that, and then.
Well, no, looking at the percentages earlier, that's like where it gets to be like, all right, the 10%, 5%.
Yeah.
Anything under 180, it's like.
Yeah. I would like to propose, because we have a hard stop basically at 5 because we have to vacate the room. So maybe we table this action until tomorrow morning. Folks can go home and take a closer look at the bill language and the draft letter if you like, and come tomorrow with any specific suggestions that you would maybe want to include in a slightly adapted or revised support letter. For example, if you wanted to comment on that amount of acreage. So specific as possible, because then we can decide at that point if you want to take action or.
Megan, can we do that? Because the action needs to be agendized. So.
No, I think we can decide to table it, can we?
I will need to check on that. I'm not sure.
Or continued conversation tomorrow morning, first thing?
No. I'll look.
Can we? We can start late, we don't have to start. No.
It's a completely different day.
Well, shoot.
What was the time frame or the?
I think it goes into cycle next month, so and by the time they're meeting again on this.
One semi-creative potential workaround is that there is a subcommittee meeting scheduled for AB 524. I don't remember the dates. I can pull it up, and we could expand the subcommittee participation to include other interested parties if we wanted to continue, if we needed to continue the conversation there. I know Camille's trying to get the answer to our Robert's Rules of Order question right now.
Well, it will honestly probably take me longer, but I do feel that there is no action to be taken at this moment, at this time, so. I will look into it.
Can we vote to England and that's an action?
Yes, I think.
Can we vote to move it to the subcommittee? Is that an action that we can vote on instead of voting? We have to vote, so.
We don't have to vote on anything. I'm sorry, I'm going to look into it, but it's very complicated and will probably take me a little time to get an answer. I will ask the legal team that we're running this 452.
Sorry about that.
No, you don't.
Okay, there's no other motion on the table, correct? We asked ChatGPT if ChatGPT knows how to navigate this situation. Okay, the AB 524 subcommittee is scheduled for June 25th. Not totally sure where that falls in the timeline of potential influence.
So you're saying we can't talk about this?
We're trying to find out.
That, yeah.
Only because it's been on our schedule for today. So
Yeah, Bagley Keene has very specific, regulations about when you have to keep your discussions to the agenda. So that's why it could. Can't take action unless it's legal action. Go ahead.
Question on that, because these meetings are 2 days, this is an agenda item. I can see the issue of like switching the order of this agenda item if we wanted to discuss it later tomorrow. But since we're at the end of today, this would carry on into the first agenda item tomorrow in the same order. I feel like, I don't know, that's a question for legal really. But this is like a situation of like, this is what happens when you have a 2-day meeting and things carry over into the next day. As long as we don't move on to the next agenda item, it seems like we would be in the clear since we're just discussing this agenda item first thing tomorrow. That's just what makes sense to me. But yeah, of course, it's a question for legal. As long as we don't move on past this agenda item. That's my question, I guess, for legal also.
I am, getting that question answered. I'm sorry, I probably will not have an answer for you before tomorrow morning, but I will have an answer for you tomorrow morning.
Okay. So the tentative plan, oh, go ahead, Lawrence.
So the action was to the task force to create a position letter for AB 42524. That was the action.
A proposed action, position letter, support letter.
Okay, and that was recommended by the subcommittee?
It was a question from the subcommittee.
Okay,
The subcommittee cannot act on behalf of the full task force because we didn't have a secondary conversation scheduled. This was the next immediate conversation. So in order for the full task force to sign on to a support letter, we had to agree to it in the room together. This was our first opportunity to do that.
so the subcommittee wanted the task force to sign on to the letter.
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we just, and then we're saying we don't have time to do that? Or is there opposition, or we kind of have to do that right now in the next 10 minutes?
So there is the option to just say, we like the one-page high-level support letter that the subcommittee put forward, and we would like to repurpose that for the full task force without modification. What was coming up for Ruth and a couple of other folks is to maybe make a comment on some other specific language that is in the proposed bill. This support letter is very high level. So we could decide just to repurpose the support letter and sign it on behalf of the full task force, which would require a motion, a second, and action. Then the subcommittee could pick up the conversation on further commentary on the different parameters that are outlined in the bill during their June meeting. But I need to, we would need to hear a motion to move forward with that, like now. Because it's unclear if we're it's permissible to continue the conversation first thing tomorrow morning.
Like, I don't understand, why are we not making a motion to support this bill?
Make one.
And my question is, why are we supporting this bill when we're already listed in it? I mean, we're already we're in it. So obviously we support it.
Well,
the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force, AB 524 subcommittees listed as a supporter. So I mean, it's already on there.
The subcommittee is a supporter. Yeah. So if only the subcommittee supports this and we can't get the whole task force on board, like that's, I guess, the difference here is if we could say, hey, the whole task force that is mentioned in this bill supports this bill, it kind of completes the cycle versus that we're down because we're written.
Nelson, you want to comment?
Yeah, just a question to clarify. So the motion would be to approve the letter that's already been drafted by the subcommittee, or is the motion to approve a support letter that gives space to us as a task force, adjusting language?
Neither.
I would motion that we repurpose the subcommittee letter and get the full support of the task force to sign on to that letter.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Seconded by Lawrence Harlan. Is there any public comments related to this proposed action?
I'm seeing no raised hands, so go check that one.
No. Okay, so to be very clear, the motion on the table presented by member Nathaniel Brown is to repurpose the letter that was already submitted by the subcommittee, but instead of just being signed by the subcommittee, the signatory is the full task force as a group. The motion's been seconded by member Harlan. So we're going to go around the table and everybody please say aye, nay, or abstain. and it will pass if we have a majority of ayes. Member Brown.
Aye.
Member Frank.
I have seen.
Member Zell. Member Nakahar. Member Schwartz.
Aye.
Member Rittenhouse. Member Debatakua.
Aye.
Member Drew. Sorry, abstain. Member Burgueño.
I'll say no, because this has been done with the task force.
Member Payan.
Abstain.
Member Harlan.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 ayes, so the motion does not pass. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Nelson, member Hawkins,
I abstain.
6 ayes, 6 abstentions, 7 abstentions, 1 no. So the motion does not pass. Okay, thanks, folks.
What does that mean?
That means nothing. I mean, that means you can carry on your conversations related to this bill in the subcommittee. It just means that there's no additional letter of support being submitted on behalf of the task force.
So we just decided no letter?
Just decided no letter.
All right. Good to know.
Okay, so I think
I decided on no next.
like that's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no purpose. That's it. No, we good. I can write it different.
Okay.
Just write it better.
Don't let me lose you yet. Hold on. You just decided on no repurposing of the support letter. You can reintroduce this conversation later and take a different action that is agendized at a future meeting. But that's what you decided. All right, final order of business. Any general public comments? Not seeing any? Okay. Tomorrow we start at 8:15 a.m., same room, we'll have snacks, we'll have coffee. We do end early at 1 o'clock so that we can get folks on the road. We are going to have, we being staff, we're gonna maybe reconfigure our approach for tomorrow's working session. But the most of tomorrow is working session plus work planning and next steps, with the second proposed action related to meeting scheduling and general public comments. Yes, and if you are interested, we have a group reservation for dinner tonight at the restaurant inside the hotel casino. It's at 6 p.m. It's under either my name or the task force. So you're welcome to join us there if you like, and anybody else attending, members of the public, please join us there at 6 p.m. Okay, day 1 is adjourned. If you could please help us by collecting your paperwork. I didn't get any instructions that we need to rearrange chairs, but we do need to clean up our space for whatever's happening in the room tonight. Chair Hawkins, you want to strike us out? I'm hustling. My apologies.
All good. I just want to thank everybody for your thoughtful energy and hard work that you brought into today's session. We all together made meaningful progress, all grounded in truth, shaped by lived experience, and driven by our shared commitment to land equity. As we pause here for the evening, I encourage everybody to take adequate time to rest and restore. And tomorrow we'll pick up where we left off and continue shaping these recommendations that reflect the bold and necessary changes that our communities deserve. And I look forward to building with y'all again tomorrow. So this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Have a nice evening, everyone. You worked hard today.